Alright, Baldur's Gate 3. I know I'm late to the party on this one, but you can see the video length. This has been a long time in the making, and I'm really excited about this video. So let's get right into it, and let me tell you about my time with this epic game. Before we begin though, I need to give a few caveats. Firstly, I know nothing about D&D. Like, properly nothing. The only thing I know about it is that you need friends to play it, and that's why I never have. So expect to see some spells, abilities, and decisions that are far from optimized. Probably as far from optimized as you can possibly be, in fact. I am going to make some very silly plays in this game, so the usual high-level gameplay you might expect to see from me in XCOM 2, that's not really going to be on the menu here, sorry. Although some people tell me I suck at that game too, so maybe it'll be exactly what you're expecting, who knows. In addition, I also know absolutely nothing about the previous Baldur's Gate games, so I am totally clueless when it comes to both mechanics and lore. Basically, this is an idiot's playthrough of the game. I think it should go well. Secondly, for the most part, I only reloaded when I lost a battle and was forced to reload. There were a few story moments where I reloaded, but not too many. And for the purposes of this video, I'm going to mostly ignore the reloads. We'll treat this as a canon playthrough. There is one exception that I need to include though, but I'll get to that later on. Thirdly, this video might be a little bit spicier than what I usually post on this channel, and that's because the game itself has some pretty adult themes, so if those things bother you, it may be best to skip this one. Fourthly, there will be many spoilers, but I think the whole point of this game is that two playthroughs are very unlikely to be identical. I'm going to tell you how things went down in my playthrough, but if you play the game yourself, it's very likely that many of the game's scenarios may play out differently, given the amount of choices and options that are available to players. I mean, I think you can just straight up destroy pretty much every NPC you come across. It's just wild. So if anything, I do encourage you to play the game yourself, and if you are worried about spoilers, maybe hold off on watching the video until after you've done that. Fifthly and finally, and then I promise we'll get into things, my time with this game was so memorable that I really wanted to, well, memorialize it. I want to be able to go back and remember the adventures I had and the characters I met along the way. This video is as much for me as anyone else. And my hope in sharing this experience is that viewing it gives you even just a fraction of the enjoyment that I had playing it. So sit back, get comfy, and enjoy the ride. A while back, my boy Malorian shared a D&D quiz with a bunch of us, and according to the results of that quiz, I'm a druid. So that's what I decided to go with for this playthrough. I think the quiz was a meme, but it is what it is. I make a human character and I choose the Outlander background. This means we grew up in the wilderness, away from society, and I figure that works for a druid and a guy named Drifter. But during the whole game, I get all these unique dialogue options for someone who used to live in Baldur's Gate. So I'm not sure if the background choices are glitched or maybe I clicked on the wrong thing. I don't know, either way, it's weird. The cantrips I've chosen are Shillelagh. I know I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of that word, I'm really sorry. The other one is Produce Flame. Now for those of you as clueless as me, cantrips are basically spells that don't use up spell slots to cast. We can use them as many times as we want, as opposed to other spells that are limited use and will replenish once we rest. For the attributes, I leave them on what the game recommends, investing my bonus points into Wisdom and Constitution. Wisdom is used to cast spells for druids, and Constitution is just our HP. Now, as you can see, the character creation is very detailed, not just in terms of appearance, but also race, class, background, abilities. There is a huge amount of customization, and it is very cool. But before we can even start playing, we have another character to create. We have to make a guardian for ourselves. I'm not sure how this is going to play out in the story, but immediately I find this an intriguing idea. How many times do we create 2 characters at the start of a game? Usually it's just us and that's it. I really like this. Anyway, apparently she has to be female, or I just couldn't figure out how to change the gender. It's definitely a possibility. Anyway, I make a woman who is, well, yeah, waifu status achieved. Now let's begin the playthrough. It starts off with both our boy Drifter and a lizard woman. She's a Githyanki, apparently. Anyway, this Cthulian-looking monstrosity plants some sort of parasite in both our skulls. I imagine that's not good. Then we're treated to this pretty stunning cutscene where Cthulhu Jr. here attacks the city of Baldur's Gate, hence the name of the game. But some more lizard people show up, these ones riding on dragons, and they begin attacking the flying vessel. It's known as a Nautiloid. The world's most insane game of tag begins with baby Cthulhu blipping in and out of existence, crossing huge distances, and the dragon riders are chasing him every step of the way. Eventually the ship blips into hell itself, it looks like. I think this is Avernus. Now the ship catches fire, which is understandable. That allows us and the Githyanki captive to escape our containment pods. And it's here the gameplay starts with the tutorial. We get an actual dice roll for skill checks, which I love. And what I love even more is we have a narrator giving us updates on what's happening.
The casing is fragile. The slightest touch could cause it to crumble.
How many games just dump exposition on us through character dialogue, or even worse, notes and audio logs, or even worse than that, by telling us to visit their website and read the lore there because they couldn't put it in the game? Alright, settle down, Drifter, it's all good. But here, the game is just like, nah, we're just gonna straight up tell you what's what. There's no pretense whatsoever. And it's a D&D game, so it suits. It makes sense to have a narrator. The game is leaning into the source material, and I think it really benefits from it. Also, for those wondering, I'm playing without karmic dice. This is a decision that would lead to much rage during many skill checks. We explore the area and quickly realise what a true nightmare we are in. Like, there's this talking brain, the whole area seems to be covered in innards. It's vile. We encounter the Githyanki, whose name is Lae'zel. Initially, she's about to attack us, but we have some sort of shared vision, I guess, and this leads her to the conclusion that we should work together. So that was easy. Anyway, our first battle takes place shortly after. Now each character gets a certain amount of movement, an action, and a bonus action, and there are ways to obtain even more actions later in the game. I think that's how it works anyway. Now the action is for main actions such as attacking, and our bonus action is, well, a bonus. Things like jumping or some certain abilities and attacks will use the bonus action rather than the main action. And movement isn't on a grid like some turn-based games, so depending on our character's movement speed, they can move in a radius in any direction they like. And if there's hazards, they can, and will, either get stuck or fall right on their backside, or maybe flat on their face. So watch out for those. They can be really annoying, also hilarious depending on the circumstance. And you can see here I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. I've managed to conjure the flame from my cantrip, but it takes me another turn before I work out how to actually throw the fireball that I've summoned. Luckily, in the meantime, Lae'zel is much more straightforward to use. Just select the attack you want, click on the thing you want to die, and watch as she annihilates it. Yeah, she's a good character for the tutorial. Now when I finally do throw the fireball, it does barely any damage. Maybe the druid class was a mistake. I think we can respec though. Anyway, we keep moving forward and look at this. The doors are literally called sphincters. Yeah, this place is just the worst. We find another survivor, but she's still trapped in her pod, She begs us for help, and we can choose to help her, which is what we're going to do, but we can also just ignore her and move on. And that's this game's biggest strength by far, at least in my opinion. It gives the player a lot of flexibility to make our own choices. Now, it's not perfect, of course. Sometimes it does still shoehorn situations that do feel forced, but those moments are few and far between. For the most part, I really felt like I was in control of the direction that my story took. And that is exactly what you want from an RPG. After a bit of searching, we find the key, for lack of a better term, to her pod. And you can choose which party member will perform any given task. Like here, we have Lae'zel open the pod, and the skill check is going to use the stats of the character that we've selected. Now this gives us a fair bit of flexibility. Like, if we have a strength check, for example, I'm probably better off using Lae'zel than our twink-looking druid, since Lae'zel's strength is a lot higher. If it's a wisdom check, on the other hand, we probably want to use Drifter. The woman we freed is named Shadowheart, and we now have a third party member. This is going well. Now she also has a tadpole in her brain, and it seems we have some sort of psychic connection between anyone else who has been infected by one of these creatures. This gives us a brief insight into Shadowheart's thoughts and feelings, and turns out she's a bigot against Githyanki, I guess. But this is one of those beggars can't be choosers scenarios, so we can worry about that later. For right now, our new intolerant friend grabs a strange artifact and we then press forward. Our main objective is to escape this flying corpse before it crashes to the ground, because when that happens, everyone and everything on board is in for a very bad time. We find a fourth survivor and try to release her as well, but it doesn't go quite as well. I felt really bad about this. We just turned this woman into a Lovecraftian abomination. A mind flayer is its proper name. But there are some takeaways here. Firstly, I thought the demon man from the start who put the parasite in our head was the game's main villain. But no, this thing looks just like him. So that means the guy from the start was just a generic henchman, I guess. I know there are some fan theories that he's more important than that, but I think they are just that, theories. They're not confirmed. Now, the second takeaway, and certainly the more worrying of the two, is that Lae'zel is rightfully afraid that the parasites in all of our heads are going to turn us into similar abominations if we don't receive treatment ASAP. And here, our unfortunate protagonist's more long-term goal becomes clear. Once we're off this ship, we need to find a way to get this tadpole out of our head. We proceed right into some mind flayers. They're battling a bunch of demons that have invaded the ship, like demons from the hell dimension that we currently occupy. The surviving mind flayer seems to believe the parasites have us enthralled so he can order us around, but for whatever reason that's not the case. Our free will is intact. The abomination tells us to get to the control panel to navigate the ship out of the hell dimension. And even though we don't need to listen to him, we're going to, since it's the only thing that's going to keep us alive. And this means the Mind Flayer is actually on our side for this fight. How quickly foe becomes friend. And you can see the circle around it is green, not blue. This means even though the unit is allied to us, so it's not going to attack us, we cannot directly control it. The turn system for the combat is XCOM Chimera Squad style. Each individual unit gets loaded into the turn order, so you can't choose what order your soldiers do things in. Now there is a feat, which is just a fancy name for a skill, that we can obtain later on, and that will greatly increase our chances of having our units placed at the front of the queue. It's called Alert, and I highly recommend putting that on everyone as quickly as you can. And with that, it's probably the last time I'm going to give advice about strategies in this game, seeing as even after dozens of hours playing, I'm sure there's a huge depth of mechanics I still don't understand. In fact, there's probably a heap that I'm not even aware exist. This is a really in-depth game. Now, even though the Mind Flayer is putting up a good fight, he's clearly outmatched by the demon. It's just too strong, and our Eldritch friend is running out of health real quick. Now, once he goes down, that devil is very likely going to set its sights on us. So I end up making a beeline to the control panel. We're out of our depth in this fight, so we want to avoid whatever combat we can. Let's just get out of here. We managed to jump the Nautiloid back to our own dimension, but clearly we're amateurs at flying this beast as the transition is not a smooth one. We get thrown around and our boy Drifter gets hurled from the craft. We're plummeting to the earth below, we're about to be splattered against the ground when we suddenly just stop before impact. How interesting. By the time we awaken, the sun is up. Now, we appear to be unharmed, minus the cosmic horror entity growing in our brain, of course, and we've successfully completed the tutorial. We find Shadowheart nearby, and she seems just as confused as us about how we survived that fall, but otherwise, she's okay. The beach is littered with debris from the Nautiloid, including a heap of bodies. Now, this is an RPG, so naturally that means plenty of items for us to loot. We encounter some wreckage from the ship, and there's some brains with legs in there for us to fight. These things weren't hostile while we were on board the ship, but now they are. I guess they're frightened, or maybe they've realised that we're no longer taking orders from Cthulhu, or that we never were in fact. They're fairly trivial to defeat, but they do allow us to level up. And leveling up the followers is the same as our own character. We have full customization over their abilities, and I really like that. I'm pretty sure we can even respec them later if we want to. We soon encounter a man in overly fancy clothes, and he immediately draws a knife to my neck. I try headbutting him to escape, but we fail the dice roll. I try convincing him to let me go, but we fail the dice roll. You can probably see a recurring theme starting to develop here. Now, he's eventually convinced to not murder me when we explain that he also has a tadpole in his head. That's why he's experiencing a telepathic connection with us. And given how stubborn he's been up until now, he accepts this theory basically instantly. So a bit of a flip-flop there, but oh well. His name is Asterion, and he's our new party member. Yep, the guy who was trying to slit our throat 20 seconds ago is now on our team. These are desperate times. We encounter a dying Mind Flayer, and it tries exerting psychic control over us. For reasons that are completely unclear for right now, we're able to resist. Unlike others who are infected with the parasite, we haven't transformed, and we're able to keep our free will. It is a battle though. The Mind Flayer still seeks to control us, and we have to resist. Best way to do that is by stomping its head into paste. Soon we find Lae'zel, and she's alive and well, but she has been captured by these devil people. Now, these aren't actually demons, they're just people who have been made to look like devils. The game did give me some lore about this at some point. A city was plunged into Avernus, the Hell Dimension, I think the one we were just in, and the people got transformed. I might be getting it wrong, I didn't pay that much attention, but the point is, there's devil-looking people around here, and they're known as tieflings. Lae'zel is able to communicate telepathically with us, a side effect of us both having tadpoles, and she very curtly commands us to get rid of the tieflings. And this pretty much sums up Lae'zel to a T. She's arrogant and demanding, looking down at basically every other character, even when she's stuck in a cage and her life literally depends on us. And I do wonder, if we played as a Githyanki, would she have a more agreeable demeanour? Now, Shadowheart, on the other hand, she's much more pleasant. She's guarded but polite, but she can be a bit cocky herself from time to time as well. And as for Asterion, well, he can die in a fire for all I care. We convince the tieflings to leave, as well as getting the location of their camp. We're then able to release Lae'zel, and instead of thanking us, she starts bossing us around. Apparently, her people have a means of removing the parasite, and she seems to know a lot more about these mind flayers than we do, which granted, I know basically nothing, so I'm happy to follow her lead for the time being. Now with a full party of 4, we approach a group of treasure hunters who turn hostile pretty quickly. I used Thunderwave since it can hit 2 of them, but I fail to notice the gigantic stone block suspended above us. The spell causes the stone to drop, and I instantly one-shot myself. Tactical brilliance, no doubt. Now when a character goes down, they'll make a death saving throw every turn. If they succeed 3, they'll continue living until another character helps them up. If they fail 3, they'll be sent to the Shadow Realm. Now we do get out of this one okay, but given how heavily injured Drifter is, I decide we should camp for the day. We can camp at pretty much any time provided we're not in combat. We can even do it while exploring dungeons. And the environment of the camp will change depending on our location. It is very cool. Now the camp gives us a chance to rest and recover spell points, as well as talking to companions and getting to know them better. While we're here, I play around with the inventory, and my goodness, it is overwhelming. Even by the end of the game, I had not figured out a good way to keep track of my inventory. There's just so many items. In the morning, we ask Shadowheart about that artifact that she seems to be very protective of, and she basically tells us where to go. Yeah, she's not in the mood to share. So we set out to explore the dungeon that the treasure hunters were guarding, and during our search we get ambushed by undead. And it's during this fight I learn how to use our druid transformation power. We can turn into a giant spider, it can shoot a web to slow enemies, plus it hits way harder than us swinging our little stick in human form. And by stick I mean our starting weapon, the quarterstaff. I'm not talking about. Also, the spider's jumping distance is insane, so being able to transform is a really cool skill to have. There's also other animals that we'll be able to transform into as we level up. I really like the druid as a class, even if it is perhaps a bit specialised for a first playthrough, especially when you're as ignorant as I am about D&D. But yeah, these abilities are cool. Lae'zel also has a good ability that allows her to attack twice in one turn. This is known as Action Surge, and we can't use it every turn, but even so, it still makes Lae'zel a really good damage dealer. Now Shadowheart and Asterion I'm still figuring out how to use at this point. After the encounter, we meet this shambling corpse named Withers. He speaks in riddles pretty much all the time. I think it's meant to be mysterious, but he honestly just came across as obnoxious to me. Like, man, just speak, just get to the point. We leave the dungeon and soon discover the camp the tieflings told us about earlier. It's called the Emerald Grove. There's a Three Stooges knockoff act who have led a band of goblins right to the grove. They're begging to be let in, and if it was me, I'd be inclined to chalk this up to Darwinism and leave them to their fate. This guy, Will, however, possesses a much more generous spirit than mine. And he has such a cool introduction as he essentially speaks in poetry while murking some goblin fool like it's nothing. And the game does a great job at introducing party members. Yeah, Will's going to become a party member. Spoiler alert there, I guess. Lae'zel was about to stab us. Asterion did try to stab us. Shadowheart was a classic damsel in distress, and that's actually pretty unusual in modern-day Western gaming. And then we got Will spitting medieval bars while slicing fools up. And even if all the characters aren't likeable, they're memorable. And that's something else that so many games just don't do these days. And no, being memorable for laughing at them, that doesn't count. As you can see, an absolutely gigantic battle has started. Our team is here, the goblins are here, the people from the camp are here. Yeah, this one's going all out. And another thing that I notice about the combat is just how dreadful the chance to land attacks is. Like, 75% is usually really, really good. Most attacks are around 45 or 65%. And it's not just us, the enemies seem to miss a lot too. And I didn't really figure out a way to improve our hit chance throughout my entire playthrough. It's just like everyone in this world is kind of blind. And we end up missing so many attacks, it is crazy. So that part at least feels familiar with XCOM. Nonetheless, we are able to fend off the goblins, mainly because we got the camp backing us up, and we can then enter the gates. The leader of the Three Stooges is being chastised by a man named Zevlor for losing a druid. Yeah, just misplaced him like a TV remote. Apparently the goblins have the druid now. He left with these guys, now he's vanished. And this presents us our main crisis for Act 1 of the game. Zevlor here is leading a band of refugees. They'd like to make it to Baldur's Gate, but if they leave the camp, the goblins are likely going to attack them on the road and it'll be a massacre. So they're holding out here at the Druids' camp, but the Druids' hospitality has all but expired, and they're planning to kick the refugees out. Quite the predicament. Zevlor also gives us the Tiefling lore at this point. I knew I remembered someone telling me about it. It was this guy. And I did get a unique dialogue option for being a druid myself, so that's cool. We agree to talk to the druid's leader, to which Asterion and Lae'zel disapprove, so followers will respond either positively or negatively to our decisions. I'm not sure what happens if their approval gets low enough. Maybe they leave the party? Is that a thing? I don't know. Anyway, we encounter Will, who is training one of the Tiefling children, and interestingly, we have another psychic episode revealing that Will also has a parasite. He honestly doesn't seem too worried about it though, which is kind of disturbing. Like, instead of trying to get rid of it, he's more interested in hunting an archdevil soldier by the name of Karlach. A real bad customer according to Will. He apparently tracked her to the Nautiloid, where he was promptly grabbed by mind flayers. Nonetheless, he is willing to team up with us to find a cure to the parasites, and presumably we're going to help him find Karlach. Will is now officially part of the crew. That means we can leave Asterion at camp. There's a few more interesting characters we can interact with, including Demon, who is a blacksmith, or maybe Damon, I don't know. But he apparently has a history working with infernal machinery, stuff from Avernus. There's also Aridin, the leader of the Three Stooges. Dude literally chastises us for saving his life. I cannot stand this man. He does at least tell us that he and the captured druid were looking for a relic called the Night Song. If we can find it, there's apparently someone in Baldur's Gate willing to pay good money for the artifact. So we've got a little side quest there. But the main people we need to talk to are of course the druids. And we immediately walk into conflict. Apparently one of the refugees' children has been caught trying to steal something from the druids. Naturally, tensions are high between the two groups, so this could end quite badly. I try using my druid cred to get past the guards, but this Karen is having none of it. She's not letting us through. Luckily, at this very moment, their leader, Korga, sends word that she wants to talk to us. So that was convenient. As we enter the room, it seems like Korga is threatening the child with death by Sneck. It turns out she's not completely psychotic though, as she only plans to imprison the child, not have the snake eat her. Don't know why that's the first thing my mind went to. Whatever, but this is a positive. Now the child apparently tried to steal an idol from the druids. We managed to pass a persuasion check and convince Korga to let little Arabella go. Persuasion checks will roll a die and we'll need to roll the given score or higher to pass it. Now we can get buffs to increase our rolls, and in some instances, even though it's a D20, the success roll is actually above 20. And that just blew my mind the first time I saw it. So sometimes those buffs are needed. The other thing is, regardless of any buffs or score required, a roll of 1 will always fail, a critical failure, and a roll of 20 will always succeed, a critical success. So in the worst case scenario, you've always got at least a 5% chance of making any roll. Very randomly, Shadowheart starts complaining about pain in her hand, and you can see it's glowing purple. Definitely something a doctor should look at, I would think. Anyway, she doesn't give us many details, just stating it's an old wound and nothing to worry about. I don't believe her for a second, but that's Shadowheart for you. As the conversation progresses, she does actually open up just a tiny bit, and we do learn she wishes to return to Baldur's Gate as there's someone waiting for her there. Of course, she's not going to give us any details about this scenario. Korga tells us she intends to perform the Rite of Thorns. This will basically cover the entire grove in, thorns, you guessed it. Once the ritual is complete, no one will be able to enter or leave the grove ever again. Now that seems like an extreme response if I'm being honest, but I'm not in charge of the druids, so what can you do? Now she tells us the refugees need to leave so the ritual can be conducted, and she suggests that we offer to guard them as they travel on the road. I tell her that we will consider her idea, but I'm not making any solid commitments at this stage. Deeper in the grove, we find a medical druid named Nettie. I think she's the apprentice of the missing druid Halcyon, and apologies if I'm butchering these pronunciations. Can I just blame it on my accent? We tell her about our tadpole problem and she says she'll do our best to help us. It's seeming like we hit the jackpot, but our druidic knowledge recognises the stick that she has is not any medicinal plant, no, it's a deadly poison. We intimidate her into not trying to murder us, since she would obviously lose this 1v4 encounter, and Nettie decides yes, she'll let us live, but only if we swear to down the poison she gives us if we feel the tadpole taking over us. We agree, and she then informs us that she's seen dozens of people infected by Mind Flayer tadpoles. She's concerned it's some kind of epidemic. So this is not just our small group, it's happening all over the place. And we're kind of in the dark about just how many infected are wandering around out there. She also tells us that the infected have been converging on a nearby temple of Selûne. Halcyon was venturing there to try and gain some answers when he went missing. So this missing druid may be able to help cure us, and he might know more about this tadpole conspiracy that I've named it. Plus, he's actually the official leader of the druids, not Korga, so he may be able to assist us in resolving the problems between the druids and the refugees. So that settles it. We have our next destination. And as far as that Temple of Selûne goes, well, guess where the Goblin base is? Yep, this is gonna be something. We rest up at camp before setting out to the Goblin base, and it turns out Withers has just invited himself in. Now he will actually revive deceased teammates for a fee, so that should be useful. I guess he can stay. Drifter, Shadowheart, Will and Lae'zel set off to slaughter some goblins. We can only deploy a maximum of 4 units at a time, and we encounter this messed up looking portal. Now, when these things are working correctly, they essentially serve as fast travel markers. We can teleport between them to save time, instead of having to run across the map. This specific portal, though, appears to be malfunctioning, and that's because something is stuck inside it. That something is this guy, the Wizard Gale. We're able to save him from his unfortunate predicament, and we quickly learn he also has a tadpole. Having a vested interest in helping us find a cure, Gale is the next addition to our ever-growing band of adventurers. And I might talk about the level design here. It's essentially one big area, and we're free to wander and explore as we please. And there's plenty of interesting side quests and hidden areas for the dedicated explorer. And as we progress in the game, we're going to unlock new areas to explore as well. I will note though, I'm going to be skipping over quite a bit of content. There's just so much in this game, and if I talk about every single thing that happens, we're going to be here for the rest of time. But yeah, it's definitely worth looking around the map to see what surprises are out there. And speaking of surprises, we randomly stumble upon this very well-dressed man just out in the middle of nowhere. His name is Raphael, and he seems extremely dodgy. all the more suspicious when he teleports us to this fancy-looking banquet hall. He calls it the House of Hope. He encourages us to feast, but I'm not interested in that. All I want from this creepy dude are answers. What are we doing here? And sure enough, Raphael is actually happy to comply. He reveals his true form as a devil. Like, literally, he's a demon of evil. He offers us a very vaguely worded deal, but essentially it seems if we hand over our soul to him, he'll remove the tadpole from our head. We reject him emphatically. I don't plan on making a deal with a literal devil. But Raphael does leave the door open in case we change our mind in the future. And that's a worrying development. This guy seems to think that we're going to get more desperate as time goes on. At camp, we can ask our companions what they think about Raphael's offer. All of them think it's a bad idea, with the exception of Gale. He actually seems surprisingly open to considering it, though he is still wary, of course. Now, as we sleep at camp, we're suddenly awoken by Asterion trying to drink our blood. Turns out he's a vampire. He tries convincing us that he only feeds on animals, even though we literally just caught him in the act of trying to feed on us. Wait, what are you trying to say about me, Asterion? I should note here that often when speaking to other infected, we'll have the choice to pry into their thoughts with our tadpole powers. Now, I've been avoiding doing this since relying on abilities that were granted by Cthulhu seems like a pretty bad idea to me. Instead, when Asterion assures us I can trust him, I ask him how, and his response is that we have no choice. Yeah, this guy's logic is that we have to trust the guy who tried to murder us when he first met us and is now trying to drink our blood, all because we have no other choice. That's his justification. And my man, that is where you are wrong. We can kick your backside to the curb, and that's exactly what I do. So Asterion is permanently gone. And maybe some of you are going to be disappointed with that decision. I know I've probably missed out on a lot of the game's content by dismissing him, but when I play a role-playing game, I like to roleplay. And I like to go with the story options that make sense, rather than just treating it as a video game, if that makes sense. And if a dude holds a knife to my throat and tries to drink my blood in my sleep, he's a scumbag, and he's gotta go. So we begin our new Asterion-less life by heading to the Goblin camp. And as we approach, an unknown and unseen force brings us to our knees all of a sudden. It shows us a vision of 3 shrouded figures. The voice proclaims these 3 figures as its champions and offers us a spot next to them, if we can retrieve a so-called prism. At that moment, Shadowheart seems to drive the presence back with the artifact that she's been clinging to since the start of the game. So there's definitely more to this little trinket than meets the eye. Now, Shadowheart claims to know nothing about how the object works, but personally, I'm pressing X to doubt on that one. And here, Lae'zel notices the artifact is of Githyanki design. Shadowheart tries to dodge our questions, but after some pressuring, she finally comes clean. She's a servant of Shar, Selûne's rival goddess, coincidentally. The other Shar worshippers gave her a mission: retrieve the artifact and return it to Baldur's Gate. Now, Lae'zel is naturally perturbed that Shadowheart stole the artifact from her people, so Drifter steps in and tells the group that for now we need to work together. Both women reluctantly agree, but there's clear tension in this team. Between these two and Asterion, it seems our motley crew is falling apart just as quickly as it was formed. Nevertheless, right now we have a mission to accomplish, so that's got to be our focus. And as we arrive at the Goblin camp and form our Temple of Selûne, we're free to wander around the area. The goblins aren't actually hostile, likely due to the tadpoles in our heads, I'm guessing. They seem to be taking orders from the one who is distributing the parasites. But there is an ogre guarding the temple door, so it seems we can only venture so far. Now, while I say the goblins aren't hostile, most of them are still absolute subhuman filth. Like this guy, Crusher. He makes reference to the Absolute, which seems to be the same entity that spoke to us in our vision. He believes he's the king of the world now since he's on the absolute side. Now naturally, he's most likely just a useful idiot, but he still demands that we kiss his feet. I tell him that's about as likely as me giving money to Ubisoft. I give him one chance to back down, but the persuasion check fails, so now it's go time. Our Shillelagh ability basically applies an enchantment to our big stick. Okay, I have to stop making those jokes. But it allows our attack rolls to be based on our spellcasting ability instead of, presumably, dexterity, which it would use otherwise. Our crew quickly sends most of Crusher's gang fleeing until we turn our attention to the boss himself. Now, Will is a warlock class, so he can use a sword and shield, but I think he's actually better with spells. I was still figuring this out at the time, and you'll see me struggling and failing to use one of his spells, so I end up just charging him at Crusher where he inflicts a whopping 3 damage. So yeah, there's definitely room for improvement in how I'm utilising his skills. As for Shadowheart, it's a bit of a similar deal. She's a cleric, so she can use her spear that she has, but she's also got some spells of her own. And she does have quite a few support abilities, like healing and buffing. But again, I was still getting my head around how to use her at this stage, so my approach probably wasn't optimal here. Now once Crusher's health is low enough, the battle ends and he yields like the beta male he is. I opt to help him up, to which the entire party disapproves. And sure enough, they're right to do so, as Crusher rejects our show of friendship and calls us a pig instead. Crusher, I pray for your sake we don't meet again, because I have a feeling it will not end well for you if we do. Right now though, we have a more important matter of finding our way inside the temple. And it turns out we can just walk straight past that ogre and through the doors. He doesn't care at all. Well, that was certainly easier than I expected. On the other side, we do have to convince the guard we belong in this place, so these guys are more onto it than the ogre was, but a persuasion check sees us gain entrance to the temple pretty easily. We barely make it a matter of meters into the temple when we're accosted by a True Soul Gut. Now to elaborate there, Gut is her name and True Soul is a descriptor. It's how worshippers of the Absolute refer to those infected with tadpoles. Gut here is some kind of priestess, and she immediately recognizes us as true souls just like her. And it's honestly surprisingly easy to convince her to join us in a more secluded area. Now our overall objective in the Goblin camp, in addition to finding Halcyon, is eliminating the 3 Goblin leaders. That should cripple their forces and hopefully keep the refugees and the druids safe. Now Gut here is one of those 3 leaders, and my thinking was if we can draw her to an uninhabited area of the temple, we can quietly take her out and the other goblins would be none the wiser. Spoiler alert, I was wrong. I think if we could have taken her down before her turn, the plan might have worked, but me still not really knowing what I'm doing, well, that didn't happen. So Gut uses her Call for Help ability, which summons a legion of nearby goblins. To make matters worse, there's a drum nearby, and one of the goblins bangs on it, basically alerting the entire temple that there's trouble. So what should have been an easy assassination turns into the most epic battle we've had to date. Certainly not how I wanted things to go. So what are we gonna do? Well, Drifter can go into spider mode and web the floor in the doorway, which seems to keep the goblins at bay. Meanwhile, there's a second group of them across this chasm. We can use our bows and ranged spells to inflict minuscule damage and then jump behind the wall, denying the goblins the ability to shoot back at us on their turn. Now this will no doubt take an age to take these guys out, but the plan is working. It is keeping us safe. That is until things go sideways when one of the goblins summons a warg companion right next to us. It's basically some kind of messed up looking wolf thing, and even worse, Drifter is out of spell uses. He had been launching ranged attacks at the goblin stuck in the web, but that's over now. He can't do it anymore, apart from his cantrip. Meanwhile, the goblins are healing each other's HP, and then they start pushing through the web to reach our position. And I really cannot adequately express to you just how badly this is going. We are just getting overwhelmed by these guys. However, we're not out of options just yet. For in addition to weapons and spells, we can also use any items we have. And your boy has an Alchemist's Fire, essentially a fancy Molotov cocktail. And he drops it right on the head of the group of goblins who have stormed through the doorway. They got more than they bargained for. Now this does cause the spider web to burn up, but it's not really helping us that much at this point anyway, so I don't mind. Shadowheart then lands a clutch 50% fireball to eliminate one of the goblins. 3 more still remain in our area though, not to mention the reinforcements who are coming up right behind them. Now the good news is the goblins' accuracy is seemingly as bad as ours, so despite the plethora of attacks they throw at us, the majority of them miss. And we are slowly reducing the enemy's numbers, but we're losing health as we do it. Now fortunately, we can use potions as our bonus action to replenish our HP, and if you're as bad at this game as I am, you want to stock up every character with healing potions. Cause yeah, I needed these things all the time. But they don't prove enough as Lae'zel does get KO'd. We need to make sure she doesn't take any further damage in this state or she'll be sent to the Shadow Realm. And we actually get crazy good luck. She makes all 3 saving throws in a row, so she's just downed, not Shadow Realmed. And as much as I'd love to revive her, that's going to take up an attacking action, so we just can't afford to do that right now. Instead, I just continue focusing on slaughtering the goblins. And eventually we do take them all out. But the fight has left us totally depleted of spellcasting and HP. It took everything we had to survive that. The good thing is we can actually go back to our camp. Yeah, we can set up camp inside the goblins' camp. I'm not sure how realistic that is, but I'll take it. I guess we found some dank area of the temple where the goblins don't venture to or something like that. Naturally, we're pretty beat up from our encounter, but there's no time to rest unfortunately. We're barely sitting still for a moment when another one of our companions decides to put a knife to our throat. This time it's Lae'zel. I am getting really sick and tired of my supposed allies threatening my safety on a regular basis. Now she seems to be under the impression that we're all going mad from the tadpoles and so we need to be put down. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call projection. There's only one person losing their mind here, and it is you, obnoxious toad lady. Thankfully we make the dice roll and convince Lae'zel she's the crazy one, not us. And so finally, after a long day of slaughter, we can get a solid night's rest. Nope, never mind, we're being transported to an unknown location in our sleep. There really is no rest for the wicked in this game. But honestly, who am I to complain? Look at what we've awoken to.
Our hearts beat to the city streets. We began to feel the fire. We rise like tall buildings as the chemicals they take us higher. The night's young, it has just begun as she puts her hand in mine. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull stars from the sky, just 2 hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be 2 hearts running wild.
Yes, bae, you can invade my dreams whenever you please. Heck, I'm cool if you want to invade my... So best waifu here reveals she was the one who saved us from being splattered on the beach when we fell from the Nautiloid. She also claims that she'll prevent us from turning into a mind flayer. Beautiful and reliable. Truly the perfect woman. But then things take a turn for the dodgy. She wants us to use our tadpole powers. She tells us that the more we use these abilities, the stronger they'll become, the stronger that we will become. Finally, she shows us a raging battle in whatever plane of existence her and her kin are occupying. They seem to be sacrificing themselves to keep some greater force at bay. She needs our help to turn the tide of the battle. So it seems like she's on our side, but she wants to be using the tadpole powers. I'm not sure about that. In the morning, we discuss our dream with Shadowheart, and it turns out she had the exact same dream. Will did too. And you better believe Gale was getting in on the action as well. We're not even a couple yet, and my waifu is already stepping out on me, with multiple people. Seems she was too good to be true after all. While we're speaking with Gale, he informs us that he has a pretty serious medical condition. He won't share details at this stage, which I think is fair enough since it's only like our third conversation with the guy. But he needs enchanted items to essentially absorb the magical essence from. This process seems to keep his hunger, as he calls it, under control. And I'm thinking, destroying one of our items is better than trying to drain my blood in my sleep. Plus, this guy is one of the few people around here who hasn't tried to murder me. So Gale's issues seem relatively inoffensive compared to some of these freak shows we're stuck with. I give him what I figure is the least valuable magical item in our inventory, and in a truly horrific display, he basically absorbs it into his chest. My goodness, why are these people so dysfunctional? The only normal one is Will. The rest of them are either trying to kill me or are hiding some deep, dark, disturbing secret. But not old, reliable, trustworthy Will. I'm sure there won't be any curveballs with him. No way. Upon returning to the Goblin camp, our waifu, who we'll name Stacy for the sake of brevity, speaks to us in our mind. She wants us to absorb the tadpole left in Gut's corpse. And as horrifying as that sounds, our body seemingly craves the creature, and we have the choice of submitting to our urge or resisting. And I believe this is more than just part of the story. You can actually learn extra abilities in-game by absorbing tadpoles. And honestly, I think that's a great idea as a mechanic. You actually gain a benefit for going dark side. Most times in video games, it's the opposite. The evil deeds usually just give you a bunch of debuffs. So I like this. But for now, we're gonna try and resist. We make the saving roll and we're able to avoid consuming the creature. The town bicycle is surprisingly understanding about our refusal, but I bet that's what she tells all the guys. Nonetheless, for now, we've chosen to be our own man and carve our own destiny. Little did I know at this time that destiny was about to give us a very rude awakening. Further inside the temple, there's still a druid who needs rescuing and 2 boss goblins who need exterminating. Now the problem is, word has well and truly reached all the goblins that we are enemies, so they're all immediately hostile as soon as they see us. And fair enough, really. There is one exception though, and that's Brackle here. He's actually been locked up by the other goblins because he refused to abandon the clan's previous god in favour of the Absolute. For this, his brethren have labelled him a traitor. Now, he gives us some information that was kind of lost on me at the time. I didn't realise this until later, but it's this line of dialogue right here.
The great Absolute brings us together. Drow and gnolls and goblins all braiding one another's ear.
Drow and gnolls and goblins. It seems the Absolute is forming alliances between races, possibly building an army. Now this, combined with the knowledge that tadpoles are infecting people at a pace faster than Concord refunds were distributed, I have a really bad feeling about this. Clearly these 3 champions of the Absolute are making moves, and we seem to be very far behind the 8 ball. For his part, Brackle seemingly has no interest in being released, so I guess we'll just leave him to chill in his wooden cage hanging over this massive drop. Whatever, if that's what he wants. Now by this stage, I've figured out how to use Cloud of Daggers with Will. and this would have been super helpful for that earlier battle with the goblins. It's a type of concentration spell. The way these work is that they stay active for a number of turns, but they will be cancelled if the user either employs a different concentration spell or if they have their concentration broken. The most common way that occurs is by them taking damage. Now, as for Clouded Daggers specifically, it does what you'd probably expect. It summons a bunch of flying daggers that will harm any unit passing through, including our units. So we do want to be careful with it, but setting this thing up in a choke point, like that doorway in the previous battle, it can be a really useful way to inflict damage on multiple enemies. And if you combine it with webbing to slow the bad guys down, well, that's more time that they're going to have to spend inside the cloud and more damage they're going to take. So I may suck at this game, but I am slowly improving, and that's something. May not be much, but it's something. Deep within the desecrated temple, we find what the goblins do with their human captives, and it does not look pretty. Liam here was with the Stooges who nearly got the whole grove killed earlier on by leading the goblins to them, and like the druid, this guy managed to get himself captured. And does anyone else think he looks like the actor who was in Lost and played one of the hobbits in Lord of the Rings? This dude is really reminding me of that guy. Anyway, he shares that there's apparently a secret passage underneath the temple that leads to the Night Song. So he does have some useful information for us, but unfortunately he has no idea where Halcyon is. So our search continues. We unlock Liam's chains, and the last piece of info he gives us is that the man wanting to purchase the Night Song is known as Lorroakan. So if we can find it, we may be in for quite the payday if we reach Baldur's Gate. Liam then sneaks away to warn the Grove that the goblins are planning a full-scale assault. Now hopefully it won't come to that. The plan is that by the time we're done here, there's going to be no goblins left still breathing to invade anything. Well, except for Brackle, I guess. He can be left to starve to death in his cage. Lucky him. By this point, Drifter has learned how to transform into a few more animals. We can become a rodent, which allows us to access small passages, a cat, which honestly seems pretty useless, and a wolf. But not just any wolf, a massive wolf. This is like one of those Game of Thrones wolves. Though in retrospect, it's kind of a butthole thing to do, since Shadowheart specifically told us back at the Grove that she has a fear of wolves and hates being around them. But whatever, we've got goblins to slaughter. This is going to help us do it. I can be really insensitive at times, hey. Whatever. By now, I've clued in that if we change into a creature before combat starts, we don't have to waste a turn transforming during the fight. So if I'm suspecting that a tough battle is coming up, I'm going to transform ahead of time. That way we can just start attacking with Drifter immediately. Also, check this out. Lae'zel can do this Mass Effect style charge attack directly into the foe. Now, I didn't end up finding it all that useful as an ability, but it is cool. After those hapless goblins are sent to their maker, we discover the Warg Pen. Now, the goblins in here seemingly haven't received the message that we're here to slaughter every last absolute worshipping fiend we come across. So they're not actually hostile to us. Instead of preparing for their end, they're throwing rocks at this caged bear. Now, Drifter has the ability to speak with animals, and it's really cool, and the bear asks us to help it escape. Naturally, we oblige, and another battle kicks off. The goblins are once again hostile, but now we have a bear on our side. It's kind of funny here. Will attempts to take down one of the two fleeing goblins. He makes 2 attacks and misses them both. Then Lae'zel runs in and just slaughters both of these little guys instantly. I guess that's why you should leave the swordplay to the warrior class. And then this is just bizarre. One of the goblins opens the gate to the Warg Pen. That means the beasts will be able to join the fight, and that's obviously bad for us. But Drifter takes spider mode and webs the ground in front of the pen. Now, for whatever reason, this sets the ground on fire. The web must have hit something flammable. But the strange part is this causes the gate to close again. I have no idea why that happened. Did the goblin have to hold the lever down to keep it open? I got no idea. Anyway, the wargs have been neutralized. Now the bear finally takes down one of the goblins, and that's the first thing he's done this whole time. Definitely not as useful as I expected. And then the wargs actually break through the gate. Yeah, doors and gates are destructible in this game. So if we encounter a locked door, often just bashing it into rubble is a viable option. And I love this idea. I had a mod in Skyrim that added the same mechanic, and my goodness, it is amazing. Warriors and mages being able to break through doors, so good. And look at this, the bear doesn't even help us with the wargs. He just stands there like a big useless pile of shit. Words cannot express my disappointment in this bear. It just sucks. Not helpful at all. But then, plot twist, it's not actually a bear at all. It's Halsin, the druid. We found him, and he's immediately on my bad side for how useless he was in that fight. Perhaps he can redeem himself by giving us some useful information. We ask him to cure us of our tadpole and...
I'm sorry to say, I can't undo that magic, which means I can't cure you.
Nah, this man is just straight garbage. Seriously, why is he so useless? How did he become the leader of the Grove? He can't do anything. Now he eventually does throw us a bone, and he tells us that the goblins' captives are being sent to Moonrise Towers. I mean, Liam and Brackle weren't sent there, so that seems like a massive lie to me, but okay, we'll go along with it. Halsin theorises that Moonrise Towers is where people are being infected with tadpoles. Yep, Moonrise Towers is where that's happening. Not the Nautiloid, no. Moonrise Towers. This guy is sounding less credible with every passing second. So he thinks that we'll find our cure there. And given the fact that he is saying this, I am 99% certain there will be absolutely nothing resembling a cure in Moonrise Towers. We'll see who ends up being right, shall we, Bearman? And then the final thing he tells us. If we deal with the Goblin Menace and sort out the Grove's troubles, he'll be free to accompany us to Moonrise Towers. And yeah, just great. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I'm sure this guy is going to be super useful doing that. Then, in perhaps the stupidest move I've made the whole game, I ask this useless lump to help us clear out the rest of the temple. I don't know why I did this, and he openly tells us he can't even control his bear form and will instantly charge any goblins he sees. So we're not going to be able to set up ambushes or anything like that. This dude's just going to run in there, full force, straight away. His incompetence is unending. Again, he's the leader of the Grove. He's supposed to be the best of them. What is going on? So, yeah, with the Baldur's Gate 3 equivalent of Leeson now in our group, we set out to finish the rest of the goblin leaders. First up is Minthara, and she's actually not a goblin. She's some corpse-looking lady. I believe they're called Drow, the race I mean. And apparently there's actually a lot of content involving this character that I missed out on since she was instantly hostile. But I don't care, she's a servant of evil and needs to go. Now I have webbed her goblin underlings, but Minthara seems to buff them with a spell that I don't understand, and the little pricks are able to just push right through the web and start attacking us. So when webbing fails, we use Clouded Daggers, and I would have liked to have used it sooner, but Will got a trash initiative roll, so he acted too late in the turn order. And interestingly, we now can control Halsin. He's no longer an ally and is actually a temporary part of the crew. And not having to rely on his terrible AI should make him infinitely more useful. And yeah, sure enough, he hammers the boss with a huge crit, taking over half her health just like that. Very nice. Drifter tries to similarly show off his animal skills, but his attack misses and inflicts 0 damage. Not nearly as impressive there, buddy. I guess Halsin is good for something at least. So we end up having to wait for the Bearman's next turn, and he obliterates Minthara. Alright, he was useful there. I'm starting to come around to this guy. Stacy returns, wanting us to gobble up another tadpole. Once again, we refuse. And she's just starting to become very, very slightly less patient with us than what she was the last time. But I don't care. I'm not eating brain maggots, lady. You just gotta accept that. Then it's time for the final showdown with the last of the 3 goblin bosses, Draw Ragslan. Now I have no idea how to pronounce this dude's name, but he's a big scary boy. And I did actually stumble across this guy before finding Halcyon. I tried taking him on and he slaughtered us like 100 times. There were a lot of reloads, so I'm hoping the Bear Man will be the difference maker. These are desperate times, no doubt. The strat is for the 2 druids to storm through the front door, while everyone else is on the ceiling beams above the room. I'm hoping the druids in animal form can inflict some decent melee damage, while everyone else provides range support from relative safety. I've given all of them either bows or crossbows, and some of them have spells they can use as well. I try to web the bad guys, but because there's fire pits in the area, the web instantly goes up in flame. I thought we'd be okay because the fire isn't actually on the floor, but that seemingly doesn't matter. If there is any fire in the AoE, even things like lanterns and fire pits, that web is history. So immediately this battle has started with an epic fail on my behalf. Well, that's good. This is going much better than it did the other 100 times. Then check out the power of Ragslan. He absolutely slaps Halcyon's bear form around, like just sends him flying through the air like he's some generic henchman in a Marvel movie. But something interesting to note here, Halcyon loses all his HP, but it doesn't cause him to get KO'd. Instead, he just returns to his human form, or elf form in his particular case, I guess. And look at this, he has almost full health. Now, it would take me a while to catch on to this, but the takeaway is that we can use some serious cheese with transformations. The enemy essentially has to deplete our health bar twice in order to down the soldier, once in animal form, once in regular form. Meanwhile, Lae'zel isn't great with a bow, and in retrospect, maybe I should have kept her with the druids. She's definitely better with her sword. But something interesting here, she is receiving a high ground advantage. Now, I'm not exactly sure how this works, but I think the general idea is that it makes it easier for us to hit the enemies below, and it makes it more difficult for them to hit us. The other thing that happens is some of the goblins climb up to the rafters after us. And there are some downsides to this. It's going to put the troops up there in more immediate danger. But it also has a big positive, because before too long, Drifter and Halcyon have Ragslan all to themselves. And then we're able to take Druid Cheese to the next level. See, Halcyon can transform back into bear mode and his HP is full again. So as long as they can keep transforming, the Druid is essentially immortal. They can just keep refilling that HP bar. This is awesome. And it turns out Halcyon can even recover HP in bear mode, so he is proving quite the tank. And even though Ragslan deals crazy damage compared to us, Halcyon is tanking it really nicely. The big man is proving far more valuable than I expected. Meanwhile, the 2 ladies miss 2 80% shots with their bows in a row, so that's pretty miserable. But they're at least keeping the weaker enemies distracted so that the druids aren't getting swarmed by bad guys. And then it actually ends up being Will with an Eldritch Blast that delivers the fatal blow to Ragslan. After that, it's just a matter of cleaning up the last couple of goblins, and that's a pretty easy task. And while the recap of this battle may have made it look pretty easy, like I said, this took countless attempts. And I found with some battles in this game that was the case, at least for me. Just trying the engagement, having to reload, and finally discovering which strategy is going to work. Halcyon thanks us for our help in dealing with the goblin leaders, and then he sets off for the grove. Now, this is a Western RPG, so of course finding loot scattered about the place is a big part of the game. And it turns out Ragslan was sitting on quite the sizable pile of treasure. Treasure that now belongs to us. In fact, the entire temple pretty much belongs to us now. The head of the goblin menace has been cut off, and the people of the grove can now rest easy. Another night's rest is interrupted by Stacy, and she's still banging on about wanting us to eat parasites. I'm sorry, lady, my heart is broken, and it can never be mended. Interestingly though, she does share with us that she's also infected with a tadpole. She explains that before it can be removed, we have to eliminate the source of its power, which I'm guessing is the Absolute. After that, she provides us a horrifying revelation that not only can the Absolute control all those infected with tadpoles, it also has the ability to convert them all into a full-on mind flayer basically instantly, whenever it wants. So just like that, we could potentially be dealing with an army of mind flayers. We have no idea how many infected are out there. Now, our party is at least safe from transforming since our mysterious acquaintance here is protecting us, but she does also give away that she stole this power from someone else. Yet another red flag for our girl. This isn't going to work out, is it? But regardless, our mission is clear. We need to find the Absolute and send it on a one-way trip to the Shadow Realm. As day breaks, I do have something else on my mind though, and that's this secret passage underneath the temple. So we continue exploring the site, and we come across this ogre blocking our path. Now we can attempt a persuasion check, but look at this. We need to roll a 22 on our D20. That's no easy feat, no doubt. So if we roll a 20, that's a critical success, and that'll always work. Otherwise, we need to rely on bonuses that increase our roll. And we roll a 5. Seems like we're going to need a new approach. I try climbing onto the ledge above the ogre. I figure we can treat her like the Berserker Queen in XCOM, take the high ground, and hopefully she's not able to hit us. The extremely, and I mean extremely, annoying part is that whenever she patrols back towards us, it triggers dialogue with her where she tells us to leave. And if we comply, the game resets us back onto ground level. Of course, if we don't comply, combat's gonna start when we're on ground level. So we have to be super quick in climbing the ladder and then initiating combat once we're up there. And it just takes forever. It was so obnoxious. Eventually, I do remember that you can actually activate turn-based mode whenever you want, even if you're not in combat. And this can be really useful for avoiding environmental traps that work on a timer. But in this instance, it allows everyone to climb the ladder without having to worry about the dialogue triggering. And then Shadowheart can kick off the fight with a fireball into the back of the ogre. Now this chunky specimen has 75 HP. Our highest is Lae'zel with 36. So yeah, beefy ogre no doubt. And it can throw rocks at us, so we're not entirely safe on the high ground. So the ogre moves directly under this hanging fire pit, and I decide I'm going to employ a galaxy-brained move, and we're going to bring that fire pit down on her head. So we take aim with Lae'zel's bow. Your days are done, ogre. Never mind, it does 0 damage, and we've completely wasted our turn. Cool. Guess we need to use a bigger projectile. I try Drifter's fireball, and it also does nothing. In retrospect, I should have used Thunderwave. That likely would have wrecked the ogre and the fire pit. Live and learn, I guess. So I decide to just focus on the ogre the old-fashioned way. We'll just hit it with attacks. But the squad is blind, so we're missing more often than we land. And even when they do connect, we're doing pretty miserable damage. And as the battle continues, the ogre finally lands with one of the thrown rocks on Shadowheart, and it takes over a third of her health. So this is not looking good. Then the ogre starts heading for the ladder, so I'm starting to worry that she can climb it. I figured she'd be too big and too heavy, but maybe she's not, and that could be really bad. So fortunately, I finally decide to use Thunderwave, which not only hits the ogre, but it destroys the ladder too. So now there's no way up here, we are safe. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. We can recover Shadowheart before she's Shadow Realmed. That doesn't sound right, does it? Anyway, Lae'zel I sent to ground level to keep line of sight on the ogre and attack with her bow. But the big girl just charges at her, covers a huge distance and inflicts big damage. Now our toad woman does have, I think it's called the athletic feat, which allows her to jump crazy far. And I found this pretty useful on everyone, but particularly on the melee units. It can allow them to jump over obstacles and get in right where you need them. Anyway, as Lae'zel jumps, the ogre gets an opportunity attack. Thankfully it misses, and Lae'zel can use those mighty legs of her to propel herself back to high ground. The thrown rocks from the ogre do pack a punch, but seemingly not as much as her melee attacks. That was absolutely brutal. And finally, it's Shadowheart with a well-placed arrow that takes the big lady down once and for all. Now that was a pretty intense fight, but it is worth it, as beyond the ogre's chamber, we do indeed find the hidden passage that Liam told us about. I think you can solve a puzzle to open the door, but we just bypass it by using an item named Thieves' Tools, essentially this game's version of a lockpick. And look at this place. This ladder goes a long way down. We really are descending to the depths of the earth here, aren't we? Wait, does D&D even take place on Earth? It probably doesn't. Anyway, check out Shadowheart once we arrive.
Careful, Lae'zel. It's dark around here. Would be a terrible shame to lose you forever.
Just the sass. I love this. These chicks really aren't getting along, are they? Our journal updates indicating we are indeed on the path of the Night Song. Now we have a bit of a peek around and we get a glimpse of this Minotaur. I haven't seen one of those before, and at maximum health it has 84 HP. Now there are these weird lasers protecting the temple, and the Minotaur thankfully gets wasted before it can even reach the gate. But I'm just thinking, like, going off that Minotaur's health pool, it's clear this place is too high a level for us right now. I mean, that ogre was really difficult with its 75 HP. These Minotaurs are going to be even more beastly, and there could be more of them. Now we have uncovered a fast marker travel here, so I decide for now we're going to leave. We'll check this place out later. For right now, we return to the Grove to see if Halcyon has restored any amount of order. When we get there, the refugees shower us with praise as we've now made the road a lot safer for their journey. As for Halcyon, he's going off on Korga. He puts the kibosh on the Ride of Thorns and demotes Korga back to rookie status. Once she leaves like a scolded dog, Halcyon reaffirms his commitment to joining us on our path to Moonrise Towers. So it seems the turmoil at the Grove has been solved, and we hold a celebration with all the friends we've made along the way.
Hope you're enjoying the night, hero. I certainly am. Cheers to many more like this.
You have no idea how good it feels to see these people smiling. The singing we could probably do without, but even so, thank you.
Go on now. Don't waste a night like this talking to me. We'll discuss your problem tomorrow.
You came through for us. That's a change from most adults I know.
Sherry! That's infernal for cheers. Or possibly turnip.
And I was ready for this part of the game. I had heard that the companions in this game are some thirsty mofos. Like, been wandering the Sahara Desert for the last 20 years amounts of thirsty. And all of them are going to try to jump us like we're a Twitch thought and they're our moderators. Lae'zel is pretty direct with her advances, telling us she wants to taste our sweat. That's a horrifying fetish if ever I've heard one. Gale tells me I'm going to have to work on charming him if I want a piece of that. I do not. Will is being antisocial in the corner. He's still concerned about Karlach, so we don't have to worry about any advances from him. Not for now, at least. Shadowheart offers to share a bottle of wine with us, and look, she's the only vaguely human-looking woman we've encountered on this plane of existence. So sure, let's share a bottle of wine. She asks us about our past and we share some details. I then decide to ask her about her past, and this is so messed up. See, we need to pass this persuasion check. It's only 10 and we've got +3 to our roll. So essentially we need to roll at least a 7 out of 20. That should be pretty easy, right? Well, we failed twice. That's a 9% chance. I really need to stop playing these RNG based games. And as far as rerolls go, well, we can do it, but we only have a finite amount of them. So I want to pick my spots as to when to use them. And I'm not wasting a third one on this. 9%, this is just stupid. So Shadowheart remains a riddle wrapped in a mystery. We make an insight roll. When these occur, the narrator will give you a little bit of insight into a situation, and Shadowheart is apparently waiting for us to make our move. But I don't know, I'm pretty traditional when it comes to these things, Like, if you don't want to share any details about yourself, then I don't know if I'm interested. I'd rather know where your mouth has been before I try to kiss you. So thanks RNG, you've really cock-blocked me on this one, buddy. And now Shadowheart is annoyed at me. Damn it, man. So after a pretty miserable celebration, the morning comes and Halcyon is ready to join us on our journey to Moonrise Towers. He informs us there's 2 paths to get there. One is a road through the mountains, the other is actually the underground area we found in the Temple of Selûne. Kind of a Lord of the Rings moment here. We can go over the mountains or under them. That's cool. Now Shadowheart's curiosity peaks when Halcyon mentions Dark Justiciars on the underground path. Apparently they're Shah worshippers, and there was an army of them living down there under the leadership of a man named Ketheric Thorm. He also warns us that Thorm, before he was actually defeated by Halcyon himself, unleashed the Shadow Curse on the land where Moonrise Towers lies. Now I'm not entirely sure what this Shadow Curse will do to us, but it sounds like this journey is going to be extremely hazardous. Now anyway, since we already know the way and Shadowheart seems to want a history lesson on these Justiciars, I guess that's the path we're taking. Plus, Halcyon does say it's the more direct route anyway, so it makes sense to go there. Now once we venture deep enough along the path to Moonrise Towers, we're actually going to complete Act 1 of the game. The story is split into 3 acts, and the world will change when we transition from one to the next. So in terms of the story, we finished the main quest for Act 1, the conflict between the Grove and the Goblins, but once we move into Act 2, we'll actually lose the ability to return to this Wildlands area. So we want to finish up any business we have here before we leave. And the main thing on my mind is finding Karlach and assisting Will in his quest to slay this fiend. As we travel the region, we come across this injured man and his 2 companions. It turns out they were attacked by an owlbear, and by happenstance, the dying guy is a true soul. His final wish is for us to protect his 2 siblings. He then tells them that Drifter is a true soul before passing on. Now, these remaining 2 dingbats aren't true souls. And as far as the absolute goes, that puts them at kind of the bottom of the pecking order. Basically, true souls outrank them and can boss them around. So I send the pair to avenge their brother by slaying the owlbear. Now for those who don't know, owlbears are pretty fearsome creatures, and I've effectively just sent these 2 simpletons to their demise. I do not feel bad about it. We do accompany the duo just long enough for combat with the owlbear to initiate, and for it to one-shot one of the 3 stooges. Well, they're technically down to 1 stooge now, but you get my point. And once this happens, we turn tail and book it out of there as fast as we possibly can. The owlbear annihilates the last idiot and does turn its attention to us. But by that time, we're so far away that we escape the scene of the crime quite easily. And look, some people might say this was an extremely messed up thing to do to these hapless fools. But from where I'm sitting, when you're worshipping a being that's planning on turning the world into a bunch of Cthulian monstrosities, there's no mercy in my heart for you. At that point, you are my enemy, and I destroy my enemies. What I do have mercy on, though, is this poor little pup Scratch. His owner seems to have met a fairly unfortunate-looking end, and Scratch here is just waiting for him to wake up. Man, this is the saddest thing ever. This is like Music Box in Bloodborne levels of sad. We try to convince him to follow us, but he doesn't want to leave his master, so we settle on giving him our scent. Hopefully he'll come and join us when he's ready. We then encounter some followers of Tyr. He's kind of the god of law and order, I think. And this band of warriors confronted none other than Karlach and got absolutely stomped. They've got injured soldiers all over the place, and they're now holding up in an abandoned toll house, praying that this villain doesn't return to finish the job. Their leader, Anders, gives us her location and offers to gift us his sword if we gift him Karlach's head. So off we go. As we set out, we find a corpse on the ground and we actually have the Speak with Dead ability. So we can interrogate this corpse and he tells us that he was a toll collector. But Anders said the toll house was abandoned. This corpse is fresh. This man died recently. Something doesn't add up here. Further down the path we find Karlach herself and she appears to be having stomach problems. She's clearly in pain as we confront her, and then, very surprisingly, we're able to enter her mind. She has a tadpole as well. And the vision we see isn't her fighting for the archdevil Zariel, as Will informed us is the case. She's actually battling against Zariel's minions. Turns out she was forced to join the devil against her will. Get it? Will? Yeah, sorry. Anyway, the first chance she had, Karlach escaped the vile archdevil, and now she's actually on the run from Zariel. Will is insistent on slaying her, but I'm not convinced. I think this muscular woman deserves a chance. And Will eventually does come around to the idea. So it turns out the Paladins of Tyr we met earlier are actually working for Zariel, at least according to Karlach. So Karlach heads to our camp, while the usual team return to the toll house to sort out this mess. It's really weird. Anders just straight up admits to lying and confesses that he's working for Zariel. Like, it took no convincing at all. Now the good news for these guys is that once we're done with them, they're not going to have any more injured to have to treat. Nope, not a single one. We meet up with Karlach back at camp, and you can see Scratch wandering around in the background. He did decide to join us after all. And yes, you can pet him and play with him, and yes, it is the best thing ever. Also, if you can speak with animals, you can actually talk to him as well. Now Karlach thanks us for our help dealing with the false agents of Tyr, and she tells us that she's struggling to maintain her internal heat. Now what does that mean? Well, Zariel placed what is known as an infernal engine in her body. It gives her great power, but since she left Avernus, it's been growing hotter and hotter. She's gonna have to work on getting it under control, but in the meantime, she's willing to join our crew. And she's the final playable recruit we'll acquire, at least for a while. I should also mention here that even though Halcyon is in our camp, we can't actually add him to our party and control him. Dude is just kind of a moocher. I also take the time to discuss last night's events with Shadowheart, and the dialogue kind of sucks here. You either need to declare your romantic intentions or just end it. There's no middle of the road option, so you can see how things play out and make up your mind later. And because of this, I end up telling Shadowheart I'm not interested in the kindest way that I can. And she's a little abrupt with us, but she doesn't seem to take it too badly. And then I didn't even really think about this at the time, but to make matters even worse, I actually dismiss her from the party. I just wanted to try out some of the other recruits to see how they go, but this kind of was a jerk thing to do. My bad. On the road, we're ambushed by some gnolls. I've replaced Shadowheart with Gale, and the problem here is that Drifter and Will are reasonably squishy, and Gale is very squishy. These guys are more focused on magic than physical toughness, so the whole team gets massacred except for Lae'zel. She's left all alone battling the last couple of gnolls. Now Gale and Will thankfully make their saving throws and are just KO'd, but Drifter, he's gone. Like, sent to the Shadow Realm. Finished. No more. And that may seem like a huge problem, the main character just falling over like Ubisoft's stock price before we're even close to the end of the story. All is not lost though. We're able to play as Lae'zel and visit Withers, and he can revive our hapless leader. And I don't know how much I'll talk about this in the video, but I end up using this resurrection service a lot. Because, I get my butt kicked a lot. You can also recruit generic fighters for your team if you want to. Could be useful in a playthrough where you're not using the resurrection mechanic, but that's not me, not by a long shot. And it seems our time walking the line between the living and the not isn't quite over yet. In our camp, we're accosted by Mazora, one of Zariel's lackeys. Now surprisingly, she's not here for Karlach. She's actually more interested in Will. Yeah, turns out our boy has been working for Zariel this entire time. He's not hunting monsters, he's taking orders from one. Literally the only guy in our party who seemed trustworthy, and he turns out to be a literal minion for a devil. What can I say? Why am I even surprised at this point? Now, for refusing to slay Karlach, Mizora turns Will into this monstrosity. Dude is looking dank. Now, once she leaves, we can discuss the situation with Will. Mizora has forbidden him from speaking about the terms of the pact that he made with Zariel, and so all he can tell us is that he did it for a good reason. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see. While at camp, Karlach gives us a bit more lore on Zariel by providing us her backstory. Basically, Karlach was working for a man named Gortash in the city of Baldur's Gate. He ended up betraying her and handing her over to Zariel. It took Karlach years to escape, but she's managed it, and she's not looking to go back to Avernus. I can't say I blame her. So from all this, I think the main takeaway is that Zariel is a massive scrotum. As we leave camp, I replace Gale with Karlach. She's more of a physical attacker like Lae'zel, so I'm hoping her presence will give our team a bit of a better balance. Also, you may notice this little devil thing following Will around. Turns out I've learned how to use Will's summoning spell. Now this thing is pretty weak, but we can control the little guy in combat, so it gives us an extra attack or a meat shield depending on what we need. We continue our adventures and soon arrive at an inn by the name of Walking's Rest, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. There's probably bigger problems though, as the place is on fire and the soldiers we encounter are concerned that Will's father, Duke Older Ravenguard, could be trapped in the flames. A small world, it seems. So we rush the building and we hear yelling from inside one of the rooms. Naturally, we try to help the guy inside, and this is one of those scenarios where I think just showing you what happened will be far more effective than me trying to describe it.
The heat coming off that door. Opening it could spell trouble.
Oof. Sorry, bro. I really hope that wasn't the Duke. Will won't be pleased. And I gotta say, this absolutely cracked me up. As a kid, I remember being told multiple times that opening a door would always make a fire worse due to the influx of air, but it seems I didn't pay enough attention. So yeah, just an epic fail on my part here. Not our most heroic moment, I will grant you that. We can still hear people yelling in the building, but our squad has been blinded from the smoke and we're constantly taking damage from the fire. So I decide we're just going to cut our losses and bail out of the building. We may not have been able to save any of the people trapped, but at least we saved ourselves. Barely. In another part of the building that thankfully hasn't yet caught flame, we are able to rescue someone in the form of Councillor Floric. She informs us that some drow abducted the Duke and she orders the soldiers to lead the rescue effort. She also gives us some lore on the Duke, and it's here we learn that he's actually Will's father. Now, Papa Ravenguard works with the city guard, and it's likely Baldur's Gate may be left vulnerable without his leadership. Plus, the councillor hints at Will and Older's relationship being a bit rocky, so we're getting blasted with plot developments here. Now, from the Goblin camp, we know the drow have connections with the Absolute. And it turns out this Walking's Rest is actually on the way to Moonrise Towers. This is the path you would take if you miss or avoid the underground area that we found earlier. So the logical conclusion is that the drow are taking the Duke to the tower. The same tower where the tadpoles are apparently originating from, meaning one of the most powerful men in Baldur's Gate could soon be working for the Absolute. This is not good. With the Duke in danger, we decide to scout the road to the mountain pass. Maybe we'll be able to pick up his trail. However, what we find isn't any drow. Instead, some flaming fist soldiers, the same guys working with Floric, who are no doubt on Alder's trail, well, they've stumbled across a Githyanki patrol. And they get got. A dragon just obliterates the entire bridge they were standing on. So much for exploring that area. Lae'zel assures us we'll be fine and the Githyanki will allow us to pass to the creche. Yeah, remember that? We're still holding out hope it'll remove our tadpoles. And if the Duke has been infected, it'll be good to have a way to remove them. Now, it turns out the guy riding the dragon is Ketheric Voss, and he seems to be a very high-ranking soldier amongst the Githyanki. And what I really like about this conversation is that you can actually opt to let Lae'zel do the talking rather than your own character. And that makes sense to do since she's naturally going to receive a warmer welcome than our human character. I mean, if the Flaming Fists treatment is anything to go by at least. So we're going to pretend Lae'zel is the boss and we're her unwilling slaves. May not be the most glamorous role to play, but if it keeps us alive, we'll do it. Now, Voss is looking for a powerful weapon that was stolen, and when he speaks of it, the artifact from Shadowheart begins to grow anxious. Now, it actually made its way to Drifter's possession after we dismissed Shadowheart from the party, and these two things combined, this weird little trinket seems to have a will of its own, and it wants nothing to do with Voss. Voss commands Lae'zel to assist in the search, and this is interesting. We can make a persuasion check to subtly encourage her to play along with Voss's demands, but to not actually reveal to him that we have the artifact. And even though it's only a 10 out of 20 roll, I need the assistance of all 3 bonuses just to roll the bare minimum. Because of course I do. But the interesting part is that Lae'zel is lying to her superior. Now, this is the first time in the game, at least that I can remember, that she's shown doubt to the Githyanki cause. Up until now, she's been constantly banging on about how great they are and how she wants to rise high enough in the ranks to ride a dragon of her own. As the conversation ends, Drifter suspects Voss is lying about his intentions. And after his team leaves, Lae'zel all too eagerly agrees with us. It seems she doesn't trust Voss either. Now, she's still certain that the creche's purification ritual is the key to removing our tadpoles, but I thought this little chip in her ideological armour, so to speak, was an interesting development for her. Let's see how it plays out. Now, I would like to check out the creche, and it's also along the mountain pass, so Alder could be in the area somewhere. It seems like a logical place for us to visit. However, when we attempt to enter, the game hits us with this horrifying message. Now, what the game is saying without saying here is that advancing to this new location is going to move the story forward to Act 2. And the game is split into 3 acts. Once we transition from one to the next, the state of the world will change, and we will not be able to go back. Once we trigger Act 2, the Wildlands area that we're currently in will actually become inaccessible. So we're not going to go just yet, plus the game is also telling us that we're too low leveled. Given we weren't low level for the Goblin camp, and that area was as brutal as playing Shadow of the Erdtree while using the controller with only your anus, I really don't think we should head to the creche just yet. I think we'll get slaughtered if we do that. Now here, I actually lost some footage. And I don't mean it got corrupted or anything like that. I mean I lost it. I have no idea where the file with this footage went or why it's not with the rest of the recordings. And it's actually annoying. We went back to the Goblin camp and wiped out everyone outside the temple. Like all of them. It was a display of pure brutality. And I was going to do like this whole music montage thing, and it was going to be really cool. At least I think it would have been cool. So it's a real shame that it's gone. But yeah, for the record and for the sake of canon, everything at the Goblin camp has lost its breathing privileges. We were like the sand people on Anakin's family. And what can I say? We need that XP. We got to get to a higher level so we can get to that creche. And part of that lost footage was the start of this conversation between Shadowheart and Lae'zel. So I'll just have to fill you in on the context. The lizard woman is thinking we should return the artifact back to her people, while the emo girl is having none of it. She has a mission to retrieve that artifact and she intends to complete her assignment. Now I tell the pair to sleep on it and we'll discuss the matter in the morning. And I know what you're thinking, yeah, that was a really stupid thing to do. I mean, I'm stuck with the carnival of outcasts and freak shows, so of course rationality is not going to prevail. Instead, we wake up to Shadowheart about to slit Lae'zel's throat. Now normally I'd be annoyed at this level of dysfunction, but the lizard woman did do the exact same thing to me earlier, so whatever. I'm just done caring at this point. I'd honestly be surprised if these weirdos weren't trying to murk everyone around them. We have another persuasion check and we make this one pretty easily. That allows us to talk some sense into Shadowheart and everyone survives, at least for now. And Shadowheart's dialogue is interesting here. Even though she has the knife at Lae'zel's throat, she's almost begging the lizard lady to be her ally rather than enemy. And there's a bit of a vulnerability here, as if Shadowheart doesn't enjoy being this cold, but it's the only way she knows how to protect herself. Strike others down before they have the chance to get close enough to do the same to her. And I imagine a lot of us have probably known people just like this in our real lives. I mean, not to the same extent, holding knives up to people, but that type of being guarded and keeping people at a distance. Yeah, Shadowheart is complicated, but she's also realistic. Really good character here. And Lae'zel's also really well done as a character. Now, I'm not sure I'll be able to find the exact footage of when it happened. There's over 100 hours of recording, so sometimes getting the exact thing that I need is difficult. But there's this scene where she refers to tieflings as teethlings. And the NPCs we're talking to start laughing at her and making fun of her about it. And it's such a small thing, but it gives this whole other dimension to Lae'zel's character. This society she's in is not what she's used to. And her bluster is no doubt overcompensation for the vulnerability that she feels being out of her element. And again, you've probably met people like this in your own life. So these companions, as absolutely deranged as they are leagues above what most other games are going to give you in terms of characterization. They're complex, and reading into their personalities requires more than just do their questline and then they'll tell you all their deepest, darkest secrets. Now, don't get me wrong, that overused mechanic is still definitely present in the game, but at least there's a bit more to these characters than just that. Anyway, getting back to the creche and the game telling me how our characters are a bunch of little soy boy bitch, we need to level up. And I should say, I was frantically searching for any quests we could do or fights we could start. I've felt underleveled pretty much ever since we left the Nautiloid. Now, it's probably because I still have barely any idea what the heck I'm doing, but nonetheless, we do need to become stronger. So before we head to the underground, I'm just on the lookout for anything else we can do. And, like clockwork, we come across this old lady who's being accosted by two random guys. But interestingly, it's actually the guys who are in the right here. See, their sister lost her husband to the Shadow Realm, and she went searching for the hag to bring him back from the dead. And as any horror fan will tell you, that is an absolutely horrible idea, especially when Withers could have done it for a mere 200. What is this woman thinking? Instead, old hag Ethel here is holding the woman hostage, forcing her to eat as if it's a Monty Python sketch. And I think it's here I inadvertently discover that you can engage dialogue with any character, not just the party lead. So here we talk to Ethel as Will, and she actually references one of his eyes being balked. So the dialogue may change a little bit depending on who we're controlling when we initiate the conversation. Now that's a really cool feature. And I say that this was inadvertent because I had no intention of using Will for the conversation, but Drifter was in spider form and that would naturally make it difficult to talk, and so I think the game kind of defaulted to Will. Maybe I did it myself just without realising, but I don't think so. Anyway, I would eventually clue into this strat. Will has a higher charisma score than Drifter, so it's often easier to make persuasion rolls with our horned follower rather than our protagonist. Now, Ethel seems to teleport the sister Mayrina out of existence backroom style. We need to find her. Now, as you probably expect, Ethel has a hidden lair under her house. She seems like the type to have exactly that. And once we find the secret entrance, Ethel transforms into a hideous, greasy freak. Turns out she's a witch, and a pretty nasty one at that. Now, she vanishes after Mayrina, but she actually leaves some pretty manky-looking underlings to occupy us. We are able to dispose of them fairly easily, though. And I think it may be possible here to prevent Ethel from escaping, but I'm not sure about that. And even if it is possible, I certainly wasn't able to pull it off. This is also probably a good time to mention Karlach in battle. She's amazing. She has this ability to increase her hit chance at the expense of also making it easier for enemies to hit her. And given how horribly inaccurate pretty much all of our attacks are in this game, it is so nice having someone who can reliably land shots. Karlach is awesome. Now we have to battle our way through Ethel's dungeon before a boss fight with the Haggard one herself comes at the end. And I'm going to be honest here, even now watching the footage back to write this script, I have no idea how this fight works or what the heck you're meant to do. We attack Ethel with Spider Drift, but the old bag's not interested in us. Instead, she lights Mayrina's cage on fire and then makes a whole bunch of clones of herself. Now the fire is going to damage the cage every turn, so we need to either extinguish the flames or get Mayrina out of there. I understand that much. I'm just not entirely sure how we do that. Now it turns out I end up putting out the flames inadvertently. Drift has the spell Sleet Storm, which covers an area in ice. The reason I use it is to make the clones slip and fall, but it actually hits the cage as well and it douses out the fire. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that, just good fortune. And while all of this is going on, Mayrina is shouting at us to stop fighting. Now, of course, I'm going to ignore that advice, and I'm guessing this is one of those scenarios where if we take out the original, the clones will disappear too. So with the cage no longer on fire, we can focus on the main Ethel, which Will has knocked down with his cloud of daggers. The daggers end up destroying Ethel, and, well, here's what happens. Yeah, we eliminate Ethel and Mayrina just drops dead at the exact same time. And look at the truckload of information the game is giving me on the side. Ethel was hit for 17 slashing damage, Mayrina was hit for 12 slashing damage. I am so deeply confused. The quest journal isn't giving me much either. Auntie Ethel is finally dead. We should see if Mayrina is alright.
Mayrina is dead.
Well, that clears up absolutely nothing. Did Ethel tie their life forces together somehow? Was it some kind of trick and the Ethel we attacked was actually Mayrina? But if that's the case, why was she throwing fireballs at us? Yeah, I got nothing here. This was so bizarre. We are able to save someone though. This guy had been turned into stone, but now he's free. So that's something, I guess. And this guy is okay too. So yeah, we weren't completely useless in this rescue operation, just mostly useless. As we leave, we see the area around the Hag is actually dank, depressing swampland, not the frolicking green forest it was when we entered. Some kind of illusionary magic there. We also encounter this Pirates of the Caribbean reject, and he's actually hunting Asterion. Now, since we sent that douchebag packing, we are of no help to this guy, so I'm guessing that's a side quest that we've just missed out on. And as for Mayrina's brothers, we did try to convince them to leave the search to us. Now, given how things turned out, they were right to not leave Mayrina's rescue in our hands. But yeah, unfortunately, it didn't end well for them either. No time to mourn though, we've got levels to grind, so let's get out of here. Back at camp, we give Gale another enchanted item to consume, and we've done this a few times now, but our man is concerned since the objects no longer seem to be satisfying the hunger within him. And this leads to him spilling his backstory to us. Basically, he was banging the goddess Mystra. Yeah, this little magic dweeb is actually the Giga Chad of the game. Now, he gives us a really long backstory, and I'm gonna simplify it down so even a layman like myself can understand, and I'll probably butcher it along the way, so I'll apologise in advance. From what I can tell, he obtained a magic book to impress Mystra. I think he was planning to gift the book to her, but I don't know if I'm just smooth-brained or if Gale here is good at using weasel words. But his intention is not entirely clear, at least that's what I found as he retold his story. Instead, he ends up reading the book, and that results in the magic from the book being implanted in his body. Hence, the orb, as he calls it, is now driving this hunger for magical relics. And here's the real disturbing part. If the orb's hunger isn't met, it could cause the equivalent of a nuclear explosion. This dude is a literal walking apocalypse. Well, to be fair, he says the explosion would only destroy one city, so I guess that's better than the whole country or something like that, but still not good. And yeah, like I said, apologies if I'm butchering the lore, but the main takeaway is that we need to do something to get this orb under control, lest our boy Gale detonate into pieces and take all of us with him. As if we didn't have enough problems already, huh? On the plus side, no one tries to murder anyone else in their sleep tonight, so that's always a plus. And as the sun rises in the morning, we're actually done with the wildlands. We're heading to the underground, never to return to this place. Let's see what lies below, shall we? We return to the Underdark, the area we found beneath the temple earlier, and we've made it all of about 20 steps when this demonic monstrosity accosts us. It's apparently called a spectator, and it seems to have turned everyone around it into stone. And this thing is pure nightmare fuel. On its turn, it gets to transform one of the stone guys back into flesh. It also attacks Drifter and nearly one-shots him. Then it attacks Drifter again and paralyzes him. Then it attacks Drifter yet again and sends him into dying state. And this big flying piece of poo just got 4 actions in one turn. I do not like this thing. And everyone else on the team is surprised, so they all lose their turn. This is honestly like a comedy of errors. Like we just go around this corner, the leader of the party gets instantly ripped apart, and the rest of the crew just stands there arguing amongst themselves. I don't want to fight it. You go fight it. Oh, bummer, our leader is dead. We truly are the A team, aren't we? Now that alert ability I talked about way back at the start of the video, that actually prevents our troops from ever being surprised. So if I had given that to everybody at this stage, we wouldn't have been caught off guard the way we were. Sadly, I hadn't figured that out yet in the game. Now the formerly stone guy also gets to act, and he blinds our remaining soldiers. I mean, not that they were much use anyway, but even so, the way this fight is going, I think it might be an even more embarrassing display than our attempt at playing firefighter. I just love that footage. Maybe that needs to become a meme for this channel. I cannot stop laughing at it. Anyway, the big thing continues attacking Drifter even as he's lying on the ground dying. It really has a grudge against our boy for some reason. Maybe this thing is a Midnight Suns fan, I'm not sure. But anyway, the stupid blob has turned another stone warrior back to flesh, but this one is actually attacking the thing. So I'm not sure what's going on here. The first one helped the big boy, but the new guy is going against it. Maybe it's trying to mind control these guys or something, but they have a chance to resist. I don't know. I am so clueless in this fight. I have no idea what's going on. And this new fighter has a yellow circle around him. And I don't think I actually realised that at the time, but I think yellow means that they're neutral, so they're not on our side or the enemy's. I could be wrong about that though. Now Lae'zel ends up being pretty clutch in this fight. With Action Surge, I think she ends up hitting the big boy 4 times in one turn. Turnabout is fair play, it seems. And she is just shredding this thing's health. And thanks to her efforts, we actually end up winning the battle. I really did not expect that the way this started. And we even do it before Drifter gets Shadow Realmed. So the takeaway here is that Action Surge is amazing. Now as soon as the fight is over, the guy who blinded us initiates dialogue. He seems free of the mind control now, maybe. And he is an absolute stooge. Arrogant beyond belief, and his need to constantly proclaim his greatness leads to him telling us some fairly confidential information. And he lets slip that he's on the search for something called the Adamantine Forge. It turns out the reason he's so happy to tell us about his top secret mission is because he has no intention of letting us live. Well, turns out he was as weak as he was egotistical. Let that be a lesson to him, that he can't learn because he's dead. Anyway, we do still have a couple of his underlings to deal with. Apparently a second one was also revived from stone, but I guess I missed that when it happened. Now with these vermin defeated, we can finally revive our Drifty Boy. And I have to say, I'm really leaning heavily on the ladies right now. Lae'zel and Karlach are putting in good work. And I think it's because their melee builds kind of require less expertise when using them. You can really just run in and smash things around. There's a lot less to consider than the magic-focused characters. At least that's what I found. But we're not done experiencing the horrors of the Underdark just yet. We're ambushed by a Bulette. I have no idea how to pronounce that, and I know I'm gonna get it wrong. But it looks like a big stone dinosaur. And it has even more health than the Spectator. And you can see here I'm still just attacking with Drifter's stick. This is a horrible idea, and I'm really not sure why I didn't transform at this point. I guess I was just still figuring out the game and how things work. Anyway, at least with Will, I've got a strat. Just spam Cloud of Daggers whenever possible. It's not the most complex strategy in the world, I will give you that, but it does seem to be working for me. Anyway, thankfully Barney here doesn't have any minions to call on for aid, and because of that we can actually take him down easier than we did the Spectator. But yeah, the monsters in this place are pretty horrific. I'm glad we grinded for XP before coming down here. And the Underdark is pretty massive. It's not as big as the Wildlands, but there is still plenty to discover in this place. And there's quite a few secrets to find. I know that I missed some. Like I saw an area or two that I wanted to check out, but I just couldn't figure out how to get there. So if you enjoy exploring places and finding secrets, I think the Underdark is probably your jam, provided you're ready for all the gigantic beasts trying to slaughter you, of course. Then we get ambushed by some turrets, I guess. Wasn't really expecting that, but these things shoot laser beams at us and they do a decent bit of damage. Now the idea here is to make sure that when we end a unit's turn, they are behind a cover so the turret cannot shoot them on its turn. But just like the amount of times we miss, it seems this game has also taken some cues from XCOM when it comes to broken line of sight. I thought Lae'zel would be safe behind this enormous rock, but apparently not. Apparently the turret can shoot right through it. So that's cool, just what I want. Now as annoying as these things are, they don't have too much health, so once we can get close enough to attack them back, Karlach can actually bash them into pieces pretty easily. And I did try damaging them with spells from a distance, but none of them seem to be working. So once again, just hitting things with a big metal stick seems like the best approach. It's the way to solve all our problems. D&D for simpletons is paying off so far. Mostly. Then I spend an absolute eternity exploring this stupid tower. We run all the way through it, top to bottom. We scale the cliff nearby, check out the outside. The whole building is basically one giant puzzle, and I'm just trying to figure out how the heck it works. Luckily, I have access to a magic far more powerful than even the mightiest wizard or goddess of the Sword Coast. I have Google, and it unlocks all the secrets of the universe for me. And our reward for figuring out the puzzle and making it to the top of the tower? Yeah, an insanely difficult fight. I think there is a way to avoid this battle if you find the right items inside the tower, but I didn't manage to do that. And this gang of robots is just brutal. It took quite a few reloads to get through this one. The strat ends up being to lock down the leader with Cloud of Daggers and then wail away on him with Karlach and Lae'zel. We want to keep him engaged, stop him from moving. Meanwhile, the guys keep the lackeys distracted to let our melee fighters do their thing. Now, it wasn't as bad as Draw Ragslan, but it was still a very difficult fight. The worst one we've had in a while, for sure. And after much suffering, it seems we're finally nearing the end of our journey in the Underdark. There's only one last hurdle remaining. This fat wanker. He threatens to murderize us, but I manage to talk him down. Then he starts telling us his problems, and it's like, buddy, I didn't ask. And it turns out he's down here hunting for a... Oh, I get it. So you fancy dabbling in the slave trade, do you? I tell him he can find his own stupid boots, and naturally he doesn't like that. He's back to wanting to end us. And he's even escalated things to wanting to eat us as well. Alright, it's time to show this angry little manlet who's boss. Now, he is a solid boy, so he has a lot of HP, and he starts raising zombies to fight by his side, which I wasn't expecting. Now, initially I'm not too worried about them since the zombies are far below us, but the amount of ground they can cover is just absurd. Like, their range seems almost infinite, and within a turn, they've planted themselves between us and the big boy. Now, Drifter has learned spike growth by this point. It covers the grounds in thorny vines that slow enemies down, and I'm hoping that that's going to help us, but given how fast these monstrosities are, I'm not sure it will. But it actually turns out, yeah, it is extremely effective at slowing them down. So I was kind of panicking for nothing there. And not only does it reduce them to a crawl, it actually damages them as they stumble their way through the brambles. Plus, they even have a chance of falling down, which halts their movement completely for the rest of the turn. And look at me figuring out how to effectively use my main character. If I keep this up, I might even be able to convince some of you that I actually know what the heck I'm doing. I won't get ahead of myself on that one though. Now, you may have been told in life not to kick someone when they're down. As you can see with Karlach here, I do not subscribe to that particular belief. Because the thing is, when a unit has fallen down from a hazard, they're actually easier to hit, like the percentage to hit them goes up. So the game literally incentivizes us to beat on a fool when they're down. And if that's what the game wants, hey, that's what I gotta do. I'm a people pleaser after all. Karlach carves the slaver in two, but he has a friend with really crazy hair. I get a little bit too ambitious with Drifter here and I teleport him right next to the matted sidekick. But he has more health than I planned for and we can't take him down quickly enough. So he ends up delivering a pretty nasty blow to our boy. Thankfully it's all good. Karlach has a crossbow and she can end this encounter with a bolt to the dude's spine. Pretty brutal. We're then able to steal the slaver's boat, it's not like they're going to be needing it anymore, and we set sail towards Moonrise Towers. Now this does raise the question, what about all the people back at our camp? How are they going to get across this underground lake? I hope you're a good swimmer, Gale. We're soon approached by another vessel, and I just love the cutscene here. Look at how cool our boy Drifter looks, stoically turning to face his quarrel. It's such a small, simple thing, but the execution is just so good. There's something to be said about the cool factor here, and while I won't make another Concord joke, the cool factor is most definitely something missing from a lot of games these days, so it's good to see it here. Anyway, this angry little man is still referring to our vessel as Gek's boat. I guess he didn't get the message that Gek has been sent the way of the dodo. Anyway, we bully this stooge into standing down, and he immediately signs up to be our lackey. Well, that was easier than I thought. So this guy's going to escort us all the way to Grimforge, a place as dangerous as it is despicable. Alright, the Grimforge. I hate this place. Like, it genuinely upset me when I was playing. Not because it's badly made or anything, just the opposite actually. Let's talk about this trash place. So instantly upon our arrival, this little doofus is trying to get us to pay someone else's debt. I tell her where to go and she backs down like the good little underling she is. But perhaps the most interesting about this obnoxious cretin is that we're able to exercise some level of control over her with our tadpole, even though she's not infected herself. I think that might be a first, and I'm not really sure how it works. We meet another one of these nasty little douchebags. They're called Dwagar, I think. And to the D&D fans, I'm really sorry if I'm butchering these pronunciations. I'm doing my best. And this guy seems to have hung up some drow corpses. He doesn't really explain why he hung them up beyond just that he wanted to. Now, as horrifying as this is, it shows there may be tension between the Dwagar and the drow. So it seems that the coalition the Absolute is forming may not be entirely on the same page. Now, this can only be a good thing for us, I suspect. We encounter a group of spiders who are currently arguing over whether they should abandon their Dwagar master or not. That's an odd sentence to say out loud when I hear it back. Now, with our druid powers, we can actually join in on the conversation, and we convince the lot of them to abandon this trash city and go searching for the Spider Queen Lolth. I'm thinking this works in our favour, since, you know, if we were to start some beef in this place, and possibly, just maybe, massacre everything in sight, these spiders would no doubt want to fight on behalf of the Dwagar. So with the little beasts gone, they're not going to be help to anyone. One less enemy that we have to deal with. We actually find the path to Moonrise Towers, but a couple of the Dwagar warn us that we'll need a moon lantern to protect us from the shadow curse once we arrive there. Without this object's protection, the curse will no doubt consume us. Now, I'm not sure if it's actually possible to just continue on without the lantern, and I'm not game to try. I don't want to be eaten by a shadow curse. Now, thankfully, the little guys also inform us that a true soul is currently in Grimforge, a man named Nier, and he has just such a lantern in his possession. Now, you could say this is a convenient plot contrivance. Nier just happens to have the exact item we need. But in reality, if Nier is working for the Absolute, he most likely came from Moonrise, so it makes sense he would have a lantern with him. And as for why Nier is in Grimforge, well, we'll get to that a little later. Right now, we just need to find the guy. There's just a slight problem with that, though. Nier has been trapped inside of a cave-in. He's on the other side of this wall of boulders. And here, the depravity and cruelty of these nasty little Dwagar really comes into the foreground. Sergeant Thrin is forcing gnome slaves to dig through the rock. She tells us it's of utmost importance that Nier gets out alive, presumably because she doesn't want to upset the Absolute. Apparently poison gas is building up on the other side, so we're on a finite time frame here. What's Thrin's solution to this problem?
Heat up some rocks! Let's see how the little pricks do when we strap fire to their legs.
Yeah, torture the gnomes while they dig. I'm sure that'll really help productivity. And this is while the Dwagar we've encountered are just standing around, threatening each other, getting drunk, just being generally useless. Maybe some of you lazy gits could help with the digging and then it would go faster? Just a thought. Not to mention we encountered some more Dwagar earlier who were disposing of the bodies of the gnomes crushed by the rock slide. And this decrepit looking specimen right here takes the time to spit on the corpses. Like, these Dwagar are despicable. I hate them. The only one who even pretends to be a decent person is stonemason Kith here, and that seems to be purely because he's asking us for a favour. So we continue exploring the area. I'm hoping we can find an alternative way to reach Nier and get him out. On our search we come across these chonky boys, and interestingly one of the Roth seems to imply there's a connection between Ketheric Thorm and Nier. So that's potentially an interesting development. These Roth aren't the only ones here though. There's Headmaster Skargel and his band of cuckolds who are trying to get some of the creatures to tear down a wall. And of course, in true Dwagar fashion, they've decided the best way to do that is by beating the creatures half to death. Like, seriously, that's not even gonna get you what you want. These little dudes are evil just for the sake of being evil. They're horrible to the gnomes, they're horrible to the animals, they're even horrible to each other. These guys are honestly making me miss the goblins. So Skargel or Skargel or whatever his name is, he's hush-hush on why he wants to tear down this wall so badly. He just insists that we help his stooges beat the Roth. However, we can use our powers of perception to spot an interesting material through the gaps in the wreckage. It looks like adamantine. Remember that forge the stone douchebag was looking for? Seems we may have stumbled upon it. Now, unfortunately for Skargel, our boy Drifter can speak directly with the creatures. Now, as you might expect, they're pretty fired up and they are ready to start trampling some fools. Now, some people in life may tell you that violence is never the answer. I disagree with those people.
Saturday was spent in a parking lot. Gave it all we got.
Part of me was afraid this fight was going to turn the entire city against us. The other part of me was kind of hoping that it would do exactly that. Because at this point I am really sick and tired of these spiteful little cave-dwelling freaks. I'd be happy to take them all on, but it doesn't happen and we actually get away scot-free with our multiple homicides. I should be happy about this, but yeah, I'm a little disappointed. Seeing as we helped the Roth wipe out their tyrannical masters, they're happy to tear down that wall for us. Carrot versus stick, Dwagar. I wouldn't expect you bunch of troglodytes to understand the concept. Now, Grimforge ends up being a fairly sizable place to explore. At one point we just stumble into this room and there's a random legionnaire with a bunch of dogs in there. How old is this guy? How long has he been in here? I shudder to think. But I wanted to mention this because the way we deal with it is maybe kind of funny. I had sent Lae'zel to scout the area since she's the only one with full health. Once the battle starts, we use her insane jumping distance to assist in our tactical retreat. Yeah, we're not running away, it's a tactical retreat. The thing is, she had to cross this moving platform to reach this location. We're quite high up in the rafters of Grimforge at this stage. Now, Drifter has been operating the controls, and it's almost like the game has turned into a Mario-style platformer here. Again, another development that I was not expecting. And the really nice part is that once our froggy companion is back on the platform, we can move it back towards the rest of the team. The Legionnaire and his pets get left behind, stuck on their platform. And none of these animals have ranged attacks, so the fight quickly becomes 4v1 in our favour. The beasts are just forced to watch helplessly as we pick apart their master with projectiles. And once that's done, they're pretty much just fish in a barrel for us. Now this process takes an age since the ladies are far less effective with ranged weapons than their melee weapons. But hey, cheese is cheese, and if we have a way to eliminate our foes while taking back 0 damage, you better believe that's what I'm gonna do, and I'm not gonna feel bad about it. This time Lae'zel controls the levers for the moving platforms, while the rest of the squad ventures further towards the forge. At least I think that's where we're going. Now we are able to link back up with Lae'zel in time, and the game is honestly kind of reminding me of Showgunners at this point. There's a lot of out-of-combat exploration. The difference here is when we encounter an environmental hazard, this game allows us to switch to turn-based mode rather than real-time. So navigating the traps is far less obnoxious in this game. Now we come across some dead guys, well, a whole bunch of dead guys actually, and these ones are wearing strange robes. Karlach here may be too dense to understand the significance as we fail our perception check with her, but I understand. These guys are most likely the Dark Justiciars Halcyon and Shadowheart were talking about. And it's finally dawning on me that Grimforge is likely where Ketheric Thorm and his Shah worshippers set up shop. Kind of embarrassing how long it took me to clue in on that one. Anyway, given our favourite emo girl wanted to know more about these Justiciars, I bring her back to the party, replacing Will. Setting out in Grimforge again, we come across the Adamantine Forge. It actually wasn't too difficult to find, but to be fair, the Dwagar did most of the finding for us. And as cool as the Forge is, it's not going to help us reach Nier, and that is ultimately why I've been exploring. I thought there might be some back way to reach his location and get everyone out safely, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. The Forge has brought us to a dead end, and there's not really any other paths we can take, at least not any that are going to lead us to Nier, not from what I can tell. So we return to Thrinn, and Drifter offers to blow up the rubble with explosives. Now this option was available from the start, but I was hoping for a less dangerous method of reaching Nier. Sadly, not to be. So essentially we just wasted a bunch of time while people were trapped in a room suffocating from poison gas. These rescue operations just aren't our jam, are they? Nier begins communicating with us through our parasites as we approach the boulders, and we're actually able to see through his eyes momentarily. And just look at this image. The gnomes are frantically digging while he's just standing there grabbing at the air like a complete dunce. Dude has probably never picked up a tool in his life. So we need to use an explosive item from our inventory. I think there's multiple items that will work, and it took me an eternity to figure this out. I thought we had to interact with the rocks and we'd get an option to somehow detonate them, but that's not how it works, not even close. You literally just select the object from your inventory and throw it at the rocks. And I'm sure you can use these items in combat as well, but for the most part I haven't really been doing that. I'm struggling to figure out the combat enough as is. Anyway, we're able to blow the rocks up, and Nier and the gnomes make it out. And this part right here, like I literally gasped in horror. This actually upset me. Look at this little gnome. She's adorable. Then Nier just sends her flying into the lava. This gnome is basically the cutest thing in the world, and this elongated Homo erectus, he just melted her. And even worse, we have to listen to her screams of agony as she burns up. Yeah, I hated this. I felt worse for this random NPC than anything in the game so far. Just horrible. And the part that really irritates me the most is that the gnomes he just ganked were actually trying to escape the poison gas while he just sat on his lazy ass doing nothing. The entitlement, the arrogance, the selfishness. Nier has just become my mortal enemy. I shall know only torment from now until the moment he draws his last rotten breath. So yeah, I'm not even gonna pretend to try and convince this guy we're on his side. We just need to peel his face from his skull right now. And I gotta tell ya, Nier is a tough fight. It makes sense as he's basically the last boss of Act 1, assuming that you take the underground path, and assuming you choose to fight him, of course. It may be possible to convince him that we're on his side, and I think it's also possible to let him die of the poison, avoiding the fight completely. But whatever, we're not doing any of that, we're taking this guy on. Now, Nier himself is not the reason the fight is difficult. He's basically just a noodle-armed loser. The problem is he summons pretty much every Dwagar still breathing in Grimforge to help him. And you can see at the top of the screen just how many enemies there are in this battle. So maybe we should have tried to stealthily take some of them down. Would have made this a far easier encounter, I imagine. But whatever, we are where we are. So this one does take a few tries, quite a few tries in fact, but eventually I figure out a winning strat. We need to exploit the environment to our advantage to split up the Dwagar's forces. If we can control the battlefield so that only a few enemies are reaching us at once, we can divide and conquer. Now Drifter's Web Spit and Thorn Spell are really useful for this. That's going to slow down a bunch of the enemies. In addition, we can make our way onto this elevated area. There's a ladder the enemies can climb as well as a staircase. But using the staircase will require the bad guys to travel quite a lengthy distance. That's going to slow them down, and maybe we can take out some of the other guys in the meantime. Also, you might notice I brought back Will in favour of Shadowheart. The little devil thing that he summons gives us an extra soldier, and I figured we need all the help we can get with this one. So we clear out the elevated platform of enemies, and then we're just kind of shooting at the foes below us. Once we've made an attack, we can then fall back as best we can to hopefully avoid them shooting at us on their turn. And as if Nier wasn't obnoxious enough already, which he definitely is, he's trying to mind control Lae'zel. Now luckily she resists, but yeah, this guy is such a coward. Thrin's not a coward though. She races up the ladder and happily allows herself to be encircled by our posse. Now the Druid Cheese strat is really useful here. Drifter can stay at the front of the group in spider form, drawing enemy fire. Once his HP hits 0, he reverts to human form, back with full HP. Assuming he had full HP when he transformed, I guess. And then once it's his turn, we can transform again back into the spider, get all our HP back. We can repeat this process for as long as we have spell slots to cast. And while Drifter cannot attack on the turn he transforms, he can throw down his web to slow the bad guys down, and that's still quite useful. Will's Devil Underling also helps us in keeping the heat off the rest of the team, a nice little meat shield there. And I kind of use the Lost strat from XCOM and stand at the top of the ladder, cutting off access to the bad guys. And this gives us exactly what we want. A bunch of the enemies start running the long way around to use the stairs. While they're doing this, they're not attacking us. Now other units like Nier choose to just stay below and use projectile attacks. And we're even so desperate at one point I used Lae'zel to throw an object. Haven't done that in a while, but yeah, this fight is so tough I'm actually having to remember how the game's mechanics work. I know, it's madness. Then something weird happens and I don't really understand it. Apparently the ladder up isn't blocked anymore, and this oversized cretin climbs up and just phases right through our troops. So that's just great. We use thorns to slow down the brute heading up the stairs, and then we just hammer him with projectiles. And at this point I've just left the ladder unguarded. Clearly the XCOM Lost strat wasn't working anyway. Whether that's not a thing in this game or I just got some jank, I don't know. but whatever, we'll deal with it. Now, some of these Dwager are able to make themselves bigger, and I'm guessing that gives them more strength, lets them hit harder, while others make themselves smaller, and I guess that makes them more difficult to hit. I'm not entirely sure though. Nier eventually decides to head for the ladder. Maybe he's out of spell slots to use, I'm not sure. But anyway, unfortunately for him, he makes it right to the ladder, but he doesn't have enough movement left to actually climb up it. So on her turn, Karlach drops right on top of this guy and just starts carving him up. He tries fighting back against her, but she's a mighty berserker and he's a bootlicking dweeb, so he doesn't inflict much damage. This duel continues to Karlach's next turn, and Nier has barely any HP left. One more hit will do it. Yet, despite our hit chance being 80%, Karlach misses both of her attacks. That's a 4% chance. I've mentioned I hate Nier, right? Then, to my horror, he actually takes our big barbarian lady down. Now, in Karlach's defense, a bunch of Dwager were shooting at her with crossbows during the fight, and that really drained her HP, but nonetheless, she just lost a duel with Nier. How embarrassing. We're never gonna let her live this one down. So my nemesis ascends the ladder where he comes face to face with none other than your boy himself, the Drifting One. Now, Drifter is not long for this world. He has a measly 4 HP left, but he's not going to let that stop him, and he plants his staff straight through Nier's skull. And with that, the truly soulless Nier is reduced to nothing more than meat and bone. I guess the Absolute is going to be disappointed on this day. We do still have a few underlings left, which normally would be a trivial matter, but both Karlach and Lae'zel are down. And even though Drifter does an outstanding job avoiding 3 crossbow bolts in a row, the 4th one finally strikes him down. So now it's just Will and his demonic assistant. It's the battle of the side characters. Who's gonna win? Our man revives Lae'zel, who then revives Drifter. And while that sounds good, the problem is that when a character is revived, they literally have 1 HP. So we want to heal them fast, because if they get even attacked once, they're going to go straight back down. Now, Will's also able to revive Karlach, and the team then storms the remaining Dwager. And here I actually learn how to summon Scratch during battle. So just like the little flying ghoul, our good doggo gives us an extra unit we can use. And if he falls in combat, I think he just goes back to camp. We don't have to worry about losing the good boy permanently, and that's really nice. So we slaughter what's left of the Dwager without reprieve or mercy or second thought. These creatures are scum of the earth, and I for one will certainly rest better knowing we annihilated an entire settlement's worth of them. Now, Karlach does actually get Shadow Realmed in the fighting, but we know that's not a big deal since our boy Withers can bring her back for us. Anyway, after the battle, my heartache grows even worse.
They have killed her. She's really gone.
So not only did that adorable little gnome meet a truly gruesome end, she left behind a grieving partner. This is seriously just the worst. Man, if there's a mod that makes it possible to save those gnomes, I need to install that. This was painful to witness. Then we talk to this little bro, and he wants us to save his friend from Moonrise Tower. So yeah, we're being given another rescue mission. I wonder how that one's gonna go. The gnomes are grateful for our assistance in massacring the Dwager, as you would expect, and they soon set out to leave this accursed place. Not us though. We've got a corpse to loot, and you want to know the best part? We take Nier's moon lantern, and it's broken. So it's completely useless to us. Even in death, this prick still taunts me. Man, I hate Nier. As for what he was searching for down here, well, have a look at this. Far below in the depths of the cavern, we can see some sort of structure. Now, unfortunately, the road leading to it has been completely destroyed. It seems Nier lost his life for nothing more than a dead end. Now we will return to Grimforge to deal with the Adamantine Forge in time, but for right now, there's really nothing left for us here. We have no Moon Lantern to protect us, but our mission compels us forward to the Shadow-Cursed lands all the same. So we have to enter the tunnel, and we leave Grimforge behind us. Once again, the corridors of this once grand city fall silent. The fate of the Dwagar no less unkind than that of Thorm, who occupied its walls before them. So we finally made it to Act 2. This game is massive. Now the second act begins with our camp being visited by this guy, Elminster Ormar, I think. And he's just awful. Dude is an old friend of Gale, and he's been sent with a message from Mystra herself. She's given Elminster the power to pause Gale's orb, for lack of a better term. He'll no longer have to consume magical items to keep the object satiated. The orb will remain content inside of Gale, no longer bothering him. That means we're not going to get blown to pieces. So this sounds like a good thing, right? Well, there is a catch. Mystra is doing this so that Gale can unleash the orb's full destructive power on the Absolute when the time comes. A process which will, of course, atomize Gale himself in the blast. And I have a couple of things to say about this. Firstly, Mystra is ice cold. She could have given Elminster the ability to remove the orb's hunger at any time, but she didn't. Just brutal. I guess that's why you don't go getting on the bad side of a goddess. Secondly, I really like Elminster's dialogue about Gale being the only one who can stop the Absolute. How many times in a video game do we see an NPC being the chosen one instead of the player character? That is something refreshingly original. My third observation is that Elminster is one of the worst NPCs in the game. You know how I just summarized the whole conversation in a couple of sentences? Well, in-game, this exchange of dialogue took me 8 minutes. Now, 8 minutes may not sound like much, but try spending 8 minutes listening to some dementia-ridden old man waffle on about food, manners, and all kinds of other pointless nonsense. My good people, this man is painful. It's like when you ask someone an extremely simple yes or no question, and instead of answering, they start rambling incoherently about that email they read and proceed to explain every single paragraph to you in excruciating detail, even though you've already read the email yourself. And yes, I am speaking from personal experience. Now, Elminster may not be as bad as Nier, but he's still extremely high on my poo list. And I know it's intentional, he's meant to be stalling to avoid a difficult conversation, but my goodness, this guy is so annoying. Let's hope we never encounter him again. And if we do, at least Gale can just turn us all to dust before the old man starts talking. Now, we still need to reach the Shadow-Cursed land without our Moon Lantern, but honestly, if the sweet embrace of death at the hands of the Shadow Curse gets us away from Elminster, I really don't have a problem with it. Before we arrive at our destination, however, Shadowheart opens up to us a bit more. Turns out she's not only interested in Dark Justiciars, she wants to be one. And she honestly sounds like a pretty unhinged cult member, the way she starts talking about Shah here. And you can see from these interactions that the companion questlines are advancing, and it's because we've progressed to the right point in the game. So the follower quests are still a bit video gamey, I suppose, but we're playing a video game, so what am I complaining about, right? Alright, enough stalling. I present to you the Shadow-Cursed lands. Pretty miserable, isn't it? We encounter a group of travellers, and they're naturally suspicious of us. I mean, yeah, anyone who hangs out in this place is probably pretty dodgy. And Dollar Store Geralt here is deciding if he's going to shoot us or not. when he realizes he was standing too far away from the light of the torch. So he gets dragged away into the darkness, kicking and screaming. And once he returns, he's, well, like a lot of produce in the dollar store, he's well and truly past his expiration date. So not only do we have to fight Demon Geralt now, but a bunch of generic ghost things called shadows attack us as well. It's here I realise that changing weapons that we have equipped seems to cost an action. Hadn't figured that out yet because I hadn't really needed to do it in combat. So I did have the whole party wielding torches. I figure if we can't have a moon lantern, a regular lantern will do. And I know a torch isn't technically a lantern, but you know what I mean. And yeah, the whole group has to swap from their torches to their weapons once the battle starts, so our entire round of combat is essentially wasted. Now thankfully the Travellers are helping us out against the shadows, so they can at least land some attacks on the enemies. Not a total waste, but still mostly a waste. And these shadows are obnoxious. They can teleport around as well as turning invisible. Just a really annoying enemy type. Not too dangerous, just annoying. But in addition to the ghosts themselves, we have the very environment itself to contend with. The Shadow Curse. If we're not standing in light, our units will be affected by the curse. It'll inflict an increasing amount of damage on them every turn. Now, I think it is possible to dual wield a torch and a one-handed weapon. One of the Travellers is doing that, but I haven't figured that out yet. So I guess that's something I need to do. Not that it's going to work with two-handed weapons, I'm guessing. Anyway, the other thing I got to say about this fight is that the AI of our allies is simply atrocious. Like this woman, she's on a sliver of HP. Now our entire team is surrounding her. She should be safe. I'm deliberately trying to protect her. But instead of just hanging back and thanking us, she charges away from our group and runs straight into a shadow, getting instantly ganked. She absolutely grabbed death from the jaws of survival there. The other NPCs meet similarly moronic ends, to the point that the only one who survives is Caro here. And that seems mostly down to just plain dumb luck. He also ran off on his own to play the hero, but he somehow managed to survive. I guess the ghosts were too busy murdering all of his friends to get to him. Lucky guy. Anyway, he leads us back to his settlement, appropriately named Last Light Inn. There seems to be a magical wall of light that is keeping the Shadow Curse at bay. So within these walls, we are safe. Well, kind of. As soon as we enter, the inn's leader, Jaheira, wraps us in vines and is getting ready to give us the old Yeller treatment. She knows that we're carrying a parasite and suspects us of being true souls. But remember those refugees we saved in Act 1? Well, turns out they've ended up in this stank hole as well. And one of them vouches for us. So Jaheira allows us entry to the settlement, but only after we show her the artifact protecting us from the Absolute's clutches. After she sees it, Jaheira wants our help defeating the cult of the Absolute. And it's always the same with these NPCs. They go from trying to kill us instantly without asking any questions, and then demanding our help. Bunch of moochers, I tell ya. And speaking of NPCs, this is their main base of operations in Act 2. So I'm imagining we're gonna be bombarded with side quests while we're here. And first cab off the rank we have Ceres? God, I'm gonna get so many of these names wrong, I'm really sorry. Anyway, she's the new leader of the refugees after our boy Zevlor and a whole bunch of others were attacked by absolute cultists. And now they're all missing. So yeah, she's asking us to complete another rescue mission. We'll do our best, lady, but don't hold your breath, I implore you. Jaheira, for her part, gives us some quite unsettling intel. She informs us that the leader of the cultists is none other than Ketheric Thorm. Yeah, the same guy she and Halcyon supposedly ended a century ago. The dude is back, and not only is he back from the dead, he's apparently immortal now. Jaheira explains she encountered him on the road to Last Light Inn and she shot him in the head. He simply shrugged the attack off like it was nothing. And as if all that wasn't bad enough, he's in the process of assembling an army to attack the city of Baldur's Gate. So things just escalated at light speed. We're now not only fighting an evil cult, but an entire army with an undead, indestructible leader. Alright, Jaheira, I may not like ya, but I'll admit, you have my attention. She also informs us the shield of light protecting this place is coming from a servant of Selûne named Isabel. Shar is essentially the goddess of shadow and Selûne is that of the moon. And I believe the two goddesses are enemies or rivals of sorts. So even though the inn is protected, the people here don't really have a way of leaving safely. As soon as they step beyond the light wall, the shadow curse will no doubt try to gank them. We need some of those moon lanterns, I tell ya. And now look what the cat puked up. Raphael is back. He gives us some lore, but besides that, he doesn't have too much interesting to say. And honestly, he kind of feels like he's out of place here. It seems like he popped up for no other reason than just to remind us that he exists. So cool, I guess. We interrupt Isabel as she's reinforcing the light shield. She coughs afterwards, indicating a potential health issue. I guess the wall is taking a toll on her. And that would make sense, since she's presumably been sustaining the shield wall like this since Ketheric was defeated. And that's a fair while ago. She gives us a protection spell that will negate the effects of the shadow curse. So I guess what I just said about the people not being able to leave isn't entirely true. But the good thing is, we don't have to worry about dual-wielding torches or any of that nonsense anymore. We can just have our weapons out. She does, however, inform us that some areas where the curse is too strong will still be off limits to us. Sounds like some New Vegas-style invisible wall shenanigans, but at least there's a lore-friendly reason for them here. I'll also note the spell causes Shadowheart's wound in her hand to flare up. And that makes sense. Shar probably wouldn't appreciate a protection spell from a follower of Selûne. Now sadly our conversation is cut short by this monumental douche falling from the sky. He's here to bring Isabel to Ketheric. Now while a man having a random set of wings is disturbing enough, what actually bothers me far more than that is his flaming fist armor. Remember, the fists are supposed to be working with Baldur's Gate City Guard. And the fact this dude is one of them confirms Ketheric has at least some of the fists working for him. Now that does not bode well for the city. Anyway, check out the sound this guy makes. I don't know why, but that really cracked me up. It's just so goofy. He brings in a bunch of devil-looking things, like the one Will uses, but on performance-enhancing substances. And there's heaps of them. Now our troops deal with Marcus here while the devils terrorise the rest of the inn. The rest of the NPCs are going to have to hold their own because Marcus has an absurd amount of HP. However, Lae'zel once again proves to be an absolute beast. We use her adrenaline surge so she can make 4 attacks, and despite only being 60% chance to hit, she lands every single one. Can you imagine that ever happening in XCOM? I mean, I don't trust 4 90% attacks in a row in that game. The majority of the winged horrors, as they're called, actually come for us, and that's kind of good since it'll help keep the NPCs alive. And as much as the characters have talked up Jaheira up until now, she is absolutely useless in this fight. She spends her first turn transforming and then gets paralysed immediately. Oh, and then she turns invisible. Just running around doing nothing. Really letting us do the heavy lifting here, aren't you, Jaheira? Anyway, we win the fight and Jaheira starts ordering us around to go and stop Ketheric. I mean, we know she's not going to do it herself now that we've seen her in combat. And my thing is, if Ketheric wants Isabel so badly, we were literally just told he has an army. Why doesn't he just send them to storm the place and take her by overwhelming force? There would be nothing we could do to stop them. Instead, he sent one half-wit and a bunch of subhuman devils. I don't understand. But hey, I'm not a general, so what do I know? We ask Shadowheart about her wound, and this cracked me up. The camera angle gets balked, so we get this close-up of some really ugly textures. Just beautiful. Now, truth be told, the game has been running really well. These types of glitches are rare, so I can tolerate this one, and plus it did give me a chuckle. Also, Shadowheart has some pretty profound words here.
You can tolerate a great deal of suffering so long as it has meaning.
Before we leave Last Light, we encounter Damon the Blacksmith again. We didn't have Karlach in our party when we saw him in the grove. Now we're able to give him the infernal iron we've come across on our journeys, and he upgrades Karlach's engine. This won't solve her overheating problem, at least not yet, but I think it gives us another charge of her Dragon Ball Z power-up type move. So that's cool. Also, after I said how great the game has been running, check this one out. Seems the game is throwing all the glitches at me all at once. It's pretty minor stuff, but again, this one did make me laugh. That is quite the beauty spot you've got there, my dear. But enough of this frivolity. The time has finally come for us to venture beyond the light shield once more, and to discover the horrors the shadow-cursed lands have in store for us. Now, I haven't mentioned the Harpers, because there's honestly not much to mention. They're a generic crime-fighting organisation, I guess. Anyway, apparently they worked with the Druids back in the day to defeat Ketheric. Our boy Caro here was one of them. And now we're helping them ambush some absolute cultists. And I'm thinking I'm ready for this. I've got a new secret weapon at our disposal. I reckon this is gonna go well. Then I get a glimpse of the cultists. What the f*** is that thing? No, seriously, what is that? I mean, I've heard of the Spider-Man, but this is ridiculous. Thank you, I'll show myself out. Anyway, maybe this ungodly abomination will be less horrifying when it's dead. Let's find out. And you'll notice a couple of things here. First is our boy Drifter has bulked up just a little bit. Yeah, this is him right here. We've leveled up enough to gain a new animal transformation, the Owlbear. And I love this thing. More HP than even our tankiest unit in Karlach. He can leap like an Olympic pole vaulter, and he doesn't even need the pole. He also hits pretty hard, and he has an enrage mode that makes him even stronger and can intimidate enemies. Remember when I was saying the druid build was too complicated for my smooth brain and I should have just used a basic melee class? Well, Drifter just became one heck of a melee class. Plus, as if all that wasn't enough, when you see him close up, he's adorable. A goofy little owl face on this giant bear body. This may be my favourite ability in the game. I'm thinking the Owlbear is going to be wreaking some havoc in Moonrise. You can also see I've had Shadowheart summon a little skeleton warrior to help us out, plus our boy Scratch is back. Now these extra units aren't all that powerful, but extra attacks and HP are always welcome. Plus the skeleton can wield a bow and arrow. With Drifter in beast mode, our team is pretty heavily melee oriented, so having some long range support, even if it's not that powerful, it's never a bad thing. Now the Spider Abomination has this extremely annoying ability that temporarily prevents us from attacking him. Or it may be more appropriate. So we're forced to just slaughter all of his minions, and none of them really pose much of a problem, to be honest. Now interestingly, even when we can't attack the monstrosity directly, AoEs can still harm it. So I changed Drifter back into human form. He can use some spells to help out with that. So much for my secret weapon. But just look at the scene here. We've completely surrounded the beast, as well as having a bunch of ranged attackers on the roof above us. So we're just bombarding this thing with attacks from all sides. And despite this, it takes an absolute eternity to finish it off. And it's not just because on some turns we can't attack directly. It's also that even when we can attack, the hit chance is stupidly low. Like, I think in this entire round of combat, Karlach was the only one who landed a single strike. And that includes all the allies we have too. Just ridiculous. And Spider Demon does not appreciate that single attack. It retaliates by hitting Karlach hard and downing her. After that though, the spider has had its turn, so then we have an entire round of combat to finish it. Now it's only got like 10 HP left. We just need to land one hit. Just one. So come on, surely one of you guys can do this. And yes, once again, Lae'zel delivers the goods. Now fighting this thing was as annoying as it was terrifying. But the best part about it being, well, normally I'd say Shadow Realms, but that doesn't really seem that appropriate given our current predicament. Like we're kind of already in the Shadow Realm. So the best part about it being, I don't know, acolyted? Just doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? Anyway, the point is we can take the functioning moon lantern that this thing was carrying. This is how the cult members have been moving through the shadow-cursed lands unimpeded. Which, now that I think about it, I guess we already knew, didn't we? And it's pretty weird, the game makes this big deal about Isabel's protection spell not giving us access to particular areas in this location, but literally the first thing we do upon leaving Last Light is receive this quest that will give us access to everywhere in this location. So it seems kind of pointless. In fact, I'm going to say it is pointless. The only reason this MacGuffin even exists is to send us looking for Nier. Otherwise, there's really no point to these moon lanterns even existing. It turns out the magic that powers them comes from trapping a fairy inside the device. So I shudder to think what happened to the fairy inside Nier's lantern. This one is alive though, and it tells us that the lantern is causing it pain. So we free the odd little creature from its prison. The fairy agrees to provide us protection from the shadow curse as thanks for our gesture. But she also appears to want to insult us the entire time she does it. So whatever, if it gets us to where we need to go, we'll roll with it. I mean, if I had an ego, I wouldn't be making this video. Now this battle has left us pretty banged up, so we return to camp to rest. Yeah, we were in the Shadowlands for like all of 5 minutes before we had to retreat. Anyway, check out what old Withers has to say to me.
Thou walkest alone. On all these harsh nights, thou hast sought no company.
Dude is pretty much calling me an incel. I haven't been this insulted by a video game since I played Elden Ring, honestly, which actually wasn't that long ago.
You are maidenless.
Anyway, bro, you're talking to a man who literally named himself the Drifter. Commitment phobias are aplenty around these parts. Now can we get back to killing things, please? I'm much more comfortable with that. Also, this might be a bit amusing. At this point, I think I'm understanding the game's mechanics enough to respec my character, another service our wrinkly friend here provides. But after going into the menu, I get kinda scared that I'm in way over my head, and so I just reload the game. Now, eventually I do put on my big boy pants and have a go at respecking, so you might notice some differences in stats and skills as the video goes on. For right now though, let's rest up and get some sleep, and oh my lord, what is this? What happened to your armor, Thought? First Withers, now this? The game really wants me to get with one of these people, doesn't it? But have you met these people? They're all completely dysfunctional. Anyway, she doesn't have much to say, and like Raphael, it kind of feels like she's just showing up so we don't forget about her. The next day, Shadowheart is in the mood for sharing, and the deal is that she's lost a lot of her memories, but there are fragments of them still rattling around in her dome, and she actually shares one of these fragments with us using her tadpole powers. And I might just let this one play out. Now, I won't spoil it for those of you who don't know, But yeah, just the way everything is set up about this cutscene, I found it extremely obvious where it was going. The camera angles and how characters are either shown or not shown, it really gives away the game, so to speak. And maybe it's meant to be obvious, I'm not sure. Anyway, for those of you not in the know, I guess you've got something to look forward to in like 17 hours time when we reach that part of the video. Also, notice the scar when she's a kid. I'm guessing this is meant to be the same one she has now, except as an adult it goes right across her nose, so the scar shown in the cutscene isn't even in the right place. Alright, I'm nitpicking, I know, I'm sorry. Now Demon also has an update for us. He's able to craft an insulating chamber for Karlach's engine. This will cool her down enough that she's able to touch people without burning them horribly. So that's nice, I guess. And this is actually a touching little moment between Drifter and Karlach as we give her a hug. Like some of the other companions, Karlach puts up a brave front, of course, but deep down there's been an overwhelming loneliness eating away at her. A sense of isolation from, very literally, having to keep her distance from others. And Demon has just cured her of that ailment. The moment is truly bittersweet though, as Demon also informs Karlach that the insulation is a temporary solution. Eventually the engine will burn too hot and destroy her. Demon insists he'll continue trying to help us, but says that the only realistic solution is for Karlach to return to Avernus. That's the only way to prevent the engine literally burning her to death. Now Karlach insists she would rather meet her end than return to Avernus. She says she doesn't expect others to understand the decision, but I understand it perfectly. The desire to die free over living as a slave. Because a slave doesn't really live at all. They simply exist. And I mean, Karlach, you're talking to a guy who quit his corporate job and six-figure salary to become an actual bum. Now sure, that's not on the same level as being a foot soldier in a devil's army, I get that, but my point is, I understand her perspective completely, and I honestly think it's pretty reasonable. And naturally, our friend is grateful for our understanding. Alright, time to set forth into the Shadow-Cursed lands once more. Let's hope we last a little bit longer this time. And honestly, this area is as stank as you would expect it to be. It's full of all sorts of otherworldly abominations looking to end us, and we could run into one of them at literally any moment. But in this instance, that's not what happens. Instead, we run into little Arabella, the girl we saved from being eaten by a snake back in the grove. Now, since coming into contact with the druid's idol, she's apparently learned some magical abilities, and oh god, what is she doing? She's asking us to rescue her parents. Are you sure about this, kid? So, I guess we'll do our best. Can't make any promises here. In the meantime, we let her stay at our camp so she doesn't get torn apart by darkness-dwelling monstrosities. Oh look, here's Raphael. Yeah, that's more like it. He fits right in with the demonic entities infesting this place. We find him outside of what looks like an old ruined temple of some sort. He warns us that some kind of horrible entity of pure destruction lurks inside and that we should eliminate it the second we get the chance. Now, given Raphael is a literal devil, we probably shouldn't be trusting him. At the same time, he clearly sees us as useful, which means he wants us alive. So he's probably giving us reliable information. Anyway, given Raphael's warning, we might come back to this area a bit later. It sounds like it's going to be tough. We're not done with the unwanted visits though, as Mizora shows up before we enter Moonrise Towers proper. Now apparently Ketheric is holding one of Zariel's underlings captive in his fortress. And the dude is certainly punching with the heavyweights if he can trap the servant of a devil. Now I have zero interest in helping Mizora or Zariel, but it's in Will's contract, as in if we don't rescue the stupid underling, Will's gonna be sent to Avernus and probably cooked alive for all of eternity, or something as equally unpleasant. So we're kind of bent over the barrel here. Seems we'll have to assist lest our boy literally be sent to hell. The things I do for these people, I tell ya. Anyway, no more stalling, into the lion's den we go. Just as Jaheira predicted, Ketheric's guards let us by without issue due to the tadpole in our noggin. So we enter the hall and some goblins are grovelling at Thorm's feet. Now, as we witness this exchange, I do not recognise these goblins at all, but apparently we have met them before. Way back in Act 1, they were bullying a gnome by tying him to a windmill and watching him go round and round. And they weren't just watching him, they were revelling in their dastardly act. So when Thorm asks us for our opinion on these goblins having failed him, well, these nasty little things try using me as a character witness, as if we're buddies who go way back. I suggest to the general he should chop them up. Now, I only chose this option because I figure getting our enemies to eliminate each other works in our favour. In reality, I know nothing about him. I actually had to go back and re-watch the footage to learn where I had encountered these goblins. This dude's here begging me for assistance to save his life, and I don't even know who he is. This was a true, for me it was Tuesday moment, if ever there was one. And then check this out. My words can't do it justice. One of the goblins decides she wants to live and so tries to take Thorm out. This is how it goes for her.
I'm so sorry, my lord. She's an unbeliever outside my control.
Try again.
Yeah, Thorm has got to be the most memorable character in the game. Dude has a presence that dwarfs the sun. He's just so damn cool and imposing. Thorm and his underling leave the fate of the goblins to Drifter. We choose to give them a dignified end in fair combat. If they can beat us, they can go free. Of course, we've leveled up quite a bit since our days of fighting goblins, so this encounter is just as much of a one-sided beatdown as you'd probably expect. We meet up with Thorm's right-hand woman Zrel. Not only does she pretty much immediately start flirting with us, but the camera work makes sure to pick up the giant pair of ogre titties behind her. Now Zrel does try to read our thoughts to test our loyalty to the Absolute. It turns out she's actually met the ungodly figure who has caused us so many problems. Yeah, she's seen the Absolute in person. So we're definitely on this thing's trail. We are getting closer. Anyway, we make our deception roll to convince this dingbat that we're true and honest Absolute fans, but better yet, we also convince her to demonstrate her powers by blowing up the troll's head. These villains are so eager to take each other out, and I'm thinking that's going to work very much in our favour when the time comes to finally take up arms. In the meantime, Zrel gives us a fetch quest. One of Thorm's top agents, Balthazar, was sent to retrieve a relic for the general. They've lost contact with this guy, so it's our job to go and find the relic. But the best part is she won't actually tell us what the relic even is. It's like, how are we supposed to bring it back when we don't even know what it looks like? Now, there is a reason she won't tell us, because it's too big of a spoiler to give away right now. And this game is pretty immersive for the most part, but every now and then something like this will happen where the game has to go out of its way to remind you that it is indeed a video game. And yeah, this was pretty silly, I have to admit. There's no reason for her not to tell us. Anyway, Zrel warns us we'll need a moon lantern to reach Balthazar's location, the Thorm family mausoleum. She tells us we should be able to find one in his quarters. Now, we already have our own lantern, so we don't need it, but I figure we might as well take it. One, it means one less lantern for the enemies, and these things are valuable. The creatures of the Shadow Curse attack the cultists just as they attack us, so less moon lanterns for them limits their mobility. Plus, we may be able to save the fairy inside. But it turns out no, there's no option to release the fairy from this lantern. So this poor little thing is just left to be in agonizing pain for the rest of eternity, I guess. Or until the metal in the lantern rusts through. I was honestly disappointed with this. Why can't we break it open and free the fairy? On our way out of Moonrise, we encounter Lincella here, who is using her tadpole powers to control this group of gnolls. We're able to use our tadpole powers to break her control over the beasts, at which point Barnabas, as he's been named, instantly rips her apart. Now we're thankfully able to talk him out of attacking us as well, so for now these gnolls are just gonna chill here it seems. Then we have the prison. Yeah, here we find the refugees who were abducted in the Shadow-Cursed lands. Now we're not able to even talk to them since the guards jump on us right away if we try. So we try talking to the warden as well, but she's a pretty garbage tier NPC if I'm being honest. She literally tells us, you are free to roam where you wish. You can see the subtitles right here, that's what she says. Then, as soon as we climb up this nearby ladder, she starts pointing a crossbow at us because we're apparently in a restricted area. So this makes absolutely zero sense. Thanks, game. And here's where I make a mistake. Not quite the worst mistake of my playthrough, but it's certainly up there. See, I can't figure out a way to release the prisoners without having to fight our way through the guards, and I'm afraid if we do that, it'll turn all of Moonrise hostile to us. We're not ready for that, so I figure we'll just leave the prisoners sitting tight for now. Once we're ready to begin our assault on this place, we can just slaughter all the guards and there will be no one standing between the prisoners and freedom. However, for those of you who have played the game yourself, you probably know my plan isn't going to go the way that I'm hoping. For the rest of you, just sit tight. We'll come back to this later on. Lae'zel also randomly threatens to leave the party here. Apparently we're taking too long to get to the creche for her liking. We can pass an intimidation check to keep her from abandoning the group. And honestly, look how pitiful this is. We only need 6 out of 20. After we make the roll, Lae'zel pretends like she enjoys us threatening her and bossing her around. And sorry Lae'zel, this act is fooling nobody. It's the equivalent of when internet trolls say, haha, joke's on you, I was just pretending to be a total moron, after they say the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life. Anyway, enough stalling. We head to the mausoleum and it's actually the same location where Raphael warned us about the big Uber monster. And this place sucks. There are traps everywhere, like I'm talking every 2 steps. We can disarm them if our party detects them, but that's not guaranteed. Plus, disarming takes valuable seconds, so progress is kinda slow here. We have to be really careful creeping our way around. Now eventually we make it through and we come across this huge cavern with an elevator platform leading down. So away we go, and it takes us to the Gauntlet of Shar. And yeah, this whole place is Shar's territory. Remember that area we could see but not access from where Nier was? Yeah, it was actually this temple, and our stay here is going to take up a good chunk of Act 2. So I'm thinking it makes sense to bring Shadowheart along so that we get the full experience. And as the word gauntlet might imply, it's yet more traps and puzzles, just like the mausoleum above. But so far at least, no sign of a terrible monster wanting to destroy us, so I guess that's something. As we delve deeper into the ruins, we encounter 3 animated skeletons. Now this is a fantasy RPG, so that's not anything out of the ordinary. What is very strange though is that we detect a tadpole in one of their noggins. And the narrator tells us how the tadpole is in the creature's brain. But my question is, how does this thing even have a brain? If its skin and organs have rotted away to the point there's literally nothing but bone left, well, there's nothing but bone left. If it was a mummy or a Draugr like in Skyrim, that I could understand. But putting a parasite in the brain of a skeleton? I'm thinking something's up here. So the skeletons actually criticise Zrel when we bring up her name, and they tell us we're interrupting their plans. So given the presence of a parasite, and knowing Zrel's identity, it's a safe bet these things are being controlled by Balthazar, and the tadpole's actually in his brain. And this man, if we can even describe him as such, is pure soy. His skeletons go from demanding we leave the ruins and get out of his way, to immediately begging us for help when the creatures lurking in the ruins arrive to attack him. What a loser. Now the enemies who attack us have a most interesting title, Justiciars. I mean, this place is Shah's territory, so it makes sense. And I'm assuming these guys are undead, but that is an assumption. Maybe they're just really, really old. Anyway, I've learned this cool spell with Shadowheart. I think it's called Spirit Guardians. It basically provides an AoE all around her. So even when she can't attack, she can sprint in and hit a whole bunch of the bad guys for pretty decent damage. Just from having her stand near them, we can take these guys' HP. I really like this ability, especially because you can activate it before the combat starts. And then look at this. I use Drifter to randomly attack one of the skeletons fighting alongside us, and as I watch the footage back, I have no idea why I did this. Maybe I suspected Balthazar was going to turn on us after the fight and I wanted to thin down his numbers. Maybe I just didn't appreciate the way he was bossing us around. Anyway, yeah, this made me laugh. No idea what I was thinking. So we win the fight easily and the skeletons immediately bail. They did mention something about the defences being thin, so I'm guessing Balthazar's actual location is also under attack. We follow the shambling creatures and we're just about to enter his chamber when we get this hanging lantern starting to move, Jurassic Park style. So something bad is surely on the way. Maybe it's that thing that Raphael warned us about. Balthazar, being a clear narcissist, blames us for attracting the creature, and I love this insult. Rancid donkey scrotum. Truly, this guy has a way with words. I might be starting to like him after all. I think I gotta steal that insult. We also get a close-up of one of the Justiciars here, and it looks like they're just empty sets of armour. So yeah, probably some kind of undead magic going on here. But honestly, these enemies seem pretty lowly. Nothing to justify Raphael's fear. So I don't know, maybe these are just some random guys. And Shadowheart is really great in this encounter, just running around the battlefield damaging any enemy she walks by. It's like she's a bowling ball and these guys are all the pins. It's really awesome. Now while I say the fight was easy, Drifter did have to take owlbear mode to help fend off the enemies. And the thing is, they weren't really tough opponents, there were just a lot of them. So we did start taking damage. Anyway, once that's done with, we enter Balthazar's chamber. It turns out he's not under attack at all. The dude is just scared of, well, everything, I guess. Also, he is one ugly SOB. Now since Drifter is currently a giant bear, Karlach takes over dialogue duty. And as you would probably expect, Balthazar wants us to do his dirty work for him. We'll retrieve the artifact that Thorm wants while Balthazar stands around like a big useless pile of shit. We are able to convince him to let his grotesque bodyguard accompany us. This is apparently his brother, named Flesh. And Balthazar is the one who turned him into this abomination. You know, just in case the fat man's appearance wasn't enough of a giveaway that he's pure evil, he also did this to his own brother. And I'm thinking the plan with this behemoth is pretty simple. We get him killed. Yeah, I'm serious. I suspect we're going to come into conflict with Balthazar before all is said and done, so if we can eliminate the big man, that's going to help our chances when the fight does go down. Same as the goblins and the ogre back at Moonrise. Any chance we have to weaken the enemy's forces, I'm gonna take it. So now, with Thorm's crew believing we're on their side, it's time to head deeper into the temple. While we're in this dank place, Shadowheart wants to complete the gauntlet to prove her devotion to Shah. And I suspect getting through the trials is the way to the relic, so we're happy to indulge her. Now, the trials themselves aren't too bad. They kind of remind me of Indiana Jones. Like here, we're leaping across platforms to grab an object we need to retrieve. And every trial will give us a shiny orb thing, like this. Once we've gathered all of them, we should be able to proceed further into the temple. Now, during the trials, we also come across the Spear of Shah. This seems to be a weapon to be wielded by Shah's champion. So of course, we give it to Shadowheart. And it has this weird effect that I don't think I noticed at the time of playing. It was only watching the footage back. But it says, use this spear to kill Nightsong. I thought the Nightsong was an object, a treasure. Apparently, it's alive. Huh. Of course, we need to get the little orbs before we can do anything else. And on our search, we come across this panther with tentacles. Now, as we approach, it does a runner. We chase after it, and I'm fully expecting it to lead us into a trap. That much seems pretty obvious, especially when one of the glowing orbs we need is just sitting right next to where it stops. What I wasn't expecting was the severity of the trap. This fight is insane. It took me over 4 hours to beat. Just one battle for 4 hours. This has got to be one of the worst things I've ever done on this channel. And with some of the XCOM runs I've done, that is saying something. There's a legion of guys up above who can rain death down on our troops. And it's going to take us an eternity to get up there to reach them. They're basically using my near strat against me. And worst of all, they're being led by this hulking brute. This is the guy Raphael warned us about, Yurgir. Now, I believe it is possible to actually engage in dialogue with this behemoth and avoid combat completely, but at the time I didn't know that. Really wish I had. 4 hours of my life may have been saved. And I tried so many different things here. Charging headlong at them, keeping our distance and trying a ranged fight, running further into the temple and leading them towards us, trying to fracture their forces and fight them in waves, running up the stairs we came down for a similar strategy, attempt after attempt, and they all end in our annihilation. It was like that Happy Death Day movie. This was just brutal. So let's go to the winning attempt. Spoiler alert, I guess. Now, in my hours of being beaten down, I have learned a couple of things. The approach that has garnered the most success is attacking the group from above. See, there's this destroyed staircase that we can actually jump across the fallen floor and sneak around behind Yurgir and his cronies. You'll also see I've replaced Lae'zel with Will. The reason for this is because our strat basically involves being huge cowards, and Will is going to be better suited to that. No offense, Will. We kick things off with whatever AoE and ranged attacks we can use, whether that's arrows, spells, items, doesn't matter. And Will is a lot more helpful with this than Lae'zel. He's got plenty of ranged spells we can use to inflict damage. Once we make our attacks, we fall back with the team, and we've summoned Flesh in to be our hulking mimic beacon. We want him to eat up the enemy's hits while Drifter and the others keep making ranged attacks from relative safety. And the great thing about this fight being so brutally difficult is that it makes the plan of getting Flesh eliminated super easy. There is no shortage of enemies looking to end our bulky assistant, so I guess there's always a silver lining. Now, Will has dropped an AoE by the name of Hunger of Hadar on the enemies, or maybe Hadar. I'm gonna say Hadar. This both damages the bad guys as well as slowing them down. So between this and having Flesh to aggro some of them, we're doing a decent job having the enemies reach us in small amounts at a time. But eventually, Flesh does go down. Now, I guess I can't complain because that was part of the plan, but now the enemies are only going to be focusing on us. Oh, and Yurgir can turn invisible. Did I mention that? Because that's a thing. So it seems our position is about to be overwhelmed. This is where part 2 of the plan kicks in. We then fall back down the stairs with Drifter taking spider form. Placing web down will slow the bad guys' advance just like Hunger of Hadar. I figure if the enemies are trapped in the web, that might give us more time to drop some ranged attacks on them before they reach our position. Nonetheless, eventually we are going to get overwhelmed here, but everyone has the ability to either jump or teleport across the hole in the stairs. So that'll give us another safe position to retreat to as we continue thinning out their vast numbers. Problem is, the bad guys don't appear to be taking the bait. They don't seem to want to move up on our position. But honestly, this is fine. Most of them are standing in the hunger fog, so they're taking damage every turn. And yeah, I can do a battle of attrition. We can wait you guys out. I got no problem with that. There's no honor here. I just want to win. However, the fecal matter really hits the ceiling fixture when Yurgir himself shimmers into existence before our very eyes. He's right in front of us. He's not looking happy. So yeah, it's time to employ that exit route that I just mentioned. But there's a slight problem. Remember how I said everyone could jump across the gap? Turns out I was wrong. Poor Will can't make it across. He does have the flight ability, but no spells left to cast it. So we've basically left him there on his own to be horribly slaughtered by the enemies. And unlike Flesh, it wasn't even intentional this time. I decide to keep Drifter in front of Will. We can't leave our boy all alone against this monstrosity. Meanwhile, the enemy AI of the underlings seems a bit jank as they're just enjoying their time slowly getting whittled down to 0 health inside the fog. I think I might have broken them here. Anyway, Yurgir just one-shots Drift back to human form. It's just brutal. This guy hits hard. However, it's not too big of a deal. The web has been placed, so spider form has effectively served its purpose. So I'm thinking we might be okay, but I'm immediately proven wrong and things just go horribly sideways. The big man becomes invisible again, and the hunger spell wears off. It has a turn limit. Guess I wasn't so good at a battle of attrition as I thought. And once that spell is broken, the underlings start making a beeline for our position. So yeah, as soon as that spell's gone, the AI is jank no longer. These guys now know what they're doing, and our position is becoming overwhelmed, so Drifter has to bail to the other side of the crevice. It seems Will is on his own after all, and he makes a valiant last stand but is soon cut down. Now in the long run, of course Withers can bring him back, but it means we've got one less guy to help us win this fight, and we are very far from being out of the woods. See, Will's demise is just the beginning. Turns out Yurgir can also jump across the crack in the floor, and that's exactly what he does. Just like that, now Karlach is down as well. And what makes Yurgir difficult to beat is that he not only inflicts good damage on us, it's really difficult for our troops to hit him. I guess his defenses are just too high. And yeah, there's been a few fights like this, but this one definitely seems like the worst, at least so far. Now luckily we have Shadowheart's Spirit Guardian AoE, and I did actually cast this at a higher level, which means it'll inflict more damage on the bad guys. So look at me, I'm learning this fairly basic mechanic about casting levels, only like 50 hours into the game. I'm just too good, I tell ya. But more seriously, AoEs are a good approach for this guy. They ignore our pitiful to hit chance and they do guaranteed damage. And Drifter's able to finally obliterate the big boy with a lightning spell. At first I was elated about this. After 4 hours we finally defeated this guy. But Yurgir seems to scatter a bunch of bombs about when he gets too low on health. So when he goes down, some of them appear to detonate and this causes Karlach to get murked as well. Permanently. I mean, until we bribe Withers, of course. And the thing is, the fight's not done yet. There's still a couple of minions to defeat, and they're able to jump over the gap as well. And then, for whatever reason, the game skips Drifter's turn. There's an hourglass timer over his avatar, and yeah, he just doesn't get to do anything. I don't know why. I'm sure there's some mechanic going on that I'm not aware of. But anyway, so Shadowheart's on her own for a round of combat, and she gets taken out as well. She's in a dying state. So next round of combat, now it's 1-on-1. One evil lackey versus one drifty boy. And we cannot lose the fight at this point. I'll have to rage quit the game completely if that happens. This attempt has taken so long and we are so close. So again, I go for the guaranteed damage with the AoE and the last of the minions falls. It's cost us the lives of 2, nearly 3 of our companions, not to mention flesh, but after 4 hours, my pain is finally over. And this was, without question, the hardest encounter up until now. Possibly the hardest in the entire game. So obviously we're going to return to combat and revive our fallen comrades. And also Arabella is annoying with us, which is just adorable. Now while we're here, Gale wants to talk to us under the stars. This better not be about to pull a Mass Effect Andromeda on me. We learn that he's understandably having trouble dealing with the fate Mystra has thrust upon him. And interestingly, he blames us, but maybe not in the way you would expect. See, before he encountered our motley crew of weirdos, detonating himself into ash would have been a lot easier. But now, for the first time in quite some time, he has something to live for, his friends. And of course, that makes the prospect of death all the more unbearable. There's not much we can say to comfort the poor guy, but we assure him we'll be by his side no matter what this journey's end has in store for us. But the mission awaits, so we return to the Temple of Shah and continue our expedition. We've still got more trials to complete. And this one I found pretty memorable. We have to fight clones of ourselves. Now, I was very concerned going into this, since I'm expecting there's every chance the AI will know how to use this squad far better than I do. The Drifter versus Evil Drifter exchange is pretty good, and we did get a warning about this trial involving combat, so I went into bear mode before the fight even began. So Evil Drifter is a piddly human, while our Drifter just starts lashing him with our giant claws. So we tear him apart like it's nothing, and that gives our side the advantage. It's now a 4 versus 3 handicap match. And I did get a chuckle out of how many spells and abilities the AI is using that I've never touched at all in the game up to this point. Luckily, what I lack in skill and knowledge, we make up for in raw power with owlbear form. And fittingly, we end this fight with Shadowheart striking down Evil Shadowheart. We've won the day, and that victory provides us the last of the orbs. With the trials complete, we can proceed into the inner sanctum of the temple. At this point, the game does provide a warning, implying that we should finish up any Act 2 business before proceeding. So I guess we should do that. There's a few buildings we can explore in the Shadow-Cursed lands, and most of them seem to house some form of unspeakable abomination. Like this one, for example, some messed up doctor and his wannabe Silent Hill villain assistants. We interrupt the group as they're torturing some random schmuck. The doctor invites us to join him in whatever this horror show is, but we instead opt to slaughter all of these freaks. And we take the time to do this for the similar villains in the other buildings too. And I think there is some lore about these guys, but I totally missed that on my playthrough, so I won't mention it here. And the reason the doctor surgery here is probably the most notable of these encounters is because we unfortunately find Arabella's parents, and it seems like they've met a pretty unpleasant end at the hands of the doctor. At the very least, we've avenged the couple, even if we couldn't save them. So when we tell the child about this, she naturally doesn't take the news very well.
It isn't true! It isn't! Get away from me! Go!
Yeah, grim times indeed. And you know what? The Shadow-Cursed lands are a depressing place. I think it's time for a change of scenery, because there's still one location we need to visit outside of this PP-stained heckhole. It's a place Lae'zel has been asking us to visit for quite some time. So we're heading to the creche. Perhaps the Githyanki will be able to help with our tadpole problem. Though honestly, at this point, our tadpole seems so vital to the game's plot that I'm having my doubts. I think we're going to be stuck with these things for a while. Now I've included Lae'zel in the party while we're here for obvious reasons, it's her home turf, and I've also brought Gale. Him, I'm not really sure why, to be honest. I guess just to try him out. He's probably the companion I've used the least in the playthrough, and I have no doubt it's because his primary offense is magic, so he's less straightforward to use than some of the other companions. Anyway, even as we get jumped by this random ambush of enemies and we're fighting for our lives, I can't help but feel pleased with just how nice it is seeing the sun again. That shadow curse is a real downer. Now after the battle, we rest up at camp, and it's here that Withers of all people... Wait, is he a person? Whatever he is, he's demanding Arabella leave the camp. For good. He believes there is a great power within her, and she needs to venture on her own in the world to discover how to use it. We try to argue with him, we insist that she stay, she's just a little kid, but Withers is having none of it. This dude is ice cold. He's just gonna kick the little orphan girl to the curb. Yeah, this guy is game journalist levels of a-hole. But yeah, more seriously, this is one of those instances where the plot does feel kind of railroaded. Like, it's our camp, Withers, not yours. You don't decide who stays here and who doesn't, and there's just no option to overrule him and let her stay. The game is really good at giving the player choice, but not in every single instance, and this is one of the ones where it drops the ball a little bit. Anyway, she's pretty upset about this, as you can imagine, so Withers shows her a vision, and it seems to relieve the child of her fears. Afterwards, I did get a bit of a chuckle out of some of the dialogue. Withers mentions these accursed lands. I'm guessing the developers expected this conversation to happen in the Shadow-Cursed lands, but since we're in this area that's actually quite nice, it's lush, it's green, it's sunny, there's great views all over the place, it's pretty cool to be here. And so the dialogue kind of makes it sound like Withers is hating on this place purely because there's Githyanki here. So yeah, probably wasn't intended to be that way, but it was pretty funny. This dude has no chill. And speaking of the Gith, let's go find them. As we approach the Creth, they're bullying some halflings. One of them tries to run but just gets gunned down. Or bowed down, I guess. Whatever. The other two reluctantly head inside with their captors. Now I did feel sorry for the little guys until we use Speak with the Dead. Turns out they're followers of the Absolute, so yeah, now I'm happy they're probably gonna meet an extremely gruesome end. Those guys suck. We approach the entrance but it's locked, and Stacy starts telling us in our head to leave. She really doesn't like the Githyanki, and she's certain that they'll try and steal the artifact from us. To be honest, she may well be right, but if we can get rid of the parasite, we won't need the artifact anyway, so it's still worth investigating this place. We do have to murder our way through some scouts, but these aren't Githyanki themselves, they're just some little underling species, I guess. So hopefully the Gith don't mind us obliterating their henchmen. Now it's probably possible to sneak by these things and avoid combat altogether, but I can barely understand the battle mechanics, let alone using stealth. We are the bluntest of hammers in our approach here. And navigating this area does kinda suck. The place seems to be some ruined temple, yeah, another one of those, and there's parts where the building has crumbled away and we need to jump over these big gaps in the ground. Now I've summoned some little flying helpers by this point. We've got Will's devil friend that we saw before, and also Drifter can actually conjure 2 little ice helpers as well. The problem is our flying followers here often get stuck when we jump across platforms. So a few times I have to manually take control of the little guys and help get them moving again. It's not a huge issue, but it was more annoying than it needed to be. Once we encounter the Githyanki proper, sure enough, they don't seem to care at all about how we got past their guards. No questions asked. Now we do let Lae'zel do the talking, and the sentry reluctantly allows us into the creche and tells us to visit the infirmary. They're calling us Istik, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I'm guessing it is not a flattering term. Now, on the way to the infirmary, we encounter an image of Vlaakith, and she's like the Githyanki queen, or goddess, or both. She's the one they follow anyway. Now, Lae'zel gets annoyed because someone has apparently graffitied a sign of Orpheus on the painting. Who is Orpheus, you ask? Well, I'm not really sure. He's some kind of folktale hero, apparently. In the infirmary, Lae'zel convinces the doctor to allow us use of the Zaithisk. This is some sort of device that should be able to remove our tadpoles. And just look at this thing. It's looking like H.R. Geiger himself stopped by to renovate the place. Truly abominable. So when Lae'zel volunteers to go first, I am more than happy to go along with her request. Enjoy being the canary, my scaly friend. And as the process starts, the doctor explicitly tells her to focus her thoughts on the parasite. Instead, she immediately starts reciting some prayer, and the doctor approves of this. So are you focusing on the parasite or the prayer? This does not make sense to me. I guess that's why they say women are better at multitasking. Now, the contraption is causing Lae'zel intense pain, which we get to share thanks to our tadpole powers. That's just great, isn't it? Now, the narrator is telling us the machine will kill Lae'zel, Gale is telling us it's gonna kill her, and I was starting to panic here. Should we shut it down or push on? It's to the point I use almost every single reroll we have available when investigating the machine. We need a 21, but we have a minimum +5 bonus to our roll, so we only need to roll a 16, and sadly, we fail all 4 of them. Yeah, the dice rolls in this game can be just as infuriating as anything in XCOM. The scene continues escalating as the device seems to be consuming Lae'zel. The dream girl even returns, begging us to shut the thing down. And as the stakes continue rising, I'm genuinely worried about losing Lae'zel. I don't think I've been that invested in a video game character since the gnome back in Grimforge. But before this game, it's been quite a while since I was this invested. The devs have made me care about the characters, and that's something a lot of modern entertainment fails to do, so I have to give the game props for that alone. It's at this point though that I remember something. Our boy Withers, how could you forget him? Even if the machine does take out Lae'zel, he can just revive her, so who cares if she dies? And then that got me wondering, if a character experiences a quote-unquote story death, can they still be revived? Or does that only work for deaths during combat? I honestly don't know the answer, and even trying to find information on search engine didn't really clarify it for me, so I'm not sure what the answer is, but either way, the presence of Withers does kind of ruin the stakes. Like, if we can just revive characters even after story eliminations, who cares if we lose them or not? Our character, as well as all the companions, are 100% disposable if we can just bring them back. Now, if we can't revive them after a story death, well then it just doesn't make sense. Withers could revive Lae'zel if she goes down to a sword in a fight, but he can't revive her, or he won't revive her if it's this device that takes her out. It's inconsistent. So either way, I stopped being concerned about Lae'zel really quickly, even as this scenario is still playing out. There's just no stakes involved here. I honestly would have preferred if the characters just got knocked out in combat like Chimera Squad or Showgunners. Then they could just get up after the fight. That way you could still have meaningful story deaths, but you wouldn't have to worry about players losing all of their main companions during combat. So yeah, Withers, you're kind of ruining the story. And I'm sure there's some lore guru who's going to disagree with me and say that this inconsistency makes total sense, but this is my opinion and I'm sticking to it. Anyway, all of this conversation ends up being a moot point in this instance since the machine doesn't take out Lae'zel. It blows up like right in her face, and it seems she should be hurt by the explosion, but apparently she's not. She just shrugs it off like she's Nuck-Choris or something. The Doctor, meanwhile, is a little more upset about this turn of events. Apparently that was the only Zaith'isk she had been able to construct, and we just turned it into rubble. So yeah, our bad, I guess. Now the worst part is that it didn't even get rid of the tadpole. So after all that, the tadpole is still intact. Dream Girl takes credit for saving Lae'zel, which is maybe true, can't really tell. Lae'zel, however, is convinced the device should have worked, and believes that it must have been sabotaged. That's the only reason Vlaakith's will wasn't done in purifying her. And the interesting thing here is that both theories could be correct at the same time. We're not going to be able to figure it out just now though, we've got bigger problems. Since the Zaith'isk didn't work, the Doctor wants to remove our parasites using a more direct approach, namely by plucking them out of our lifeless bodies. So we're now in a fight with not only the Doctor, but a bunch of other Gith as well. And as you might expect, there's a lot of them. I mean, we're in their fortress. I'm glad I waited to venture to this area. I figured there would be some tough fights, and so I wanted to be as high level as possible. I'm thinking that was the correct decision. For this one, we're going to use the tried and true strat of blocking the doorway with Cloud of Daggers and Plant Growth. This gives the Githyanki who aren't in the room already some pause, as they don't seem to want to traverse through the hazards we've set. This allows us to gang up on the ones who are already inside. And even better than that, Gale also has Cloud of Daggers, so now we can set up multiple of these things, and we actually win this encounter quite easily. Then, to my pleasant surprise, the other Githyanki throughout the creche aren't actually hostile. I guess they didn't hear the fighting, or maybe they did and they just don't care, but either way, it's good that these guys haven't turned against us. At this point, we should probably just get out of here, before someone finds the trail of bodies that we've been leaving, but I decide to push on even further into the creche. We're here now, we might as well see what the place has to offer. We have this really strange dialogue with Kithrak Therazin here. Apparently someone has told her that we have the artifact, and while that's bad, the game doesn't even give us the chance to lie about it. We can either just show her the object or refuse. There's no option to even try and convince her that she's mistaken and that we don't have this item. Seems like a weird choice there, but anyway, it's time for another fight. Initially, my plan is to stay up on the elevated area of the Kithrak's office, I guess you would call this thing? Chambers? I don't know. We can use the pillars in front of us as cover against the other units below. And while we're up in this other area, we outnumber her and her wolves. So I'm thinking we have the advantage, but of course the plan goes out the window when she casts fear on pretty much the whole party. That's the downside of having large numbers, I guess. Sometimes it means we have to cluster together if we're in a tight space. It makes us really susceptible to AoE attacks. And look at Gale here. He just drops his weapons and starts running for the hills. And the problem with this is if we move too far through the room, the Gith in the hallway outside may activate and come to join the fight. And yes, I did learn that lesson the hard way. So, you suck, Gale. I knew there was a reason I barely use you. I use Hunger of Hadar at the room's entrance. This way, even if more Gith do start entering the fray, at least we can slow them down and inflict some damage on them. Also, I like how the enemy NPC here uses the teleport skill to move basically right next to where they already are. Truly a big-brained maneuver. Will take some damage pretty much immediately, so that means no more Hadar. That's a bummer. And Gale is still just running around like a goof. Yeah, this fight's not going well. Now Drifter can get off a lightning to hit Therazin and the one wolf that's still alive. The only issue with doing so is that Gale is down and he's going to be caught in the blast. And you can see from the footage, I don't even hesitate. This man Gale has brought his electrocution on himself. The main problem we're having with the Ketheric is that all our chances to hit are just garbage. Like, 50% is usually considered quite high compared to some of our attacks that are in the 30s. So it takes a lot of strikes to get rid of her since so many of them miss. But, fittingly enough, it ends up being Lae'zel who lands the final blow. We can loot Therizin's corpse to gain the key that will allow us access into the area the Inquisitor retreated to before the fight. And when we talk to this guy, there's a lot going on. The Inquisitor wants the weapon. Lae'zel basically admits openly that we have the artifact. Once again, no option for deception here. Now Stacy is in our head telling us not to hand it over no matter what. I'm trying to milk the Inquisitor for what information he knows about the artifact, but he seems to be pretty ignorant on the matter. It's like he's just following orders without really knowing what's going on. Now, of course, I'm going to refuse to hand it over. This causes Lae'zel to threaten to swap sides and cut us down. But I did get a chuckle that we can convince her to remain loyal to us simply by reminding her how absolutely horrible the Gith have been to us since we arrived. And she's just kind of like, yeah, I guess my people suck. Fair call. So, of course, another fight breaks out. On the first enemy turn, Gale immediately goes down. My goodness, this guy sucks. Despite that, the plan here is to keep the Inquisitor distracted with some of our summoned minions, and while this is going on, the rest of our team is going to focus on eliminating the weaker enemies. Well, the rest of our team minus Gale, of course. Once the Inquisitor is the only opponent left, the team begins converging on him. And I try to use Lae'zel's jump to get to him and, well, just see what happens. Yeah, looks like this game has that XCOM jank going on. Her turn ends up being totally wasted since she cannot reach the bad guy. Pretty cringe, I'm not gonna lie. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor downs both Will and Gale in one turn. Yeah, we did revive Gale, but apparently not for very long. This Inquisitor is an absolute beast. Meanwhile, we're tripping over things in midair. The game is kind of seeming like a comedy at this point. And the issue with this guy is the same as the Ketheric from before. Our chances to hit him are just so low. Like in some cases, it's in the 20% range. That is until Lae'zel hits a crit, and this gives us the option of paralyzing him. Once that happens, our chances to land our attacks goes up by quite a bit. Yeah, see ya bro, you're done. And as soon as the fight's over, Vlaakith herself appears before us. And this is a pretty cool development for Lae'zel, being acknowledged by the Gith's queen, goddess thingy, I still don't know. But it's still cool for her. Anyway, Vlaakith asks us if we are a friend or a thief. And it's like, lady, you just saw us slaughter multiple Gith who were trying to take the artifact from us. So what do you think? Do we seem like a friend? Despite this, she tells us the artifact is known as the Astral Prism. So we finally have a name for it, but that's not all. Apparently the object has also been corrupted. So she wants us to venture inside the prism ourselves and shadow realm the dream girl dwelling inside. Now, Vlaakith seems pretty obnoxious, but I honestly was pretty torn on who to trust here as we head inside. Like, yeah, Vlaakith is pretty evil from all accounts, but also the dream girl hasn't been straight with us from day one, so I don't really know what to do. I figure we'll head in, see what the tease has to say, and then we'll make our decision from there. Inside the prism is extremely cool. This weird, broken world, we can jump huge distances, there's all this really interesting imagery around us, but also corpses. Who are they and how did they get here? I'm intrigued. Stacy invites us to talk with her alone, which I accept, and we actually get to meet her in the flesh for the first time. I'm hoping we might be able to get some real answers from her, but it's just the usual deal of talking a lot while saying not very much at all. However, she ends up actually presenting us a sword, basically allowing us to strike her down if we choose, essentially surrendering her fate to our boy Drifter. She's handing control over to him. Now, this is certainly a more appealing response to me than Vlaakith, who threatened to stomp us like a bug multiple times, so I decide to trust her, mainly because the alternative seems much worse. Dream Girl then shares with us that Vlaakith is actually a fraud. The Gith believe she has the ability to defeat the Illithid army, but in reality, she doesn't. And Illithid is just a fancy name for mind flayers. So basically, the Githyanki's entire worship of Vlaakith is based on a lie. But of course, when I ask for the receipts, it's the usual deflection. I leave Stacy still not sure if I've made the right decision or not, and as you'd expect, Lae'zel is quite certain we've made the wrong decision. She tries to read Drifter's thoughts using her tadpole, but we're able to pass a wisdom check and block her. We should probably have some receipts before we go letting her know her entire civilization is built on a massive lie. So as we return to the physical realm, Lae'zel is understandably having a crisis of faith. We're essentially forcing her to choose between her god and her companions. And the fact she begrudgingly continues following us is proof that the cracks of doubt are there. For all of her bluster the entire game about proving herself to Githyanki society, when it comes time to actually follow through, she wanes. She's not as on board with that idea as she would like us to believe. So we're trying to exit the creche and I'm expecting an onslaught. The Dream Girl warned us that every Gith in the stronghold would now be coming for us. We rest up, we prepare for the fight, we push forward, only to find absolutely nothing. Vlaakith's nowhere to be seen, and the fortress is a ghost town. It's emptier than Ubisoft's bank account. Like, there is no one here. There's nothing. Maybe they're waiting for us at the entrance? They're going to converge all their forces to strike us en masse? I'm not sure. And we don't actually have to find out since we reach a fast travel portal before any Gith show up. So if they were waiting to ambush us, that's pretty much an epic fail on their part. They left the gateway portal completely unguarded and we just warped out of there. As we're resting up that night, we're awoken by this horrifying image. I feel like this would be perfect for that what you see versus what she sees meme. If you don't know what I'm talking about, keep it that way. It's the return of Voss. He's the guy on the dragon from way earlier. At first, Lae'zel thinks he's been sent by Vlaakith to dispose of her, but Voss assures us he's not here to fight. He actually wants to help us. Yeah, it turns out he's secretly been working against Vlaakith this whole time. He claims to know the identity of our friend inside the prism, but of course, he's not gonna divulge that information to us. Nah, that'd be too helpful. Couldn't have that now, could we? But he does reaffirm that Vlaakith is a con artist and the people that she claims to ascend to a higher level of existence, well, she actually eats most of them to take their power. Yeah, you heard me, she eats them. He also tells us to meet him in Baldur's Gate, where he'll share with us his plan to harness the full power of the artifact. Now, Lae'zel doesn't take any of this information well, as you'd probably expect, and at one point she even draws her blade as if she's going to slice Voss down. I managed to convince her not to, and she instead, very mournfully, accepts what she's probably known deep down all along. Voss is indeed telling us the truth, and this is the breaking point for her. Lae'zel's loyalty to Vlaakith has been irreparably shattered. The cause she dedicated her entire life to now lies abandoned and broken, and now she's left to find an entirely new path to travel. With the creche behind us, there's a few loose ends to tie up before we head into the depths of Shah's temple. The first one is the Adamantine Forge. Once we activate it, we are in for quite the boss fight. This hulking, steampunk-style monstrosity comes barging out to us. You'll see I've swapped out Lae'zel for Shadowheart. Apart from our froggy girl probably needing some time to ponder things, I'm going all in summoning minions. The characters that can add further numbers to our ranks are the ones I've decided to bring into combat. And between all of them, we have 6 additional helpers. That means our party is sporting over double the amount of troops we would normally have. Now, this battle is hectic. The big guy, I think he's named Grim, he's immune to all damage unless he's superheated from standing in the lava. So not only do we want to avoid the lava for our troops, we also want to lure him into it. Now, I don't think he has any ranged attacks, but if he gets close to any of our units, I'm pretty sure he will swiftly annihilate them. Also, did I mention the lava doesn't stay indefinitely? Every now and then we'll have to open the valve to release more, and if there's no lava, we can't do any damage to this guy. So yeah, it's a pretty tough fight. Now fortunately, our little flying companions are really useful here. The ice minions have ranged attacks, and they can hover above the lava safely. From what I can tell, Grim will always focus on the last unit who damaged him. So our ice helpers can sit in the lava, hurling their projectiles at him, and that makes it really easy to get him into the lava as well. We can also try to path him through traps like Cloud of Daggers to do a bit of extra damage on top. But the main thing we want to be careful of is not attacking him when someone's too close. This big man hits hard, so we want to avoid taking damage at all costs. And even though the fight takes absolutely ages, about 40 minutes, it's all one attempt. We can game the big guy pretty easily to gradually deplete his HP until he has none left. So a first try victory on this one. Now we did lose a couple of our summons, but that's pretty much why we have them, to absorb damage on behalf of the main party members. So I have no problem with that, we can always summon them again later. Our reward for destroying this fiend is that we can now use the forge. There's a few different items we can make, and I opt to give Drifter the Adamantine Scale Mail. I love this armor. It reminds me of the glass armor in Skyrim, which was my favourite armor set in that game too. Yeah, it just looks so awesome. Much better than the homeless urchin attire we had at the start of the game. And I think I leave Drifter equipped with this for the rest of the playthrough since I liked it that much. Now, while he was at our camp, Voss did warn us that Vlaakith's goons would be hunting us since we double-crossed her. And pretty much immediately upon returning to the stank-hole of the Shadow-Cursed lands, sure enough, they jump us. Well, to be fair, the first time they jump us. This battle did take me multiple attempts, and it turns out the winning strat is to just know they're already there, and then ambush them instead. They're waiting right by a fast travel marker, which is pretty smart of them. I guess they learned their lesson from the creche. And some of their group is on the road, while others are on some elevated structures above. And reaching the elevated units is a little bit difficult. At least if we come from the fast marker travel. But if we approach from the top level ourselves, this strategy actually backfires on the Gith. We can use things like Hunger of Hadar to keep the guys on the road down below stuck in place for a while. That allows us to focus our attacks and cut through the goons up in the top area. So we're kind of dividing and conquering. And with that skirmish out of the way, it's now time. We're back at Shah's temple, and we need to descend into this place. Apparently it's called the Shadowfell, it's Shah's domain, and it's pretty depressing. Also, as if this place wasn't bad enough, our fat, mutilated friend Balthazar quickly follows us into the area. That's a face I was happy to never see again. We follow the creep further in, and it turns out this fabled relic Thorm is after is a homeless woman. This game likes to keep the twists coming, I have to give it that. But honestly, here is where everything kind of starts coming together, as unexpected as that may be. The relic Thorm was after was actually the Night Song the entire time. They were one in the same. And as for the Night Song itself, it's not an object at all, it's actually this woman, Aelin. And apparently she's immortal. The cage Balthazar has trapped her in is apparently somehow transferring that immortality to Ketheric. And that's the reason our boy cannot be killed. Now what I'm not really sure about though is why Thorm wants Aelin removed from her prison. I think it's because this is Shah's domain and Ketheric actually betrayed Shah to start worshipping a different god, so maybe he wants her in a more secure location, but some of the details were lost on me on this one. Anyway, this is our chance to rob Thorm of his immortality. If we can do that, he'll then be vulnerable. So it's time to murder this fat ugly prick Balthazar. Now this fight is another really tough one, and it ends up taking me about an hour and a quarter. So it wasn't as bad as Yurgir, I don't think anything's gonna be that bad, but it was still a tough fight. And given we basically stole Balthazar's brother, I'm guessing if we hadn't done that, he would also be here as well, and the fight would be even more difficult. Thank goodness Balthazar isn't quite as smart as he thinks he is. But even without the brother, you can see the list of enemies. It is enormous. For some reason, I've also replaced Gale with Karlach. I think my plan was to initiate dialogue with Karlach because she's made for melee combat. Meanwhile, I've placed a heap of the other units up on this platform where they're hopefully a bit safer. The enemies won't be able to gang up on them as much. At the very least, their projectile attacks should get a boost to their hit chance from the height advantage. Shadowheart's pretty good for dealing with the weaker enemies. One of the skeletons jumps over to attack her and it just immediately gets destroyed by spirit guardians. It's really cool. I also have to show off this pretty awesome thing. When enemies are adjacent to big drops, you can push them off, one-shotting them. Now, in my experience, the chance for it to work seems to be pretty low, at least for my soldiers, so I don't use it that much, but Will here is able to pull it off, and it's really satisfying when it works. The problem we have, however, is that Karlach is getting swarmed by a crazy amount of enemies. And here, I do use a healing spell on her from Shadowheart, but it doesn't do anything for some reason. And I have no idea why this happened. So it seems our beefy girl is very likely gonna go down soon. I mean, I'm actually surprised that she's still standing at this point. She has managed to avoid a crazy amount of attacks. And at this point, I'm thinking it's time for Drifter to go beast mode. Quite literally. He can teleport in and then take owlbear form. That should provide Karlach some nice backup. Shadowheart also decides to charge into Karlach's side. I figure at the very least her spirit guardians can do some damage, so she runs in to make the save at the 11th hour, only to slip on ice and fall right on her backside. And this genuinely cracked me up. The only way this could have been funnier is if she had slipped on a banana peel instead. Like just absolute slapstick comedy at this point. It certainly wasn't the epic Gondor calls for aid moment that I had pictured in my head. I probably should have just jumped with her to avoid the ice, but I think this turned out better, honestly. Meanwhile, Will's summon is attacking this skeleton. Out of 4 70% attacks in its last 2 turns, it has missed 3 of them. It's basically inverting the hit chance. Yeah, this game really does remind me of XCOM at times. Now with all this nonsense going on, Karlach does finally go down. She did extremely well to hold out for as long as she did, all on her own and surrounded by bad guys, so I've got no issue with her performance here. And the reality is, she has done her job. She bought us enough time absorbing attacks that the rest of the team has been able to significantly reduce the enemy's numbers. Now Shadowheart is eventually able to revive Karlach. It just took her a bit longer than I planned because of the falling over. and she can get off a mass heal at the same time. And at this point, we are cutting through the bad guys like butter. As we do this, the entire party is gradually converging on Balthazar. Like most of the boss-type enemies, our chance to hit him with our attacks is pretty dreadful, but once it's just him versus our entire party, there's not really much he can do to us. And when we're making so many attacks against one target, doesn't matter how low that hit chance is, eventually we are going to deal enough damage that we can take him out. And in another pretty fitting moment, Shadowheart is the one who ends up landing the fatal blow. So the fight's over, we did survive, but of course we still have Aelin the Night Song to deal with. And remember, Shadowheart has the spear that is seemingly capable of ending Aelin, immortal or not. So we try to talk her down from shadow realming the homeless woman, but it goes really badly. Terribly, actually. Shadowheart isn't listening to us and she instead wants to throw hands. But it's like 5-on-1 against us, so of course she's gonna get destroyed. Now I deliberately knock her out rather than finishing her. I think it's the first time in the whole game that I've used the knockout mechanics. And here was probably the first time I was really disappointed with the game's storytelling. I figured after beating some sense into Shadowheart, we'd be able to talk her around. But it seems the developers didn't consider this particular scenario. Shadowheart might as well be dead. We can loot her just like a corpse, but there's no further interaction possible. Now that leaves Aelin to deal with. Apparently she's a follower of Selûne, and she assures us that if we free her from her prison, that will sever Thorm's immortality. So it's obvious what we need to do, and this really epic song starts playing as Aelin transforms from homeless lady into badass Valkyrie lady, and she only has one thing on her mind: taking out Thorm. It's time for us to leave the Shadowfell, and again, we cannot interact with Shadowheart at all beyond looting. No way to wake her up, no way to carry her out of here, at least not that I can figure out. Maybe we could have used a spell on her or something. I don't know, but it seems like my only choice here is to leave her where she will eventually wake up and find herself trapped, presumably for all eternity. Just what the heck is this? Like, even if she exited through the portal with us, got mad at us and left the party, I could accept that. That would make sense, that would be fair enough. But it seems like knocking her out is essentially exactly the same as killing her. Again, unless there's a mechanic that I'm missing, which could be the case. But I'm just thinking here, like, what's even the point of giving us the option to knock someone out, if it's just effectively the same thing as ending them for good? And I am going to come back to that question much later, because this is something that genuinely irritated me. But yeah, here, this lack of choice really turned me off. The game has been amazing up until now at giving the player a lot of options in how they deal with problems. But here, it seems really railroaded. And I just found it super unrealistic how this played out. And it was kind of a slap in the face to remind me that I'm still playing a video game. There's not as much immersion as I maybe thought. So, for the first time in my playthrough, I reloaded a story choice. And yeah, this is the one exception to that canon rule that I mentioned at the start of the video. This reload I do want to discuss. Up until now, I was only reloading when we lost a fight, but this just felt so shoehorned and unrealistic that I decided I wasn't having it. And it did kind of ruin my immersion for the rest of the game. After this point, I became a lot more trigger happy in reloading when the story didn't play out in a way that I liked. But, like I said, for the purposes of this video, I'm going to ignore those reloads. So we load back in, and how do we avoid Shadowheart going full Terminator mode on Aelin? We just do nothing. Yeah, this random homeless stranger can talk Shadowheart down, but we, her trusted friends, cannot. And I think this was meant to be like a letting Shadowheart make her own choice kind of thing. But the problem is, that's not what she did. The homeless lady literally convinced her not to do what she was planning on doing. The homeless lady has literally influenced Shadowheart the same way that we were trying to. So it's not Shadowheart doing her own thing at all. It's just nonsense. So yeah, I do think this was a bit of a misstep here with the writing compared to the rest of the game so far. Now that being said, it's still a good game, but I can point out the flaws where I see them. It's never gonna be all praise or all criticism with me. I'm gonna tell you the things I like and the things I didn't like. And this entire setup I really didn't like. The second time around, Aelin takes off to do her night song thing, and the rest of us bounce out of the Shadowfell, this time with Shadowheart in tow. And in extremely similar fashion to Lae'zel, Shadowheart is now having an existential crisis, having lost the cause that she's devoted her entire life to. In this case, instead of serving Vlaakith, serving Shar. It feels like a pretty similar character arc, doesn't it? We find Isabel back at the settlement, and she informs us that Jaheira and the others have left to storm Moonrise Tower. Imagine that, the NPCs actually doing something useful without us. I like that. There's no time to waste. The final stand against Ketheric is upon us. We arrive at Moonrise and join Jaheira's forces in storming the tower. And this fight makes the previous seem pretty small by comparison. Like, not only is the list of enemies gigantic, but we have a ton of allies on our side as well. And it's pretty wild just how many units are involved here. It really does feel like an epic final showdown. Now, Thorm's forces have some crossbowmen up on the beams in the ceiling above us. But do you remember those wolf boys we helped earlier? Well, they actually decide to join the fray on our side, and they have crossbows of their own, so they start hitting the enemies on the rafters from the side in a flanking maneuver. I'm really glad we decided to help those guys out. However, things quickly take a turn for the worse, as Zrel hits an unholy amount of our troops with a slowdown effect. So everyone at the rear guard is going to have a lot of trouble reaching the front line now. So I gotta admit, well played Zrel. This makes things much more difficult for our side. Now thankfully we do have some AoEs and ranged attacks that we can launch, like Hunger of Hadar, so they still come in pretty useful even if we can't move that far. And our AI allies are actually pretty good at not blundering into the affected area, so I was very happy about that. As the fight progresses, eventually even the slowest units are able to get into combat, and while that's going on, our flying ice boys are really useful for engaging the crossbowmen up on the rafters. They can fly up to meet them and then start lobbing projectiles. Zrel herself dies a pretty embarrassing death as one of our ice minions smacks her down for good. She was defeated by a random underling, so that's kinda sad for her. The thing is, the moment that we finish her off, a bunch of enemy reinforcements join the turn order, so it seems the blood isn't finished being shed just yet. And one of these random grunts goes absolute beast mode. He takes out one of our wolf boys and then he sets his sights on Jaheira and he just obliterates her permanently. Despite this setback, by now the fight is pretty much in our favour, and I actually didn't even realise that Jaheira got murked. All the allies were kind of blending into one, there were just so many of them. If I had noticed, maybe I would have reloaded the game, but whatever, I didn't. She's gone and she's not coming back. Now in retrospect, I'm wondering if I would have been able to use a reviving item on her to bring her back. I'm not actually sure if that would work or not. But like I said, it's too late now, so she ends up kind of being our version of Zrel, just getting iced by some random nobody. Guarding the main door leading up to Ketheric is the Warden. I'm not really sure what this thing's deal is, but once we eliminate the last of the other enemies, the warden just vanishes into thin air. So maybe it had been summoned by one of those guys we just defeated? Not sure, whatever, we win. Now, of course, we're going to head upstairs to get Ketheric, but before that we take a detour to the dungeon. I figure this is the time to free the prisoners. But there's a slight problem with my plan. You see, apparently, while we were gone, Ketheric's goons took the prisoners and he kind of turned them all into shambling zombies. Yeah, a fate far worse than death. I'm really bad at rescuing people, aren't I? And this was perhaps the truest dark humour I've ever experienced in my life. I was both laughing hysterically while also feeling absolutely terrible, as if I'm the worst person in the world. Those refugees did not have a chance with me in charge of the rescue operation. But alas, you can't change the past, so we slaughter these undead monstrosities with zero hesitation. Rest easy, my former friends. I know I will. We make it to the rooftop where Thorm is understandably upset with us, seeing as we've robbed him of his immortality. So the fight with the final boss is on, and fortunately for us, Aelin is here to assist. Now Thorm has a bunch of undead minions at his service, and he spawns this ungodly monstrosity. It's like a ball of human bones. This thing is grotesque. I don't know what it does, and I want to keep it that way, so Will quickly disposes of this thing. And how epic is this? Aelin and Thorm start trading blows in the middle of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ketheric sent his little puppy dog Hellhound to take on Drifter the owlbear, and our boy literally crushes the pup under his immense weight. We literally squashed Thorm's doggo. That's gotta hurt, both physically and metaphorically. Ketheric doesn't take it lightly though, as he absolutely stomps Shadowheart. He knocks her down with the first attack and he follows up with a second, instantly finishing her. No opportunity for any saving rolls. This fight's getting pretty personal now. Karlach and Drift join Aelin's side, hammering Thorm, but it's ultimately Aelin who lands the final blow on him. The once immortal general is battered and broken. We've overpowered him and now he's ours for the taking. It's time to finish this old boomer off once and for all. Victory is ours. Okay, I was wrong. Dude just completely owned us and stole our immortal helper. Here I am thinking we've just finished Act 2, but nah, we gotta venture into this giant anus and explore an entirely new area. And I was stunned here, in a good way. The twists and turns just keep coming. So after reviving Shadowheart, we delve headlong into this festering stankhole. Now, seeing as we were told the tadpoles were coming from Moonrise Tower, I think it's safe to say their origin point probably lies somewhere in this nightmarescape we currently find ourselves in. As we delve further into the depths, this place is like the Nautiloid on performing enhancing substances. Even more grotesque imagery of flesh and innards. At one point there's this massive pentagram-like symbol with a skull in the middle of it on the floor. And of course, the whole place is crawling with devils and monsters trying to destroy us. And do you remember when Mizora accosted us when we first reached Moonrise about rescuing Zariel's underling? Well, it turns out the underling who needs rescuing is none other than Mizora herself. I guess she was communicating with us telepathically or something. Now she's stuck in one of the Mind Flayer pods, and Will rightly points out this might be a good time to renegotiate the terms of his contract. Now we have to make a dice roll to convince Mizora to agree, and these dice rolls were extremely cringe. I think it took me like 4 re-rolls by the time it was all said and done, and really, why do we even need to make a persuasion check? We can turn Mizora into literal goo if she doesn't cooperate. Surely she would rather release Will than be turned into goo. Anyway, she finally agrees to release our dim-witted companion from his contract in 6 months' time. Yeah, those T's and C's are always going to get ya. But I figure 6 months is a heck of a lot shorter than all of eternity, so I consider this a win. We're also able to convince her to gift a new weapon to Will, an infernal rapier. I'm not sure how good this thing is, but it looks pretty cool. And now the big reveal. Thorm isn't working alone. He has help in the form of a 90s boy band reject and a zombified Harley Quinn, otherwise known as Gortash and Orin. And yes, these are the 3 chosen champions the Absolute showed us way back in the Wildland area. But it seems the trio aren't on the best of terms, as the new arrivals chastise Thorm for failing to obtain the Astral Prism. The duo exits, leaving Ketheric behind to deal with us. And they ride a giant brain out of the area. Truly some eldritch abominations running around this place. Stacy tells us this thing is an Elder Brain. That's been the identity of the Absolute this entire time. Not a god at all, but this abhorrent creature. And it seems this particular Elder Brain is under control of our 3 enemies here. The good news is we find Will's father while all of this is going down. The bad news is that before they leave, these new villains infect him with a tadpole. So yeah, now the Grand Duke is working for the enemy. Not to mention the army Ketheric has been raising is now controlled by the Elder Brain and heading to Baldur's Gate City. I think the people living there may be in for a bad day. We've got our own problems though. Thorm is set on prying the Astral Prism from our cold, lifeless hands, but in true Saturday morning cartoon villain fashion, before ending us, he reveals his master plan to betray Gortash and Orin. Always gotta have that monologue from the villain, don't ya? So the battle begins, and Ketheric isn't actually at full HP. So I guess our previous encounter when we whooped him at least counts for something. But he does have a plethora of underlings who are at full health, mostly skeletons and brainlings. That's not their official name, of course. Ketheric also has Aelin trapped in some kind of prison. Again, I feel like we're Mario having to save Princess Peach over and over. Every time we look away, this woman gets captured again. Anyway, having Shadowheart run into the brainlings to knock them down like they're bowling pins is pretty awesome. Thorm is spending most of his time spawning in these eggs. I don't know what they do, but I figure they're probably bad, so I aim to destroy them as quickly as we can. Karlach focuses on freeing Aelin, while the rest of the team cuts through most of the underlings. And we actually start ganging up on Thorm to the point that he runs away like a little baby. Dude knows his time is up. We chase him down and Drifter delivers the final blow. And it's kind of funny, for the cutscene, Ketheric teleports back to the raised position he just ran away from a few seconds earlier, so I got a bit of a chuckle out of that. Anyway, he plummets into this dank hole of misery and he gets replaced by this monstrosity. The Apostle of Merkel. Turns out Thorm is, or maybe was now, Merkel's champion. Remember how I said he abandoned Shah? Well, he chose to start worshipping the god of death instead. Now this big boy is mad that we just put his servant Ketheric on ice. So the fight against this abomination begins, and it kicks off right where the previous battle ended. Like, we're halfway through Drifter's turn. No time to rest up or reposition or anything. Now, Merkel has a pretty big health pool, but he doesn't hit us all that hard. He does, however, seem to be spawning more of those eggs. I focus on destroying them as needed, but obviously Merkel remains the main target. And given all the enemy underlings are gone, we're really ganging up on this guy. So even though he is a respectable opponent, we just have way too much HP and attack power between our plethora of units. So we're able to conquer the Apostle, and I think the successful fight was only the second attempt, which, given some of these battles, second is pretty good. Then Thorm is back for some reason, just to get murked all over again. How many times have we killed this dude? He calls out to Merkel for help, but instead he just gets zapped into a rotting corpse. Dude is having a bad day. We literally pry Ketheric's nether stone from his lifeless body, and after doing so, Stacy shows up for an exposition dump. Essentially, 3 of these stones are being used to control the Elder Brain, and of course, Gortash and Oren have the other 2, so it seems the next part of our journey has been made apparent to us. After we leave the battlefield, Karlach is understandably shaken. The Gortash we just encountered is, sure enough, the same one that sold her out to Zariel back in the day. Perhaps she's gonna get a chance at revenge before all is said and done. Aelin and Isabel are finally reunited. It turns out they're actually lovers. Also, Isabel is Ketheric's daughter, who used to be dead. We found that out a while ago inside the mausoleum, but I don't think I mentioned it at the time. And just imagine being the family therapist for these people. Ketheric brings his daughter back from the dead and then imprisons her girlfriend to harvest her immortality for himself. This is like Eldritch Jerry Springer or something. Halcyon tells us he's gonna have to leave the party because the shadow-cursed lands are still shadow-cursed. Apparently there is a quest we could have done to start the process of removing the curse, and if we had, I think Halcyon would join us as a proper companion in Act 3. But I missed it completely. I didn't see anything about it, I have no idea how you start the quest, so our boy here is going to have to stand around uselessly in someone else's camp instead of ours. I really can't say I'm too bothered by this development. And speaking of camp, when we return, Aelin assists Shadowheart in uncovering one of her suppressed memories. Turns out that creepy cultist that saved her from a wolf attack as a kid, well, the wolf was actually her father using a shapeshift ability. So now Shadowheart understands that the Shah worshippers didn't save her from a random animal attack, they actually attacked her father and then kidnapped her. Kind of paints them in a different light, doesn't it? And yeah, this twist that the Shah worshippers were dodgy all along I found to be pretty obvious. Anyway, Aelin returns Shah's spear, now Seluna's spear, the one that our girl threw away in frustration earlier. Not only that, Aelin somehow knows that Shadowheart's parents are still alive. The Sharlings, man that's a great word, the Sharlings are holding them captive for like 10 or 20 years. They're gonna have some serious PTSD. Will is also in the mood for sharing and regales us with the story of how he came to sell his soul. No cutscene for him though, just some dialogue from the narrator. Not all companions are created equal, it seems. Anyway, apparently the dragon cult was in the process of summoning some uber dragon named Tiamat, like those big stupid blimps in Phoenix Point. Anyway, the Archduke wasn't in the city at the time and had left a teenage Will in charge. And I mean, as a teenager, I got anxious having to look after my younger cousins, so I can only imagine the burden on this dude's shoulders having to protect an entire city. So Tiamat was no doubt gonna wipe out Baldur's Gate once the summoning ritual was complete. Cue Zariel arriving and offering to banish the dragon for the small price of little boy's soul. And being the NPC he is, Will stupidly accepted the deal. If it was me, I would have let that city be turned to ash, just saying. And now, with our affairs in the dank finished, it's time to hit the road again. Aelin and Isabel actually join us, promising to help in the upcoming fight, and before too long, the city of Baldur's Gate itself is in our sights. It's been one heck of a ride, but we've finally made it to the location the game is named after. It seems the end is drawing ever closer.
Sergeant, if you are here, I presume Wern's Rock is secure, and preparations for my inauguration are complete.
No, Lord Gortash. We were interrupted. Another quake in the lower city. More severe this time.
So you came cowering to my chambers? I'm flattered, Sergeant. But even I cannot command natural phenomena to cease.
Forgive me, my lord, but there is panic in the streets. The people are afraid.
Perhaps the people would be calm if you kept your nerve. I expect better from the Flaming Fist than to run scared from a slight tremor in the earth. Get back to your duties.
Duties, duties, duties. Patrolling and saluting and following and bowing and scraping. Yes, sir. No, sir. Rip and cut your throat, sir. Your plan is falling apart, lordling. Give me a reason not to cut you to ribbons.
Control yourself, Orin. We need to focus on reuniting the stones or the brain will break free. These quakes are just the start. Neither of us expected the prism bearers to kill Ketheric. They'll be traveling to the city. Let's make sure we give them a Baldurian welcome.
I itch to peel you, to split your skin, to see your skull shine in the light. Little tyrant. Lucky for you, I harvested a whole family of living flesh in Rivington at high sun. They will sate my blade thirst tonight. Oh, but tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, my blades will thirst again.
I believe we've hit the start of Act 3 at this point. In the same way Thorm served Merkel, Gortash worships Bane, the god of tyranny, and Orin is a disciple of Baal, the god of murder. And you've gotta love there's two separate deities for death and murder. I imagine they have arguments about jurisdiction all the time. Anyway, the three champions working together had been able to control the Elder Brain with their Netherstones, but with Thorm gone and his stone now in our possession, the brain is starting to break free. It seems the two remaining Stooges likely aren't in quite as powerful a position as they would like. This results in some pretty immediate problems for us. We're just having some casual pillow talk with the narrator when all of a sudden the prism starts going berserk. The Absolute is talking to us, trying to convince us to join it. It's certainly beginning to break free of its shackles, that much is clear. And as if that's not bad enough, Stacy opens a portal for us to help her subdue the creature, but a bunch of Githyanki show up as well. When it rains, it pours. The goal of the fight isn't to defeat the Gith, it's to push our way past them and make it to the astral realm to help our promiscuous friend. Of course, Drifto has the teleport ability, so we can do that pretty easily. And yeah, things are looking pretty diabolical in this place. A giant glowing skull looks like it's about to blow like Mount Vesuvius, and more Gith are frantically parkouring their way to the site. The Gith are battling a bunch of little brain creatures, and the brains are allied with us. That was the first red flag. We've spent the whole game slaughtering these things as if they're Star Wars and we're Disney, but now they're on our side? This doesn't make sense. No time to ask these types of questions though, we just need to focus on bonking the Gith into oblivion. Once they're dealt with, we press forward, and I don't even know how to describe the mayhem going on here. There's a Gith dude in some kind of astral gimp setup, and some other Githyanki are battling a mind flayer, and the Gith seem to be winning the exchange. But the worst part is about to come. This thing, before we bust a cap in it, tells us that it's Stacy. Yeah, I had a crush on this Lovecraftian horror, this inhuman beast. Man, this affected me when it happened. This is worse than a character dying. This is like you never even knew them in the first place. It was truly a level of betrayal that I was not ready for. This game is gonna let me create my ultimate dream girl, and then it's gonna turn it into some Cthulhu nightmare? The beast tells us it needs to re-establish the Gith-Gimp's prison, as that's what's protecting us from the Absolute's control. So we're left with a choice: assist this inhuman monstrosity in repelling the invaders, or opting out of the battle. And as deeply traumatized as I am by this new development, I need answers, and the only way I'm gonna get them is if this Mind Flayer survives to tell us the tale. So we're joining forces with basically the most evil creature in existence to stop these Githyanki. Now, there's quite a few of the Lizard Man, and I didn't actually think to summon any helpers while we were out of combat. That would have been really smart. But this whole sequence has been pretty hectic. Haven't been thinking as clearly as I probably should have. So we're relying on some of our older strats. Spirit Guardians is always good for free damage. Cloud of Daggers is helpful as well, and it's particularly cool since Drift in his owlbear form actually has a knockback effect on his attacks. So even after these fools leave the Cloud of Daggers, we can shove them back in there and get even more damage. And the fight did take a few tries, but we do get through it. So the Gimp is put back in the box and the story beats start coming in fast and heavy. Stacy tells us its actual name, the Emperor, and I did get a bit of a chuckle at the Emperor's backstory. So it starts out they were a human adventurer, maybe an elf or something, but pretty close to human. The game is deliberately vague about it, and there is a reason for that. But anyway, they stumbled into a group of Mind Flayers at Moonrise Tower. This was before the place was messed up from the curse. And that means the Emperor is old. Really old. Anyway, they got turned into a Mind Flayer and became a mindless slave, serving the very same Elder Brain that Gortash and Orin now control. Or mostly control. Now, for some reason that I'm not sure was ever adequately explained, the Emperor broke free of the Elder Brain's control. And it's just like, in Stacy form, this thing was banging on and on about how powerful and inescapable the Absolute is. Now it turns out they just became free of its control because they wanted to be free? I don't know. So anyway, they go back to Baldur's Gate and they make friends with some politician woman, and they kind of become a puppet master, pulling a lot of the strings and influencing control over the city from the shadows. That is, until Gortash showed up and sent them back to the Absolute to be a slave once more. And this time they didn't just randomly break free of their mind control because of reasons. And then this part's the best part. In his infinite wisdom, Gortash sent the only Mind Flayer who has ever shown the ability for independent thought to go and retrieve the Astral Prism, an item that allows one to break free of Elder Brain control. Yeah, the object that allows free thinking was to be retrieved by the same Mind Flayer most likely to exhibit free thinking. A truly galaxy-brained move from Gortash, no doubt. So what happened? Well, of course, the Emperor broke free of the mind control a second time. I could never have predicted that outcome, though it is intriguing. And so all this leads to the question, what is it about the prism that negates the Elder Brain's influence? And it turns out it's our Gith friend over here. He's none other than Prince Orpheus. And for some reason that I still don't really understand, Orpheus has the ability to disrupt the powers of the Elder Brain. The Emperor has somehow been able to harness that power, and that's what's been protecting us the entire game. So we're basically parasites, leeching off Orpheus to use his power while keeping him bound in an eternal prison. Oh yeah, and all those attacks that Stacy was having to repel this whole time? Yeah, they weren't from the Absolute like I thought. They were Orpheus's guards trying to free him. It's kind of sounding like we're the baddies at this point, isn't it? And honestly, maybe we are. But the Emperor insists that if we did free Orpheus, he would immediately try to Shadow Realm us. And the narrator even backs them up as we read Orpheus's thoughts. Apparently, he would slaughter us just for having a tadpole in our head. We're now in business with this absolute fiend, and they're trying to convince me to become a mind flayer like them. No thanks, bro, I'll pass. The next morning in camp, Shadowheart has undergone a fairly noticeable change. She's free of Shah and rocking the hair colour of an old lady. You go, girl. Meanwhile, Lae'zel elaborates on Orpheus's lore. Orpheus is actually the true heir to the Githyanki throne. We set off to the entrance of Baldur's Gate, and there are some side-questing things we encounter. Nothing too noteworthy though, and it's actually nice just fighting regular bandits and hooligans. It's kind of a relaxing change of pace versus shadow demons, eldritch horrors, and literal gods. Now the basic premise is that even though Ketheric is gone, the army he raised is still very much alive, and it's on its way to the city. So there's a refugee problem as every man and his dog is trying to get behind the city's walls before the army arrives. For this reason, we're initially denied entrance into Baldur's Gate, but it's nothing that a small bribe can't fix. So I'm thinking we're good, but the problem is there's this oversized monstrosity, a steel watcher, some kind of robotic peacekeeper. And it seems to have some connection to the tadpoles as it can read our mind. It sees the countless absolute goons we've slaughtered on our journey, and it tries to arrest us, but we're not having that. And the brief respite we had battling lowly bandits is over as quickly as it began, as this fight is pretty brutal. Every guard in the area is joining in on the action, not to mention the big tin can itself. And we end up getting overwhelmed. Soon everyone but Drifter is down, and instead of reloading, I opt for a tactical retreat. Yeah, we're going to tuck our tail between our legs and run for the hills. Or the camp, as it were. And having the teleport ability certainly helps with this. We just have to get far enough away from the hostiles that we can end combat. That allows us to flee to a safer area. I figure we need a long rest before we return to finish those goons off, and sure enough, our hero finds himself in another dream conversation with the Emperor. They're afraid the Elder Brain is breaking free of Gortash and Orin's control, because apparently the only thing worse than a dominated Elder Brain is an Elder Brain that is free to act of its own accord. We did experience a mini earthquake or tremor on the way to Baldur's Gate, and we'll experience some more during the course of Act 3. Whenever this happens, it's actually the Elder Brain attempting to break free of its masters. Yeah, this thing is causing literal earthquakes. The Emperor gives us a bunch of backstory about how they used to work with a former duke until she got Shadow Realmed. What's the bet the Emperor had something to do with her demise? I wouldn't be surprised. Anyway, the game actually gives us the option of flirting with this demonic apparition. That is grotesque. Now, while we were getting our beauty sleep, the entire rest of the party, Will, Karlach and Lae'zel, all bled out on the battlefield that we ran away from. Well, technically Will went down before we started sleeping, but that's by the by. Anyway, it's no problem, Withers can do his thing and bring them all back. We return for round 2 and I opt to initiate combat from one of the side streets. I'm hoping this will reduce the number of guards who get line of sight on us and join the fray. I've also made sure to summon some helpers to boost our numbers. Now the Steelkeeper is hard to hit, and that's what makes the battle as tough as it is. Not to mention it has a respectable amount of HP as well. We do eventually whittle it down enough that it activates a self-destruct ability. Man, this is brutal. And while we do win the exchange, Will gets iced again, the second time in 2 days. This is tough. After the fight, we're accosted by a journalist, but I refuse to answer any of her questions. Actually turns out that it was Orin all along. Yeah, it's just a murderous psychopath, not a journalist. We're okay. And this is actually our first time meeting her face to face. she doesn't really say anything insightful before disappearing in front of our eyes. So I guess it was at least nice of her that she showed some of her powers to us. We're starting to get an understanding of our enemy. Now, after reviving our boy Will again, we finally reach the entrance to the city, and they won't let us in. Because of course they won't. I paid off that corrupt guard for nothing. This is a scam. I spend an age exploring the township, and it's a really awesome area. The water is in front of us, and the whole town is built up on a cliff face. Yeah, it's way nicer here than the dank of the Shadow-Cursed lands. It seems the only way we're getting into the city is to sneak in. So there's a bit of a stealth section here where we're trying to make our way into the fort without any of the guards spotting us. And it turns out we can make Will's little devil helper here invisible, so it's able to freely fly around the building without having to worry about the guards seeing it. Now there is one downside: this thing is not able to open doors. I mean, it has hands, so I don't really understand why. I guess it's like those aliens in Signs. Anyway, because of this, we end up in this kind of hilarious scenario where the flying boy is basically serving as our eyes. We can keep track of the guards, and when the area is clear, we can send Will himself to open the next door and then quickly retreat back to a hiding place. The little devil is then able to proceed further on. So it's a bit comedic, but it's also pretty cool. Teamwork makes the dream work. We soon make our way into the court, I guess. Gortash himself is here, and surprisingly, he doesn't try to murk us. In fact, he actually offers us a job. Kind of. Now that we have Ketheric's stone, Gortash wants our help in controlling the Elder Brain. It turns out him and Orin are basically trying to kill each other now. Yeah, it seems their partnership has gone by the wayside in record time. So Gortash wants us to murk Orin, take her stone, and rule Baldur's Gate with him using the Elder Brain's power. Both the Emperor and narrator insist he's being on the level too. The dude is actually willing to share his power with us. But I gotta be honest, I'm pretty skeptical. This all just seems a little too convenient. Why would this power-loving sociopath wanna be partners with us? Then again, video games are gonna video game, aren't they? So who knows? Gortash shares his plan with us that the chosen trio originally wanted to instill fear into the citizens of the city. Orin's murder cult would cause havoc inside, Ketheric's army would endanger the people from the outside, at which point Gortash would sweep in as the hero of the day, protecting the city and consolidating power in the process. With the collapse of their alliance, this plan is obviously not really on track anymore. Gortash promises us that if we help him, we can freely travel the city without his steel watchers trying to arrest us. He also warns us that someone in our camp is a traitor, but we'll come back to that one later. For now, it seems we're working with this obnoxious dude, or at the very least we have a truce with him. But I do have to say, neither Orin nor Gortash have the same screen presence as Ketheric. That guy was just amazing, and the two leftovers here, they honestly feel like a bit of a downgrade as far as having interesting antagonists go. Having survived our encounter with Gortash much more easily than I expected to, we head out and find ourselves in this house of ill repute. Now, I know what you're thinking, but this is where Voss told us to meet him. That's why we're here. That's the only reason we're here. And of all the venues he could have chosen, I wonder why he went with this one. Anyway, we take a wrong turn and walk in on something I really wish we hadn't walked in on. And as if things aren't awkward enough, one of these thoughts suddenly erupts into a mind flayer. The brain is growing stronger and it's now turning random infected people into Lovecraftian abominations. If the brain breaks free completely, this is presumably what it's going to do to every single infected person. Anyway, gang, send that thing to the Shadow Realm. We eventually find Voss, and he's actually with another one of our acquaintances, none other than Raphael. Voss seems to be begging the devil for help freeing Orpheus, but Raphael dismisses him from the room. He's not interested in helping the lizard man, however, he cannot wait to make a deal with us. And the deal is pretty simple. Raphael will give us his Orphic hammer, a weapon capable of breaking Orpheus's shackles. In exchange, Raph wants the Crown of Karsus. This is the crown the Elder Brain is wearing. It's somehow linked to the Netherstones, and it's what's allowing Gortash and Orin to control the creature. But it turns out the crown has other uses too, and Raphael believes once he has it, he'll be powerful enough to conquer all the hells for himself. So the deal is that when we end the brain, we give the crown to our devil friend here. I opt to reject Raphael's deal. If Will has taught me only one thing, which he has, it's to never ever make a deal with a devil. So we leave the room, but Raphael tells us he'll be waiting there if we change our mind. As soon as we're out, the Emperor starts annoying Drifter. Raphael had temporarily blocked our communication with the Mind Flayer, so we could collude in private. When asked what happened, I attempt to lie to the Emperor, claiming it was the Elder Brain that severed our connection. To my horror, we need a 25 persuasion roll to convince this thing of our tall tale. And I actually roll a critical success 20. That was so clutch. Drifter, the smooth operator. We fill Voss in on the current situation. We're going to steal the Orphic hammer from Raphael. No signing a devil contract necessary this way. And I have to say, the game is doing a really good job at making me question myself here. We've got the Emperor, Raphael, Orpheus, and Voss. And that's mentioning nothing about Gortash. I don't really trust any of these freaks, but before all is said and done, I'm gonna have to choose one of them to side with. And I really am torn between Orpheus and the Emperor. No doubt the Mind Flayer has been manipulating us this entire time. Conversely, our one and only encounter with Gith society involved all of them repeatedly trying to Shadow Realm us. So it seems every option is pretty bad. For right now, I figure the best thing to do is keep our options open. So we're now on the lookout for an entrance into Raphael's palace in Hell, the House of Hope. I've got a bad feeling about this. We travel through the city gates and we've finally done it. We're actually inside Baldur's Gate itself. It's taken us a long time to get here, but we persevered and we've managed to... Never mind, there's some guys trying to slaughter a bunch of people in broad daylight. I guess we should deal with that. Welcome to Baldur's Gate. As the fight kicks off, I'm assuming these random killers are part of Orin's crew. Gortash said they were looking to spread fear through the streets, and this seems as good a way as any to accomplish that. Sure enough, when the city guards show up, we get some dialogue. And the lead murderer, I guess is how you would describe them, is confirmed to be an agent of Baal. The guard seems to be infected with an elithid parasite, but something's a bit off about it. She refuses to obey, and the guards actually join us in the fight. And the leader of the Baalanites gets absolutely decimated. Drifter leaps through the air and lands smack bang on top of him. Of course, having a gigantic bear land on his head knocks the guy over. This leaves him prone, so our chance to hit is 99%. Just beautiful. And at least in this instance, this ain't XCOM, baby. We land that hit and we obliterate this scumbag. After the fight, we speak with the guard, and it turns out the Elder Brain is controlling her directly. The creature makes us an offer. Eliminate both Orin and Gortash to become the Absolute's champion. So that's now another option of who we can side with. Or maybe what we can side with in this case. But yeah, we can actually become the Brain's lackey. Being possessed by the Absolute is too much for the typical mortal, and the poor guardsman's brain is liquefied inside her skull. That sounds like a bad way to go, but it is another sign that the brain is growing stronger all the time. We need to do something about that. We rest up at camp and are immediately accosted by Mizora. She now has a new deal for Will. It turns out Gortash has locked his father up in some unspeakable heckhole. She's willing to give us his location so we can save him, but only for a price. If we want to know where the Grand Duke is, Will is going to have to give up the freedom from his pact. Otherwise, Mizora assures us Ravenguard Sr. will be sleeping with the fishes. And this is just brutal. We thought we had freed Will of the Devil's Pact back in Moonrise, but this cheeky little devil has found a way to drag him back in. I tell Will to reject the offer. There is no price worth paying for a man's soul, especially when we don't even know what the Grand Duke's circumstances are. There may well be a way to save him without Mizora's help. Will, of course, is more emotional and less pragmatic, and he's just whining about the situation. He's just banging on and on about how there's no way we can possibly change his father's fate. Yeah, because it's not like devils lie or anything, right? This dude really needs to grow a pair at some point. I should also say, I did interrogate everyone at camp for signs they had been orinified, for lack of a better expression. Gortash actually brought up the camp being infiltrated right after we met this little orphan kid, Yenna. So my initial thought was that she may be Orin in disguise, but all my investigation uncovers is that she really seems to enjoy cooking, so not much of a lead at this stage. Now, interestingly, Mizora decides to hang out at camp despite the fact Will refused to get suckered back into his contract. And she even offers to aid us in the battle against the Elder Brain. She's got a score to settle after the Absolute abducted her, it seems. And one of the things we want to be doing at this point is gathering allies for that final fight. I think Isabel and Aelin are down to help us, and now we have Mizora as well. There are also side quests that we'll encounter during Act 3 that will allow us to gain people's loyalty. And if we do this, some of them might lend assistance for that final showdown. One such quest is this vampire mansion type of place we find. We encountered the Pirates of the Caribbean guy again, and he told us that the children of his group were kidnapped by some vampires and werewolves. These people apparently can't rescue their own kids, so we're having to do it for them. The burden of being the main character, it seems. Now, I think this whole section is part of Asterian's backstory, but given we ditched him an eternity ago, the place just feels like a generic dungeon. We encounter the vampire running the show, and he is one seedy mofo. He makes reference to having Asterian in his possession, and then yells like a cartoon villain about this ceremony he's performing.
Witness the birth of the vampire ascendant. Ecce Dominus!
I think it's actually Asterian in that coffin behind him. It would have been cool if we could have spoken to the guy here, but I mean, I was the one who booted him out of the camp, so I guess I can't complain about missing out on his dialogue, can I? And this fight is a pretty difficult one. The boss vampire just has so many underlings on his side. It takes a couple of tries, but I figure out the best approach is to retreat back up the stairs we came from once the fighting starts. This creates a natural choke point and gives us a couple of advantages. One, it limits the enemy's ability to swarm us since standing room is limited. On top of that, we can also set up things like Hunger of Hadar that the bad guys will be forced to move through, racking up damage as they do so. When the fighting's done, we wade through the trail of corpses we've left to arrive at the coffin, and the seedy guy is in there. It's not Asterian at all. And how did he get in there? I guess he jumped inside during the fight? I don't know. I really don't understand what's happening here whatsoever. Apparently he made thousands of vampire spawn, and we can just use this magic wand here to destroy all of them immediately. Or we can let them go free. Yeah, I've definitely missed a great deal of context by not having Asterion in our crew, and I don't think any satisfying answers are gonna be had here, so let's just leave this stankhole. The Caribbean crew are here to greet us on our way out, and remember how they wanted us to save their children? And remember how we just murked all those vampire spawn? Yeah, it's exactly what you think. Those kids had been turned into, well, let's put it this way. Another rescue operation has gone horribly, horribly wrong. And to be honest, at this point I'm thinking it really is the NPC's fault. How many times do we need to demonstrate that we are completely and utterly incapable of getting people out alive? We have tried and failed to do so many times by now that it's really on them for even asking us to try. I'm washing my hands of this one. And despite the fact we just inadvertently sent all their children to the Shadow Realm, their old lady commander is surprisingly understanding about it. She even offers to help us against the Brainiac. And I'm just thinking, you can help us fight an eldritch deity, but you can't go and rescue your own children when they get kidnapped? Jerry Springer would have a field day with this one too. Another example of a side quest to gain allies is rescuing Floric from the prison Gortash has thrown her in. If you don't remember this woman, she's the one who sent us to retrieve the Grand Duke all the way back in Act 1. We find her in her cell and she's just moping about. Woe is me, I can't save Papa Ravenguard, boo-hoo, the usual thing. We talk some sense into her, bust her out, and she assures us that she'll be aiding us going forward. And do you want to know what that aid looks like? She accosts us in the street, claiming Will murked older Ravenguard himself. And how does she know this? What's her proof? What are her receipts? Well, Mizora told her so. Yeah, Floric didn't see the killing go down. There's not even a body to prove that Ravenguard Sr. is even dead. But a literal devil told this woman that it happened, and what does Floric say when we deny the claim? Well, she calls us a liar, of course. This absolute insufferable Karen believes a devil, a literal devil, over the people who risked their lives to free her from prison. The best part is when I try the roll to persuade her that she's possibly the dumbest creature to ever exist in the history of creatures, we roll a 1. A critical failure. Now I could expend some of our rerolls to try again, but I'm not going to. In fact, I'm happy when this insufferable troglodyte wants to throw down with us. She is so ungrateful, so entitled, so stupid. This is pure Darwinism, and I'm gonna enjoy it. May ye rot in pieces, Floric. Seriously, I think I despise this woman even more than Nier. At least he was straight up and honest about being a douchebag. Oh yeah, and Drifter's a dinosaur now. I don't know if I mentioned that. Speaking of insufferable douchebags, do you remember this guy from Act 1? He was the obnoxious buffoon who led the horde of goblins back to the Grove. Of all the refugees to not get turned into undead abominations, this guy had to be one of them. Just my luck. And he wants us to pay him for telling us about the Night Song. Now I'm in no mood for this nonsense, and thankfully the game provides a dialogue option that perfectly captures my thoughts about this cretin's demands. We can, however, talk to Loroakan, the guy who actually put out the contract for the Night Song in the first place. And I have to say, I love this development. Like, the Night Song was just mentioned as an offhand side quest at the start of the game. Maybe loot a dungeon and get a powerful weapon. That was what I was thinking was going to happen. But it turns out to be a crucial part of the game's plot, and it leads to massive character development for one of our followers. And now, after that substantial deviation, we're returning to the original part of the quest, after I had pretty much forgotten it existed. I don't know, it just makes the world feel really fleshed out and connected. Like things aren't happening in a vacuum. Some of the NPCs are aware of what's going on, and events are intertwined amongst different characters. I may not be explaining myself very well here, but the point is, this quest is really cool. I've brought Gale along, and he gets into a bit of an argument with Lorroakan, who is a massive bellend for the record, and I haven't been keeping up with Gale's plot too much, honestly, but it seems by now he actually wants the Crown of Karsus for himself, and he plans to take on Mystra once he has it. Like, on one hand, I get it. The dude doesn't want to have to blow himself into smithereens. But on the other hand, Gale, my bro, that sounds like an absolutely horrendous idea. This man has learned nothing from his falling out with a goddess. Punished Gale arc incoming? I don't know. Predictably, Lorroakan wants the Night Song, aka Aelin, to steal her immortality for himself, the same way Ketheric did. We assure him that we'll bring her to this location, however, we may not do it in the way that he wants us to. We return to camp and give Aelin the heads up. We agree that Lorroakan is a problem that needs to be solved, the same way we solved our Floric problem. And speaking of, Will is tipping his fedora to White Knight for that ungrateful Karen. He's blaming Mizora for Floric's betrayal. But I'm not having it. It was Floric's double-digit IQ that got her murked. No one to blame but herself. Well, and I guess us, seeing as we're the ones who riddled her with flying blades and all. But whatever, it was justified. Also, look at this little fire dude Gale has summoned. Isn't he just adorable? Look how angry he looks. Just so cute. Anyway, Lorroakan, like a true sociopath, is talking like a completely different person once Aelin arrives, trying to butter her up and convince her to go along with his plan willingly. When she inevitably rejects his offer, he reveals his true colours and the fight is on. And I found this one pretty frustrating, to be honest. The problem is our party spawns all clustered together, and Lorroakan's minions can bombard us with AoEs before we have a chance to clear out. So it's another battle that took a few tries. Fortunately, we do have Aelin assisting us. That makes it a little bit easier. However, my frustration gets even worse when I send Gale's little troll to attack this floating lobotomy, a fire myrmidon. So I click on it to attack, and the troll just wastes all his movement running off randomly. Well, that's pretty rage-inducing. Lorroakan himself is an absolute beast. Dude teleports on top of us and uses this crazy-looking lightning bolt. He also has a frost AoE attack that wrecks most of our party, and after he attacks he's able to move as well. Now I'm thinking this could be good as Shadowheart gets a reaction attack. I can even add poison damage, but it turns out this is a mistake. He's immune to poison, and elemental damage gives him a reaction attack, so Shadowheart goes down. Yeah, our reaction attack resulted in us losing a soldier. Go figure. On his next turn, he uses some shadow clone type of spell, as if one of this guy wasn't bad enough, now there's 4 of him. And Drifter soon finds himself in a 3-on-1 fight. It's Lorroakan, an Earth Myrmidon, and Crank, some crossbow skeleton thing. All of these guys against our single Dino Boy. Even Aelin has been temporarily downed. Drift is able to wipe out the Myrmidon, but even so, our chances of winning this are basically non-existent. I run to the balcony to see if there's a way we can leap out of the area, maybe find a safe zone and reevaluate the situation. Sadly, there's no safe ground to jump to, so the running away strat isn't going to work in this instance. Instead, I'm going to opt for the hiding strat. We dash under the platform that Lorroakan and Crank are standing on. This may buy us some time, and at the very least, it forces the bad guys down to my level. And sure enough, it works a treat as these two halfwits climb down on opposite sides of the platform, separating themselves. And that is exactly what we need, for them to surrender their numbers advantage. Our HP is reduced to 0, sending Drift back to human form, and as much as I'd like to transform again to keep on attacking, I opt for a different play. We'll summon more Icicle Boys. We can spawn 2 of these things at once, and I really just need all the meat shields I can get right now. We send the Flying Boys to hit Lorroakan, while Drifter deals with Crank. And it's weird. Earlier, the game told me the Wizard Boy is immune to elemental damage, but our minion's frost AoE attacks do still hurt him. I mean, it does absolutely miserable damage, but it is still some damage. Then Lorroakan heads to the balcony himself, and this is perfect for us. We can place the Flying Boys in the doorway to keep him at bay. He cannot go through them. And while there's no doubt he is going to chew through their HP and massacre these guys, it will take him time to do that. Time that Drifter can use to get rid of Crank. Once Crank is gone, Drifter ascends to the elevated platform himself. He brings down a thunderous blast of lightning right on Lorroakan's head. An extremely close encounter, but we've just managed to pull out the win. This was such a crazy fight. I had a lot of fun here. Now the Wizard Boy is still alive as Aelin approaches him. And just look at his face. This is a man who knows it is well and truly over for him. And one thing I do want to say is that every time Aelin goes beast mode and starts laying a beat down on some fool, the game shows the other characters looking on as if they're disturbed by this behaviour. But if I was Drifter, which is the whole point of the game, I'd be grabbing the popcorn to enjoy the show. This guy had it coming. Now, Lorroakan's store has this whole secret underground section, and I did find the genie here. I wasn't even looking for it, I just stumbled into him. But I reloaded and ignored him because that dude is super OP. What we're really interested in down here is a book that Gale is after, The Annals of Karsus. This text confirms both Raphael's and Gale's machinations. Combining the Crown of Karsus with the Netherstones will effectively give the wearer the power of a god. I'm worried Gale may be on a dark path. After a long day's work of slaughtering villains, we return to the camp and Lae'zel believes she's found the traitor in our midst, our little cook Yenna. Now the timeline does check out, as she joined us right around the same time Oren took interest in us, or at least revealed herself to us. Who knows how long she's been spying on us. But things get a bit suspicious when Lae'zel takes out a knife and is ready to murk the kid. Like, we probably need to discuss this in a bit more detail before resorting to these types of actions. So we command Lae'zel to stand down, and this is a tough one. We need to roll a 25 to succeed, and it takes a couple of rerolls, but we do score a lucky 20 critical success. And sure enough, little Yenna is not the traitor, it's Lae'zel. Or more specifically, Oren taking on Lae'zel's form. Turns out she kidnapped the real lizard girl and is holding her for ransom. The price? This emo Harley Quinn wannabe wants us to Shadow Realm Gortash. Apparently he made her take some kind of vow that prevents her from eliminating him herself, so she's gonna ransom us into doing her dirty work for her. Oren wants us to take Gortash's Netherstone and then meet her in Baal's temple, at which point she and Drifter will duel, with the winner taking all 3 stones for themselves. And if we go along with this plan, she promises not to hurt Lae'zel. Now, this is a cool idea and all, but it's the same problem as back at the creche. Who cares if she does take out Lae'zel? Can't Withers just bring her back anyway? And now that I think about it, it was Lae'zel's life on the line last time I made this complaint too. I guess the game just really doesn't like her. I believe there are multiple companions Oren can kidnap as well, so Lae'zel is just getting really unlucky here. Now Oren has told us to target Gortash's steel watches first. If we can take out the factory where they're made, or controlled, or maybe both, I'm not really sure, but if we hit the factory, Gortash should be weakened significantly. And seeing as I was planning on putting him on ice anyway, we might as well do what Oren wants and save Lae'zel from being turned into Swiss cheese. So I guess we know our next destination. Before we head out though, Elminster is back. I'm dreading another 20-minute conversation to get 30 seconds of useful information from this dude, but thankfully our geriatric acquaintance is much more to the point this time. He says he knows Gale failed to follow Mystra's command at Moonrise, but the thing is, I didn't even have Gale in the party. How was the dude supposed to nuke himself to stop the Elder Brain when he wasn't even there? That's pretty rough. But again, even if he did go boom, couldn't our boy Withers just do his thing? I'm really not liking this resurrection mechanic. I sense a challenge run coming on. Anyway, Elminster explains that Mystra is willing to grant Gale an audience at her nearest temple, so this encounter should be interesting if nothing else. We head to the temple and Gale talks to Mystra. She informs him that his magical orb is actually the Karsite Weave, a type of magic that Karsus unleashed when he ascended to godhood with his crown. That happened just before he blew up his city and I think ended his entire civilization. Again, apologies to the purists if I'm butchering the lore. So given Gale failed to blow himself up, which I'm guessing would destroy the Karsite Weave, well, as a second best option, Mystra wants him to retrieve the crown and give it to her. I'm guessing she thinks she can contain the Karsite within the power of the crown, but I'm not sure if she actually says that at any point, or if I just inferred it. Anyway, something that I really like with this exchange is that it's between Gale and Mystra. Drifter isn't even present here. And it's really nice to see interactions between other characters. It's just a nice little touch that we're not the center of the universe. There is other stuff going on around us. Helps the world feel a bit more alive. So Gale returns from his reunion with his former lover and the goddess, and do you want to know what this idiot's takeaway from this conversation is? He thinks it's his destiny to wield the Karsite Weave. Yeah, it wasn't dumb luck that he ended up with a magical nuke inside his chest. Nah, the Karsite chose him, and he's gonna use it to make the world a better place. I tell Gale, in the politest way possible, that he's a low IQ sociopath. If it comes to it, I will assume bear form and devour this man's body and soul. The next stop is the House of Grief, a front for the city's Shah worshippers. They have some weird mapping of the heart process, and the stooge at the front desk insists on us undertaking it. That's not suspicious at all. Now it's likely Shadowheart's parents are being kept somewhere inside this place, so we don't have much choice other than to comply. But our fair-haired maiden asks to undertake the mapping in our place. We allow this, and she just straight up tells the Sharonite, or the Sharon? Oh yeah, we gotta call them Sharons for sure. Anyway, Shadowheart is just like, yeah, I know you have my parents, and I'm here to get them back. So much for the element of surprise. Seriously, these companions are not the sharpest tools, are they? We venture into the House of Grief's underbelly, where the Sharons are waiting for us. And it's pretty much the same old deal. They want the astral prism for themselves. Their leader even offers to aid us in the upcoming battle if we hand over Shadowheart, given that she betrayed them. Of course, we're going to reject this offer and instead paint the walls with their blood. Now this fight is pretty hectic as there is an insane amount of enemies, like the whole top of the screen is just filled with red. But we can use a tried and true strategy. We make our way back up the stairs we came from and we use this to funnel the enemies, slowing their advance. We can lay down the usual hazards to both slow them down even further and inflict damage as they approach. And it's honestly a bit of a massacre. These guys come racing through our thorns and hunger of Hadar, and when they finally reach us, they have such low HP that we just annihilate them with our attacks. They're basically like lambs to the slaughter, just one by one marching to their doom. It's actually Shadowheart with Spirit Guardians that takes out the Chief Sharon herself. But for some reason, she only gets knocked out, not Shadow-realmed. And this leads to this weird scenario after the battle is over, where she starts talking to us again as if the fight never occurred. She's threatening to deploy her forces against us a second time if we don't do what she wants. But it's like, lady, we just slaughtered your entire gang before your very eyes. She must have bumped her head pretty badly in that fall, because she has no idea what's going on. And the dialogue even starts a third time after I exit the conversation. So this is seeming pretty jank, but it's no worries, Drifter can finish her off once and for all. Alright, no more broken dialogue from you. Excellent. Further into the lair, sure enough, we find Shadowheart's parents. Before we can rescue them, Shadowheart's hand injury starts flaring up like it's readying to take off to outer space. And then Shah herself appears. And, well, yeah, she's a big girl. Essentially, poor Shadowheart has an extremely messed up choice to make. The only way she can be free of the curse of Shah is to eradicate her parents. And this is pretty gut-wrenching. Our girl spends years thinking her parents are gone, only to learn they are in fact still alive, and then having to face losing them all over again. Her parents insist Shadowheart choose her freedom over them. They've had a chance to see their daughter again and are now ready to move on in peace. And we even learn her birth name, Genevieve. I side with the parents on this one. They had their time, and now it's Shadowheart's turn to finally receive the same opportunity at life that they had. And so her parents are finally set free, but not in the way we wanted. It's certainly a somber mood as we decide to leave the temple. There really is just nothing left to be said or done. We find Shadowheart at a statue of Selûne, and this seems to be the end of her questline. With her memories restored, she now also has to carry the burden of the pain those memories bring. No forgetting her troubles, no hiding them away in the dark. She is now both Shadowheart and Genevieve, carrying the weight of her past as she marches on to her future. And in some ways, that really is what it means to be human. Our memories can be a heavy toll to bear, but they're also what makes us who we are. A really powerful ending to this questline, at least for me. Now, this is all getting a bit serious, isn't it? Well, don't worry, I have something that's going to lighten the mood. Unless you're Volo here, of course. It turns out we've got another scenario where someone needs rescuing.
A hero at heart. No one would ever believe this.
I mean, did you really expect it to end any other way? And if you think I'm doing this on purpose, I assure you I am not. I really am just that bad at keeping these NPCs alive. So having just caused a funeral, we now soon encounter another one. These people apparently worship Umberlee, the goddess of the seas, and unfortunately one of them has drowned. Hazard of the trade, I guess. But Alandra here assures us it wasn't a natural drowning. The woman was attacked by some sort of metal monstrosity. Is Gortash putting steel watches in the water now? We're on the case. We check out a local dock and we make a discovery I certainly wasn't expecting. A submarine. The pilot? Is that the right word? He tells us that he uses the vehicle to reach the Iron Throne, an underwater prison where Gortash keeps his most valuable prisoners. Now this guy admits he accidentally wiped out one of the Umberlee worshippers when they swam in front of the sub. He just couldn't stop in time to avoid hitting them. At least that's what he says anyway. We come to an agreement that in exchange for protecting him from Umberlee reprisal, he's gonna take us to the prison. As we descend, Gortash actually contacts us over Wi-Fi or something. And my goodness, Owlbear Drifter is hilarious here. He really has that cat that just got caught stealing the chicken nugget kind of face, and it is perfect. Gortash warns us that if we don't turn around and leave, he'll destroy the entire facility and everyone inside will drown, or more likely be flattened into a pancake from that much pressure. So you heard the man, everybody. This just became a rescue operation. And this section of the game is extremely hectic. We've got 6 turns before the prison is flooded, and the objective is to free as many of Gortash's prisoners as we can in that time, and make it back to the sub in one piece. All the while, these weird fish guys are attacking us to slow us down. And sure enough, we find older Ravenguard himself in this watery fortress. We didn't even need Mazora to get him out, we're on the case. And speaking of Mazora, she shows up and summons in some random spiders to slow us down even more. I guess she's a bit salty we found the Grand Duke without her help. Now she has no leverage over us. Karlach bashes a couple of the spiders into paste, but the problem is this is really slowing her down. So the rest of the party, including Ravenguard Senior, can make it to the sub on the final turn. But Karlach is just too far away and she cannot get there in time. I even try using a teleportation spell with Shadowheart, but it's no good. I cannot move Karlach up to the higher levels. So our beefy girl is actually going to get left behind. Sacrificed herself to allow the others to escape. Remember though, Withers will be able to bring her back, so she should be fine. Now I'm not sure if we saved all the prisoners, but we did get out all the ones I found. And that means we actually had a rescue mission that was successful. It's only taken me like 100 hours of gameplay for that to happen. But here we are. This is a miracle. I'm in shock. Will and Alder are having a somewhat awkward reunion. Alder is not a fan of his son looking like a demon, which is honestly pretty understandable. But the whole thing is kind of ruined by Drifter's giant bear form taking up the entire screen. Like I can't even see Will or Alder, I can just hear their dialogue.
Gods, it pains me to look at you. By Baldur's graces, why have the hells ordained you to save me?
This oversized form is absolutely perfect for killing any tension or seriousness in any given situation. A true skill to have. The Emperor also informs us that Alder's tadpole is now being blocked from connecting with the Absolute just like ours are. The Astral Prism is doing its job. We talk to one of the prisoners and she mentions how she wished more of them had made it out, so I guess we did leave some of them behind. Rescue mission not as successful as I thought then. Now these prisoners are the relatives of the workers in the Steelwatch Foundry. Basically, Gortash was using their lives as leverage to keep the workers building more watches. With that leverage removed, it may be the perfect time to cause some mayhem at the foundry. Before that though, Alandra has found us. We have to choose whether we hand over the pilot so he can be held to account for the woman he ran over. Or swam over, drove over, I don't know. We do try to argue in the man's defense, but when push comes to shove, I don't want Alandra and all her wannabe mermaid friends turning hostile on us. So we hand the poor guy over. He was a Gortash stooge after all, so whatever. I'm not worried about screwing him over. Back at camp, Will is able to use tadpole powers to share his memories with Alder, and there's no goofy owlbear ruining the moment this time either. Having seen the truth, the father now understands why Will made the pact with Zariel. It wasn't to gain power, as Alder initially thought, it was to protect the city. With a newfound appreciation for his son, the Grand Duke gives us a quest to do. Not exactly what I was hoping for. The quest does sound pretty cool though. Alder tells us there's a dragon under the city, Ansur. This big boy was friends with Balduran, the guy who founded the city. Ansur promised Balduran to protect Baldur's Gate when in need, but only once. Now is the time to cash in on that long-standing promise. So our party is sent to find the dragon and wake him from his slumber. And I gotta say, having a dragon on side could really help improve our odds in the battle with the Elder Brain, so I'm down for this. I'll also mention here that Mizora has disappeared from camp. I guess she didn't want us dunking on her for the never-ending series of L's she's been taking ever since Act 2. It does mean we cannot rely on her to help us against the Absolute though. That night, we're again in Dreamland with the Emperor, and what the is this? My god, it is shirtless. Why is it shirtless? And it's flirting with me, oh my lord. This started off with a literal dream girl, it's now truly a nightmare. No doubt there's a lesson to be learned there about things being too good to be true. We've been helping our friends, or maybe acquaintances in some cases, deal with their issues, but all the while, Lae'zel is still counting on us to rescue her. So we gotta go gank Gortash, and that means shutting down the foundry to disable his watches first. We're able to use some stealth moves to enter the facility undetected, after a couple of reloads of course. And as we enter the production room, I'm a little caught off guard as the workers are already in the midst of rebelling. And this place, just like a lot of the other places we visited, is pretty horrifying. Apparently they cut out the little dude's eyes. Gortash is one sick puppy. Let's annihilate his goons. And we do annihilate them, pretty easily in fact. But there's a catch. The reason the fight is so simple for us is because Gortash's thugs spend a lot of time attacking the workers instead of our party. So while this is good for us since we're not taking damage, it's obviously soul-crushingly terrible for the workers. And the eyeless guy doesn't actually make it. In fact, only 2 of the workers survive. But hey, 2 is still better than 0, so by our standards, that's a pretty good outcome. On the floor above, there's even more goons and even less workers. So this time, 0 of the workers survive. Yeah, that's probably more in line with what we should expect. Now, spilling of innocent blood aside, this factory is a really cool place to explore. A lot of steampunk vibes, and it even reminds me of Resident Evil 2 a little bit, which I certainly wasn't expecting. Just with the elevators and the tracks on the ground, yeah, this place is cool. And then a revelation that may or may not be surprising, we've got some brains floating in liquid, and these things are actually controlling the Steel Watchers. So they're not really robots in the sense that I thought, they're actually controlled by an organic brain. So there's really only one thing to be done. However, as we proceed into the heart of this metal hell, there is a truly terrifying foe, the Steel Watcher Titan. And if we want to shut down the factory, we're gonna have to go through this thing. Not to mention all of its minions, including a Hellfire Steel Watcher, which is a tough opponent in of itself. But I mean, just look at the Titan. It's a giant tank. Again, this game is taking a direction that I really didn't expect. So how on earth are we going to beat these guys? I did take them on once and got so thoroughly stomped that I decided a retreat and tactical reassessment was necessary. And it's here I'm able to refine a previous strategy and really employ it much more effectively. I start by swapping out Karlach with Gale. And I know I kind of stopped giving updates about the party composition, but I figure you can tell who's in the party just by looking at the screen. But the thing is, that battle with Lorroakan was actually stirring in my mind. Using the little flying ice boys as meat shields, it really saved Drifter's hide, and it was a clutch maneuver that we needed in order to eke out a victory in a battle that I was fully expecting to lose. And while I'm thinking about this, the cries of all those fallen foundry workers are still ringing in my ears. As cold as it is to say, their sacrifice kept our party alive. So it seems to be a pretty simple mathematical equation. The more HP we have to tank attacks, the longer we'll last in any given scenario. The more damage we can absorb and remain standing means we have longer to dish out our own damage in kind. And so my approach for this fight, and pretty much every fight for the remainder of the game, is to simply overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. Drifter, Shadowheart, Will, and Gale are all capable of summoning helpers. So while I found Lae'zel and Karlach to be super helpful in the early game, since they could absorb more and inflict more damage than the squishier characters, for the end game, I'm thinking the warrior-style classes may actually be less helpful than our magic users. Once again, that is a direction I was not expecting the game to take. So as we head into the Titan battle, Drifter has 3 summons, Shadowheart has 1, Will has 2, and Gale has 1. We have almost tripled the size of our party. That means more attacks for us, and more damage the enemies are going to have to inflict in order to win the fight. Now make no mistake, this showdown still isn't easy by any means. The Titan has this really cringe, unyielding construct ability. If an attack does less than 15 damage, the Titan takes no damage. It is brutal. So my plan is to keep the 4 party members proper back at a safe distance, while allowing the summons to take the brunt of the hits. We're trying to eliminate the lesser enemies first, since removing the Titan is going to take an eternity. It has a lot of HP. And when I describe these Steel Watchers as lesser enemies, understand we're talking around 200 HP. None of these things are weak, they're just weaker than the Titan. But sure enough, the plan works. After the lesser Watchers are dealt with, our summons literally surround the Titan. It has nowhere to go, it cannot move, and we are just pummeling it with every attack we have. Until it decides it has no choice and activates self-destruct. Looks like it's going to try and take our underlings down with it. But the joke's on you, stupid tank thing. We can just raise more underlings as many times as we want. With victory achieved, we find the construct controlling the Steel Watchers, and it is as messed up as you would probably expect. It looks like the fleshy, illithid designs we've seen, but combined with steel and steampunk technology. This combination isn't going to be good for anyone, so we need to take this thing out. Problem is, our band of motley summoners can't figure out how to do that. Apparently, there's only one guy who has the information on how to destroy this thing. Remember the dude with no eyes, who we let get slaughtered in battle? Yeah, it's him. Man, I really hate being so bad at rescuing people. Nonetheless, we're not gonna let something as trivial as death prevent us from talking to the guy. We can use Speak with Dead on Tubin's corpse and he shares the password to the device. Now we're in business. And yeah, sorry you didn't make it, bro. We're gonna blow this place sky high for you, little buddy. Following our fallen friend's instructions, we overload the machine and watch the entire foundry go boom. No more Steel Watchers to deal with. We've dealt a real setback for Gortash here. Now is the time to strike him down while he's weakened. Before we go to finish off our second chosen champion, I swap out Shadowheart for Karlach. I figure she'll want to be present when we turn the old Bay Knight into dust. Gale's also learned this Rock Wall spell, which is pretty cool. It gives us a lot of control over the battlefield terrain, and that's really helpful. We take on Gortash's guards, and I make full use of the summoning strat. The boys can all summon elementals at this stage, so we have our pick of those. Drifter can also summon a Dryad, I think it's pronounced. It's this little woodland creature lady. Shadowheart and Will can also raise corpses to fight for us. So we've got a lot more options for summons now that we're reaching the highest levels of our characters. I mean, even without Shadowheart here, we're up to 13 party members. Combine this with the Steel Watchers becoming decommissioned, and I think we actually outnumber the guards. That's a really rare occurrence that we have more units than the opponent. I've also gone back to Drifter's owlbear form over the dinosaur. The bear actually has more HP. Seeing as my entire strat revolves around having as much HP as we possibly can to weaken the opponent's attacks through the power of relativity, I figure a bulkier transformation is what we want. It's just adding to the damage the enemy needs to inflict in order to beat us. And remember, we can cheese HP regeneration by transforming as well. So the more HP we have, the more effective that strategy becomes. We ascend the tower and find Gortash in his chambers. Karlach confronts him, but being the Machiavellian villain that he is, he of course offers no apologies to her, just gaslighting. And I did get a chuckle here at his dialogue. Dude tells Karlach that she can't hurt him because he has a deal with Drifter. And it's like, bro, I just raided your prison and destroyed your entire robot army. Why on earth would you think we're still working together? This guy is about as smart as my companions. So the fight is on. Gortash is using his fantasy tech to protect him. There's a device on the wall giving him defensive buffs, which is good news for him, but it's bad news for his retinue as it causes me to shift my attention to them. They're going to be much easier to take down. And both Drifter and Karlach waste no time shredding the underlings to ribbons. Gortash is pretty sneaky as well. He's got a crossbow and he'll fire at bombs placed on the ground to make them explode instantly. So we don't want to stand near those things. Not that we would anyway, but it's even more of a priority to avoid them since he can blow them up whenever he wants. And speaking of bombs, one goes off on a whole heap of us, including Gortash. I didn't even realize it was there. But yeah, pretty easy fight. I imagine with the Watchers active this would have been more difficult, and we do take a fair bit of damage, don't get me wrong, but we're never in any real danger of losing, and it's actually a cloud of daggers from Will that inflicts the final blow on Gortash. Crazy how that spell has been proving useful for pretty much the entire game. Anyway, that's another of the Dead Three's acolytes we've slain. Now only one remains. Understandably, Karlach becomes quite emotional here. With Gortash now slain, in many ways her purpose fulfilled, the full gravity of her situation seems to dawn on her. Even with the Bay Knight gone, her fate is unchanged. Her engine is still heating up, we have no way to stop it, and she has a matter of days left to live. The realization of her own mortality overwhelms her, and this is quite a moving scene. Even when she starts lashing out at Drifter, I'm not mad at her. My only response is pity. Her previous bluster is gone, replaced only with the overwhelming fear of her own mortality. It's an entirely different side of Karlach that she's been keeping locked away until now. But at this point, there is no place left to hide, nowhere left to run, only impending doom. And she actually leaves the party saying she needs time to think and we can find her back at camp. I think it's a really nice touch here that she doesn't just keep following us around, engaging in the usual dialogue after that outburst, as if nothing happened. That would have been a bit silly, so I'm glad there's some actual weight to this. I guess I should also mention the Withers dilemma here. And this is maybe the only instance in the whole game where it makes sense for one of our companions to be afraid of dying. Like, even if Withers brings her back, her engine is just going to heat up again immediately. It's a problem that our bro cannot solve. So yeah, there's some real weight to this, and yeah, it did move me a bit. For the rest of us though, the mission continues on. As we take Gortash's Netherstone, we hear the Absolute screaming with glee. Its restraints are weakening and the beast feels itself nearing freedom. We need to finish this thing off quickly. While we're in Gortash's fortress, we actually have another piece of business to attend to. See, under the structure is Ansur's resting place, so it's time to wake up the sleepy boy. There's some puzzles to complete before we can venture to the dragon, and I did struggle a little bit here. Some of them were fine, but yeah, others made me feel pretty smooth-brained, but eventually we get through them. We reach Ansur, and all that's left is a rotting corpse, and the corpse takes over Will's body. So this isn't exactly going to plan, I have to admit. Turns out Ansur isn't interested in us though, he wants to speak to the Emperor, who he refers to as Balduran. Yeah, this illithid horror is actually the founder of Baldur's Gate. That is a twist I did not see coming. And you understand the implications for this, right? Not only did my dream girl turn out to be an eldritch horror, it turns out she wasn't even a girl at all. This is not going to be helping my trust issues. Things get even worse though, as it turns out Balduran was actually the one who slayed Ansur. Now in his defense, Ansur was trying to murk him because he was turning into an illithid, but still, as you can understand, the dragon isn't too keen on helping the allies of the guy who shadow realmed him. So his rotten, rancid corpse rises up from the grips of death itself, not to help us, but to slaughter us. I just cannot catch a break. And so how does this fight go? Well, horribly. Absolutely horribly. As in, it took me 3 hours and 40 minutes for me to finally beat this encounter. And even when I won, I didn't feel any pride, just relief that it was over and I didn't have to worry about it anymore. Ansur is a merciless opponent. And I don't even know how to describe this fight really. At first I was thinking like a music montage with a bunch of deaths. Then I was thinking I could just discuss the winning battle and ignore all the failed attempts. But neither of these approaches are going to work because I didn't actually reload the fight that many times. No, the majority of that 3 hours and 40 minutes was one single attempt. And I've seen people online talking about using the right items and abilities to make this fight pretty much a joke, but that was not my experience. This was pure pain. So what makes fighting Ansur so bad? Well, initially, it's not even the dragon himself, it's his Myrmidon minions. Like, the first AoE attack we get hit with takes our platoon down from 18 to 16. Just like that, 2 one-shots. So initially, we're staying inside the entrance area, which Ansur himself is too big to enter. I'm thinking if we can lure the Myrmidons in there, we can murk them, and then it should be easier to deal with the dragon when he's alone. The problem is, if we're too close to the open area, the dragon can still hit us with devastating AoE attacks. So I reload and try this bizarre strategy. We've got Thorns, Hunger of Hadar, and Gale's Wall spell. The idea is that the Myrmidons can fly over the wall so they'll still be able to reach us and we can fight them, but we should be safe from Ansur's AoEs. Hopefully. So this takes a little while, but we can dispose of the Myrmidons relatively safely. Then it's the big boy proper. Now firstly, his 400 HP is a problem. We can make a lot of attacks with our oversized crew, but most of them are relatively weak, so it is going to take an eternity to get rid of this guy's health. Especially compared to Ansur's attacks like this one here that just wreaks havoc on us. Plus, he can fly across the arena, so he's capable of moving much faster than we are. Once we run out into that open area, the damage we're going to sustain even just trying to get close to him is going to be enormous. And whoever does survive to get into a good position, well, Ansur can just move to a new location quite a distance away on his next turn. And even when we do start reducing his health, he activates this insane apocalyptic attack where he just obliterates anything and everything nearby. And if you think I'm exaggerating, see for yourself. Yeah, it's like an orbital nuke. It just annihilates the entire area. And it leaves electrical water all over the place, so now the arena is covered in environmental hazards as well, and this is just absurd. Will and Drifter somehow survive the hit, and Will is able to revive our fallen friends. But I'm just thinking, so what? They're just gonna immediately go down all over again. And I end up just running away with Gale and Shadowheart. Will and Drifter basically keep the dragon's attention as the injured pair make their exit. We need to reassess this situation. Now back at camp, of course Withers can bring our friends back. There are revival scrolls too, I'm not sure if I mentioned that earlier. So we could use those, but we want to be at camp anyway since we can use a long rest. And it's not just that a long rest recovers all of our HP, it replenishes all our spell slots as well. So we can return to Ansur, summon our crew all over again, and when we recommence battle, we have access to all our high-level spells once more. Now the catch with this approach is that Ansur is also back to full HP. I guess he had time to rest up as well. I was hoping that he wouldn't be, but on the plus side, the Myrmidons are at least dealt with. So now it's just us and the dragon. I've also learned to summon a Deva, I don't know, but Shadowheart can bring this guy in, and he's got a decent amount of HP, so I'm hoping he can live long enough to actually aid us in the fight and not just be AoE fodder. So as we begin this next attempt, what's the strat? Well, firstly, we need to spread out to avoid his AoE attacks. At the same time, there's lightning bolts coming down from the sky to blast us. That's what those blue circles on the ground are. So we can't stand in those. We also cannot enter the electrified water all over the arena, and so you may be seeing the problem here. We want to spread out, but safe ground is quite limited, so spreading out is difficult. Also, when he goes for the nuclear attack, even though it takes a turn to charge up, the AoE is so big, any unit that's too close to him isn't going to be able to make it out on their turn. They just cannot move that far. So Gale's learned this spell that creates a little safety bubble that protects those inside from, I think, all elemental damage. Basically, anyone not inside this bubble when that attack lands is most likely getting one-shot, or very close to it if they're bulky. And this adds another level of complexity to the fight. We want to spread out until we see this one particular attack, then we need to do the exact opposite and huddle together. So we want to be spread out, but not too spread out. Then we're just hiding in our bubble, hoping those 30 or 40% projectile attacks land, which they actually do far more than I'd expect. It's kind of uncanny how many of our attacks land here, to be honest. The RNG was in our favour here, which is good, we need that. But Ansur, well, he always has the answer. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't help myself with that one. Now, since we're immune to elemental attacks, he decides he'll just take to the air and land right on top of us. That knocks everyone out of the bubble and he's then free to breathe lightning damage all over them. Well, not Shadowheart, she actually managed to stay in the bubble. Nice work. Drifter and Gale put some space between them and the big guy. I'm trying to split the group up here, as that will force Ansur to choose who he wants to target with AoEs. He won't be able to hit everyone. Gale lands an absolutely clutch 20% fireball, and we've got this deceitful dragon down to a mere 15 HP. This has literally taken me hours. We cannot lose here. My mental health will not be able to take that. So we're just hitting this big undead boy with whatever projectile attacks we have. This is coming down to the wire. Alright, it's Ansur's turn. He's down to only 6 HP when he calls for another go of the nuclear attack. We've got one full round to deplete that 6 HP before he drops the spell on us. If he hits it, we're done. So it's him or us. Surely we can do this, right? It's only 6 HP. Well, Gale goes for a 16%, that's 1/6 fireball, and he hits it. 7 HP of damage, and this oversized, mummified douchebag is no more. We did it. Gale on 1 HP coming in clutch. This was so good. We're able to confront the Emperor and ask about his past. He tells us his story about founding Baldur's Gate City, but succumbing to the yearning call of the open seas and winding roads. A true adventurer at heart. A true drifter, as it were. Unfortunately, his adventures got him turned into the eyesore he is now. Apparently, Ansur tried healing him, and check this out. This is Ansur, this human-sized lizard man. When did he grow so big? What did this man's diet need to be to turn him into the thing we just faced? Now look, I have no issue with the Emperor or Balduran not going into minute detail about his past. Like, that's his business. Fair enough. But the thing is, this guy is constantly reading the thoughts in my head. He knew we were going to meet Ansur. Couldn't he have given us a heads up we were wandering right into a guy he murdered? Heck, not even that. Just suggested to us that we might receive a frosty reception from the dragon. It might have been useful information to have. My goodness, this dude is insufferable. He completely threw us under the bus here. Now the team is understandably bummed out that we won't have a dragon on our side, but the Emperor does his best to give us a rallying speech about how we're even more powerful than the dragon. We are the true heart of the gate, not Ansur. But honestly, I'm having my doubts. Will, on the other hand, is buying into the hype like it's the NFT market. Just like that. Because he was on the ground struggling to breathe while Gale landed the final blow on the dragon, this dude Will now has machinations of being the next Grand Duke. Luckily, both Shadowheart and I are there to rain on his parade.
You might find it an uphill battle to get the city populace to accept a devil as their duke.
I advise Will against becoming a politician. I mean, this dude has already sold his soul to the devil once. Does he really want to do it again? And just like that, he's gone off the Grand Duke idea. He's now the Blade of Avernus, the man who will scour the Sword Coast, slaughtering devils and demons wherever he finds them. And I mean, it's certainly better than being a politician, but like, this dude is just so malleable. He just did 2 180s in the space of the one conversation. My goodness. Finally, Will lets on he plans to hunt Mizora, to flay the flesh from her bones, drink her blood and devour her soul. Well, okay, he didn't quite say it in those words, but he does plan to take her out. And now it seems Will's questline is complete. He has chosen his path in life, that of a devil slayer. And honestly, I approve. Returning to camp, I check in with Karlach. and her spirits have definitely improved since we murked Gortash. But when she asks me if I would believe her when she tells me she's fine, well, no, Karlach. No, I wouldn't. That sounds like a lethal amount of copium to me. Nonetheless, she seems to be back to her usual self, so I recruit her back to the party. I'm not really sure why I did this in retrospect. I guess I wasn't fully convinced about the summoning a small army strat just yet. Karlach does ask Drifter to be by her side when her engine finally combusts. We assure her it's not going to come to that, but she's having her doubts. And I will also mention here, I think it's possible to convince Karlach to become an Illithid, or at least try to convince her, and Karlach transforming could potentially save her from going kaboom. But honestly, if it were me, I'd rather be turned into dust in a giant demonic explosion than become one of those creepy things. So I opt not to press the matter with our big girl any further. With that, we head into the sewers to rescue Lae'zel. This isn't going to end well, is it? Now we're searching for Baal's temple, and we actually come across the path to the Elder Brain. The Emperor warns us not to go down there just yet, since we don't have all the nether stones. I'm thinking that's probably good advice, but when the time does come, I now know where to go, so that's good. We also bump into the Guild, who, as far as I can tell, are a group of thieves, or criminals at the very least. They want our help taking down a rival criminal named the Stone Lord. Now, normally I wouldn't care about this type of thing, but apparently the Stone Lord is working for the Absolute. But I'm just thinking as I'm typing the script, which Absolute are they talking about? Orin, Gortash, Ketheric, the Elder Brain? At this point in time, there really is no one person in control. But whatever, that's semantics, we will slaughter this Stone Lord like a rabid dog. And it's basically what you would expect. If we do this favour for the Guild, they'll then aid us in the final battle. Also, as we're talking to the Guild's leader, check out this NPC in the background. What on earth is this thing doing? Before we can get to Orin, we have to present ourselves to the Murder Tribunal. The guard who speaks in rhymes wants payment to allow us entry, and we offer him Gortash's severed hand. Now, as messed up as this is, why is it a hand instead of a head? Like, that hand could belong to anyone. But whatever, this is probably going to be pretty nasty, so let's just get it over and done with. We enter this den of despair and we meet Orin's grandfather. Now, I certainly wasn't expecting that. That caught me off guard. He gives us a bunch of Orin backstory, but I'm not too interested. She's gonna be dead pretty soon, Grandpa, so none of this matters. Grandpa then summons the spirit of our murder victim, in this case Gortash. Apparently Baal is pleased with this sacrifice, so we make it to round 2 of the process. Round 2 involves Grandpa wanting us to Shadow Realm this foul-mouthed little flying elephant thing. I think it is possible to have met this little guy earlier in Act 3, but I missed him. And it's probably worth mentioning that I think I did miss a fair bit of content in the final act. One, because I was growing impatient to see how the story was going to play out, so I didn't want to spend a heap of time exploring and completing random side quests. Not to say those things are bad, but I was invested and I was eager to see the conclusion of the story. Secondly, we do reach maximum level earlier than I expected. In the early game, I was always desperately looking for quests and fights to gain as much XP as possible because I felt like we were really struggling to keep up with the game's difficulty. But by this stage, it actually feels like we may be leveled up too fast. So without that incentive to go looking for XP, I was just focusing on the story more than I probably would have otherwise. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Of course I'm not gonna finish this little guy off, and I fully expected this is how things were gonna play out before even stepping a single foot into this place. I was thinking some obnoxious, edgy loser was gonna ask me to murk some innocent soul. I mean, it is the murder tribunal after all. These villains are becoming predictable. But I've got their number here. See, I sent Will in alone, and I've used Will because he's usually the best at making speech checks. As for the rest of the party, well, they're near the entrance of the murder tribunal clubhouse or whatever it is. So when the villain and his group of lackeys inevitably turn hostile on us, I am ready. We teleport out with Will and we start racing back to the rest of the group. And my plan works even better than I imagined. It's this tiny little corridor leading out of the room. So we throw down a bunch of the usual hazards, and poor Grandpa and his gang of murderous psychopaths have no idea what to do. They are just taking so much damage as we hide out of their line of sight. The only real hiccup with the plan occurs when I accidentally move Drifter too close to the main hideout entrance. That activates 3 pretty beefy guards that are nearby. I send a bunch of our troops to assist Drifter in battling these goons, and while that's happening, we're really just relying on our AoE hazards to do their thing with the main group of enemies, which they absolutely do. Like, Grandpa himself doesn't even want to enter the Thorn area. Every turn he just stands there doing nothing. I mean, he has made some shadow clones, but that's about it. He's not even trying to break through our defenses. And every one of his turns takes a really long time. I'm thinking the AI is trying to figure out a course of action to take, but it's just coming up with nothing. And I am all for this. I'm guessing this bulky dude is an absolute monster in combat, so keeping him at bay works for me. The guards at the main door do prove to be troublesome though. They're pretty bulky and they can all attack multiple times per turn, so we are racking up the damage. And they do manage to down Karlach, but that's kind of her job in a way. She's fighting on the front line while a lot of our other units can rely on ranged attacks. So her tanking that damage is keeping the rest of the team alive. And remember, our team is big. We've got a lot of units. Eventually we take down all 3 of them, and when that happens, Drifter actually leaves combat. That's how far away he is from Will and Gale. He's not even considered part of the fight anymore. So he runs back over to join the crew, and most of Grandpa's team has been eradicated by now. And it's not just the hazards we've put down. As the goons are running the gauntlet of Hadar, thorns, and flying daggers, we can also hit them with projectile attacks. The fire elementals are particularly good at this. They're just dropping fireball AoEs on these guys and then teleporting away. It is just brutal. For the bad guys. For us, it's amazing. And we get to this point where it's just us and Grandpa, and he still has no idea what to do. Look at him, standing over there with his only friends, the Shadow Clones. This guy is scared of us. We have completely dominated him. He knows all he can do is stand there like a loser. If he tries to reach us and challenge our power, he's gonna be instantly annihilated. Baal's followers are looking pretty soy-filled right about now. And the thing is, even as he stands there, we can hurl projectiles his way. And it takes ages since he has a metric ton of health, but we can just freely attack him with zero fear of reprisal. He just stands there and lets us blast him into oblivion. He goes down like an absolute loser. And this was a first try victory. I was pretty pleased with myself here. I perfectly predicted the scenario and made the exact counterplay to shut the AI down. We stomped these guys. We set Little Elephant Man free, and you know what? We just successfully rescued somebody. Alright, maybe Lae'zel does have a chance after all. With the amulet we obtained from Grandpa's corpse, the door to Baal's temple now opens for us. The time is finally upon us. The showdown with the final of the Dead Three's champions. Once we win this fight, all the nether stones are ours. Oren isn't happy with us for murking Grandpa, not because he was her grandpa, but because she wanted to finish him off herself. If only she knew how utterly embarrassing his demise was. Anyway, surprisingly, she hasn't wasted Lae'zel, but that may be about to change as she removes her dagger. We have to make a tough skill check to save our lizard friend, a roll of 25. But with all the buffs we have, we turn a roll of a 1 and a 12 into a 26, and we make the check on the very first try. So that's just excellent. Oren leaves Lae'zel be, turning her attention to us. She calls on Baal's aid, and he turns her into this giant cockroach demon thing. Okay, every time I think this game can't get weirder, here we are. The send Will in alone strat worked so well last time that I've actually deployed it again here. As soon as the battle begins, Will instantly teleports away and starts double timing it back to the rest of the gang at the room's entrance. And the terrain here really works in our favour. There are staircases everywhere. That means we can funnel the enemies through them and just cover these areas with hazards. Just like her forefather, Oren's AI seems to bug out a bit. She doesn't want to run through our AoEs, and so she just stands there at the very bottom of the arena, just kind of hanging around. And of course, we're going to exploit this to maximum effect. While she's busy just standing there menacingly, we can target her underlings and remove them from existence. Eventually she works up the courage to make her way through the hazards, so I guess she's at least doing better than Grandpa, but Drifter is ready in owlbear form to take her on. And it's pretty awesome seeing these two massive beasts just smacking the hell out of each other. I like this. Now she does still have some underlings who are performing a ceremony and buffing her, so we want to deal with that. And the fire elemental's teleport is incredible in an arena like this one where there's different platforms. A regular unit would have to take the long way around, but our flame boys can drop right in and just start hurling fireballs on these guys to shut them down. The flying ice boys are similarly well equipped for this scenario. And I could have done this earlier, but Oren was down there as well, so the elementals would have had to contend with her. I imagine that wouldn't have ended too well for them, so I thought holding off until she moved away was the better approach. Now, something cool about the Dryad I didn't mention, she has the spike growth ability, so if we want to lay down more thorns, we can do that while also keeping Drifter in his animal form, and that's actually quite useful. Alternatively, we can deploy thorns with both the Dryad and Drifter, then we have twice as many thorns. So this is giving us more options, and that's always a good thing to have. Eventually, the chanting underlings are no more, which means Oren's buffs are gone. Every unit we have converges on her, hammering her with attacks, and it's Drifter himself who lands the fatal blow, finishing this maladjusted freak show once and for all. And her death scene is pretty gruesome, so I'm not gonna show it. But the important thing is that with victory achieved, we claim our prize, the third and final Netherstone. The Emperor warns us to get our affairs in order before we set out for the Elder Brain. Once we engage that thing, there's no turning back. Essentially, it's the endgame's point of no return, and we've got some matters that still need attending to. The most important one being getting our girl Lae'zel back. As you might expect, she's pretty curt. Not traumatized at all from being kidnapped and almost ended. She's just annoyed that she let her guard down and allowed herself to be captured in the first place. Yeah, we can be pretty sure that this is the real Lae'zel. That is exactly how she would react to that situation. The brain then reaches out to us, but it's the equivalent of talking to an absolute crazy person. just a bunch of gibberish and mashed up words. And I like this. It's like this beast is communicating only in emotions and intentions. Its actual language is incomprehensible to us. Nonetheless, my intention is that the Elder Brain will soon be removed from this world. The party makes their way into a little trinket shop, I guess, named Devil's Fee. I did come across this place earlier and figured the entrance to Raphael's House of Hope would be somewhere inside. The whole devil theme of the entire store kind of gave it away. We check out the upstairs area, and sure enough, there's a heptagram on the floor painted in what could be blood, or red liquid if you're a WCW fan. There's a puzzle to be solved requiring us to place objects around the symbol. Once we do so, the heptagram sure enough proves to be the entrance to Raphael's home. We have actually been here before, all the way back in Act 1 when Raphael warped us there. The difference is this time, we're not invited. Upon entering the house, we come across Hope here. It's a little bit on the nose, I gotta say, but I think that's intentional. It seems the halfling is just a projection. The real Hope is locked away in Raphael's dungeon somewhere. She doesn't seem to be the full quid, which, given she spent who knows how long as the prisoner of a literal devil, I'd say that's fair enough. She does help us though, answering some of our questions and even providing us a disguise allowing us free movement throughout Raphael's lair. She even makes Will appear in his human form, which I thought was a really nice touch. In exchange, we assure her we'll rescue her once we have the hammer. It was designed to break infernal chains after all. The first room we uncover has portals to places all across Faerun. It seems Raphael has his claws dug in all over the place, and that's really not too surprising. We continue scouting the area, and I'm as much looking for the hammer as just trying to understand the layout, which should help with our escape. I imagine things are gonna go to, well, hell after we grab the artifact, so we want to have our escape route planned. Now, as we're parkouring our way around the outside of the building, we unwittingly stumble into this devil's bedroom. And all I can say is I am really thankful I kept the underwear option turned on. I don't even want to imagine what I would have been looking at otherwise. And this guy, he wants us to take our clothes off. So much for the stealthy approach. Looks like we're going in loud. At first I'm thinking we can stomp this discount Raphael pretty easily. After all, there's one of him and a whole bunch of us. And as you can see, I did bring Lae'zel for this excursion too. I figure there's no one better to wield the hammer than her. Unfortunately, the devil uses my own strat against me, and he summons in a whole bunch of helpers on his own. I don't like that he's done this, but I do respect it. It's a real meeting of the minds moment here. Then he starts using some cringe spell that prevents us from attacking him and some of his allies. I was confused for a second as to why their borders turned green as if they were allies, but yeah, I think it's to prevent us from attacking them. It's the same thing the spider monstrosity did back in Moonrise. And as if all that's not enough, this villain also takes control of Gale as well. This dude is really good with the mind games, it seems. Makes sense for a devil. Now, of course, the devil has his tricks, but he's got two problems. One, our AoE attacks can still target these guys freely. And two, his summons are pretty weak. They're the kind of creatures we were summoning in the early game. By this point, our elementals and woodland creatures are a much more threatening proposition. So this pervert gets sent to... where do you actually go if you die in hell? I don't know, but wherever it is, we give him an express ticket straight there. And he has a key to Raphael's safe on his corpse. I'm thinking that might come in useful. So it's actually kind of a good thing we ran into this freak show. We then arrive at the archive room. Hope accosts us once more before we enter, She tells us the Orphic hammer is inside, but the archivist will never allow us to take it. Sadly, we fail our speech check and she doesn't give us any useful information before disappearing again. Inside, the archivist has no issue with us examining the place. It's pretty much like a museum in hell. He does warn us, of course, if we try to take any of the artifacts, it's gonna be on like Donkey Kong. And the hammer is entombed in an impenetrable shield anyway. So we're gonna have to get our noggins jogging to figure this one out. We continue exploring the area looking for clues that will give us access to the weapon we seek. We even discover Hope's cell, but without the hammer we have no way of freeing her. At least we know where to return when the time is right. Now it turns out we went past the clue we needed. In Harlop's room, Raphael's safe is behind a painting. In it is written down the magical phrase which will lower the shield around the hammer. This is why your bank tells you to never write down your password. We speak the phrase and sure enough the shield disappears. The hammer is now ours for the taking. And I think the most disturbing part about this is that when we grab it, the archivist isn't even mad. He just laughs at us and tells us how monumentally screwed we are the moment we step out of this room. And this is kind of more horrifying than if he had just straight up attacked us. Like, now we have the terror of questioning what's on the other side of the door. What's waiting for us out there? This is gonna be really bad. It stirs a feeling of dread in my soul. I figure before we leave, we might as well yank some of the other artifacts as well. It's not like we can make Raphael any more furious with us at this stage, right? And as we go outside, yeah, it's as bad as the archivist promised. Flaming boulders that follow us wherever we go, full metal boars, demons and devils all over the place trying to take us out. It's not looking good. And I'm thinking I have a big brain play by frantically running back to Harlop's room. From here we can use the exterior path and avoid all the enemies. The problem is we still have to reach Hope's chamber, and that's going to require going through the army of literal hellspawn. So the encounter just ends up taking forever. We're slowly trying to chip away at this endless barrage of merciless fiends, and as I'm in the process getting bogged down here, I realise I'm being really stupid. There is a super simple strat we can use to cheese the heck out of this entire scenario. So I reload and position everyone minus Drifter at the entrance to Hope's prison. Our boy then sets out to retrieve the hammer alone. So how am I planning to keep our one dude alive against the onslaught of enemies he's going to have to make it past? Well, Drifter has another transformation I don't think I've mentioned yet. The Panther. Now the Panther isn't particularly good in combat, but it has the perfect ability for this scenario. Invisibility. So we can use that after we've obtained the hammer. Drifter can just casually stroll past every single enemy and they are completely oblivious to his presence. We don't even need to enter combat at all. Now interestingly, the boulder does still follow us, so we need to be moving at a brisk pace. But as long as it doesn't touch us, combat won't initiate. And it ends up actually rolling into some of the devil spawn off screen. So all that the big thing did to prevent our escape was damage Raphael's own troops. It's ironic, isn't it? With this strat, Drifter very easily makes it to his friends and the party is reunited with the Orphic hammer in our possession. We're not going to be able to sneak our way through the next fight though. And yes, I did try. Things are a little slow to get going and we do take some hits. The area is made up of floating platforms and we've got some imps and spectators to deal with. I don't think we've seen one of those floating Cyclops boys since the Underdark, and that feels like a lifetime ago, but they're here now. The main problem with this fight is that we have to get our enormous platoon of troops through a single door, and we start off in quite a small area. I've used the environment to funnel enemies multiple times in this playthrough, but now the game is doing it back to me, so turnabout's fair play, I guess. It takes over a full round of combat to get all our troops out of the opening position and into the meat of the fight, but once we do this, well, we are a lot stronger than we were in the Underdark. These beasts are really no match for us by now. With the creatures slain, Lae'zel uses the hammer to shatter Hope's chains. And so, after decades of suffering at the hands of Raphael, our quirky little friend is finally free. She joins our party and we head to the room with the portal mirrors as quickly as possible. I'm thinking I'm a genius here and that we've found an easy way out of the palace. So imagine how disappointed I am when I discover the mirrors cannot be used. Like, I expected the ones going to Neverwinter and places like that to be inaccessible, that makes sense. But this main one is literally listed as connecting to Baldur's Gate. Why can't we go there? We literally just need to walk through and we're free. But no, instead we're gonna have to go back the way we came. It looks like we're not escaping the House of Hope so easily. And I do go for a reload here. It seems we are gonna have to take on that army of underlings after all. Now, there is some good news. These enemies are expecting us to enter the fight from the archive room, so there's a few enemies who aren't active in combat at all since they're so far away. And those who are active are out of position, except for the Baldur, of course. In retrospect, I'm wondering if using Invisible Drifter to deliberately send the Baldur crashing into all the enemies to wipe them out would have been the best approach. Victory through 10-pin bowling? It's too late for that now though. We're gonna have to do it the regular way. And this battle isn't difficult as we're able to isolate the enemies and destroy them in smaller clusters. It just takes quite a long time. But nonetheless, we brutalise our way back to the room we entered the House of Hope in, but before we can leave...
Time slows for a moment, and the air becomes thicker. The master of the house is coming.
You. Yeah, the man of the house is here. He has Corilla as backup. She's Hope's sister and a loyal stooge to Raphael. And there's also this guy, Yurgir. This is the doofus who took me 4 hours to beat in the Temple of Shah. He was by far the most challenging fight in the game up to this point, even worse than Ansur, and Raphael has brought him back for round 2. Literally my worst enemy. This is not good at all. And there's a noticeable change in Raphael's demeanour here. He's been so calm and suave the entire game, but for the first time he's visibly agitated. We've gotten under this devil's skin, and that does make me happy. Our arch-nemesis Yurgir acknowledges our prowess in battle, having been able to best him, only thanks to the power of save scumming, but he doesn't know that. But Will makes the super clutch critical success roll on the speech check, and he convinces the big boy to join our side. So just like that, this behemoth who caused me hours of stress and frustration now stands as our battle brother. This is certainly a twist that I did not see coming. This game is keeping me on my toes. The fight kicks off, and I really don't think I can put into words just how great this is. You'll see me not doing anything as the battle starts. I didn't edit the footage, I was literally just sitting there doing nothing. The reason is because I was so thoroughly enjoying the battle music. I wish I could play it in the video, but no doubt YouTube's copyright bots would get me, so I'm not gonna do that, but it is such an amazing track. And the music in the entire game has been really good, but this in particular was just epic. There's an organ backing the lyrics, which fits the demonic and religious themes perfectly. Plus, Raphael himself joins in on the singing. Yeah, this guy is like a Disney villain, singing his own theme song. It is so well done. Without this music track, this probably would have been just another same old battle. Instead, I think it's one of the most memorable parts of the game. It is just amazing. I'll leave a link to the actual song in the description. It's definitely worth a listen. Now, of course, we do have a fight to win. As Raphael's turn begins, he's pretty dangerous, as you'd probably expect. Not only does he have 666 HP, which is, of course, very fitting for him, but it also means that he's really bulky. And I was very silly for not spreading my troops out more when I had the chance at the start of the fight. Of course, this guy has a devastating AoE that just wreaks havoc on our HP, so Lae'zel actually goes down really quickly. Luckily, we have Hope. As a companion, I mean, and she is awesome. Not only does she have multiple great healing spells, she can also use Banish. This allows her to instantly yeet enemies out of the house. So just like that, we can one-shot this devil underling with 100% chance to hit. She can then also revive Lae'zel in the same turn. So yeah, Hope is really good. And these battles are often a numbers game. The less troops they have and the more we have, the better our chances of victory. And Hope is really effective at helping us with that strategy. Now sadly, Lae'zel goes down again almost instantly. The devils really don't like her, it seems. I wonder if it's just luck or if it's because she's the one with the hammer. I mean, look, they even attack her while she's down, sending her to the Shadow Realm. These guys are aggressive, literally kicking someone while they're down. It's also here I use Magic Missile with Gale. And man, I should have been using this spell the whole game. It is so good. I hadn't truly realised how powerful early game spells can be when you cast them at a higher level. And here, I used the higher level kind of by accident. See, Gale has used up all his lower level spell slots, so that means he only has higher leveled ones available. That's what the game defaults to. And I'm thinking if I had realised this earlier, some of those previous battles might have been quite a bit easier. But hey, better late than never, right? Yurgir and Drifter in bear form are helping tank quite a bit of damage, but it's not enough. Raphael and his goons are just too powerful. Drifter gets reduced to human form, and even then his health gets shredded. Meanwhile, Will goes down. We're putting up a good fight, but these devils are just too much for us and we're getting overwhelmed. That is until Hope steps in with Opulent Revival. This is some truly broken stuff. Lae'zel is back from the Shadow Realm with half health. Everyone else has full health, even the summons. I am really glad we decided to rescue her. I have no idea how we would win this fight otherwise. We use Yurgir as bait as a whole bunch of enemies cluster around him to attack. He's pretty beefy, so hopefully he can take it, and he's also immune to fire damage, which is quite helpful. On top of that, the enemies clustering this way allows Drifter to hit an ice AoE on a bunch of them and just cause chaos to their HP. And before too long, the numbers game is actually turning in our favour. We have lost a lot of summons, don't get me wrong, but despite that, we still have more units on the field than Raphael. Now, he does have the ability to summon more, but he can seemingly only call a maximum of 1 per turn. Now, I figure eventually Hope won't be able to heal us anymore, and I'm worried about Raphael's fire AoEs, so we use the same bubble spell of Gale's that protected us against Ansur. Well, kind of protected us against him. And so we're able to spend a few turns running out of the bubble, using a ranged attack, and then running back to the bubble safety. Meanwhile, Yurgir and our only remaining elemental are still fighting on the front line to distract the opponents. As the fight continues, I eventually realise Raphael is actually gaining health from the 4 pillars in the room, so while we're in the safety bubble, we can attack those as well to destroy them. Now the bubble isn't going to last forever though, and once it's gone, we're just going to spread out the crew as much as possible. It's the second best counter to his AoE. Then I use what might at first glance seem like a strange strat. I deliberately try to hit Yurgir with AoEs. Now yes, this will damage him, but that's not my intention. It's more a byproduct. See, inflicting damage also removes his invisibility, and the problem with Yurgir is that while he's invisible, the enemies don't target him. So to keep the devils off the backs of our heroes, we need Yurgir as a meat shield, and that means allowing the enemies to see him. So yeah, Yurgir, you're glad you joined our side, aren't you? We're treating you really well. But in my defense, if you were actually helping us and attacking the opponents, instead of just remaining invisible and hiding all the time, well, maybe we wouldn't have to be attacking you, would we? Now we get a bit of an unexpected surprise when we destroy the pillars. It seems with them gone, Raphael is able to transform into some uber beast mode, and he blasts Lae'zel with a massive fireball, downing her for a third time in this fight. Maybe we should have just ignored the pillars, I'm not sure. Of course, Hope can do her thing and return the lizard girl to the fight. We finish off the pillars and start re-summoning a bunch of our own underlings. Plus, having finished the pillars off seems to return Raphael to his regular form. So I'm not sure about the exact mechanics with the pillars. Maybe it was one of those things had to get worse before they got better scenarios. But either way, with them gone, the battle is well and truly swinging in our favour. Oh, never mind. On his turn, he transforms back into beast mode immediately. And he... Wow. Okay then. I'm glad those were only summons that got caught in that blast. This dude is a truly formidable opponent. Even when we finally finish off the last of his underlings, so it's just us and Raphael, we're still not safe. Will goes down again from the big man's attacks, and this time Drifter is the one to heal him. As for Lae'zel, she eats the pavement for the fourth time this fight, and yet again it's Hope to the rescue. But our healing spells are getting weaker compared to the insane one we had at the battle's start. So as quickly as Will and Lae'zel rise, they both go down yet again. And then even Yurgir is felled by the Devilman. But I do have to say, thanks for your help, big man. You did redeem yourself after all that pain you put us through. And it's crazy to think that Raphael is on relatively low HP, but the actual number is still over 100. Just wild. And we end up getting stuck in a bit of a loop where we're constantly recovering Will and Lae'zel, but then Raphael just hits them again straight away and they go back down. Well, honestly, more so with Lae'zel than Will. And while this isn't ideal, it does have its advantages. By keeping Raph's attention on the lizard girl, it's keeping the rest of the team safe. She's kind of the new Yurgir, it seems. A highly sought after position, I am sure. After another volley of magic missiles, we bring the big man down to a measly 6 out of 666 HP. What a fitting number. Drifter calls in some lightning bolts, but he only scores a measly 3 damage. Raphael lives still, and it's actually our fire elemental of all things that delivers the final blow. Truth be told, this thing wasn't too good at dealing damage since most of Raph's crew were immune to fire, but simultaneously it's also immune to fire, so it was fantastic at tanking damage. So yeah, Fire Elemental definitely pulled its weight in this one, and I think he deserves to get the finishing blow. With the fight over, Hope is naturally excited about this outcome, and I don't think she even took any damage in the entire fight. Now we encourage her to come with us, but Hope declines. She's so used to this place that she now considers it home. And so with that, this once perverted lair of misery now actually lives up to its namesake. It truly is the House of Hope. Upon our return to Faerun, the Emperor is unimpressed with us. He argues that Ketheric, Gortash and Oren being unable to trust each other is what led to their defeat. He doesn't want us making the same mistake. And I can see his point, but honestly, the reason I left this quest for so long is because I'm really conflicted. Morally, it seems freeing Orpheus is the right course of action, but at the same time, it means betraying an ally in favour of a guy who very well may murk us as soon as he's free. And even if he doesn't murk us, there's absolutely no guarantee that he'll use his power to protect us once he's out of his prison. So this really is quite the conundrum, and I feel like no matter what choice I make, I'm going to think it's the wrong one. It really does feel like we're reaching the end, doesn't it? The different players on the board, one by one they're being removed. There's very little time left before our fate is decided. Nonetheless, in the time that remains, we do have a few loose ends to tie up. Our first stop is the bank. The Stone Lord is apparently here, and we need to determine if he does indeed follow the Absolute. Because if he does, well, that's one more piece we need to wipe off the board. Will is able to talk his way into the vault for us, so we descend in our search for the Stone Lord. Now I think we can potentially rob some of the customer vaults in here, and no doubt there would be riches to be had. But we risk activating booby traps, the guards could turn on us, and unless they deserve it, we're generally not thieves. So we're staying on the task at hand. We just need to find the Stone Lord and potentially take him out. We come across the manager's office and the narrator makes a point of telling us how this door has the highest security clearance possible. The funny part is that to get in, all that's required is solving this extremely simple puzzle. So highest security now equates to having an IQ above room temperature. We enter the room to find the manager has apparently already dealt with the Stone Lord himself. He's fed him to this game's version of a mimic, it seems. So I guess we weren't really needed. I mean, Nine Fingers did say she had her people handling the matter and that we were essentially just hired as a backup plan. It just feels a bit weird having NPCs who can actually get stuff done without our help. I never thought I'd see the day that would happen. Never mind, Stone Lord literally tears his way out of the creature's mouth. What a beast. I guess we are going to have to get involved after all. We make our presence known and Stone Lord, or Minsk as his name appears to be, does indeed confirm he's working for the Absolute. Now he does refer to us as a villain, but I don't think anything of it. I mean, when you serve a regime that is evil, you tend to label those against the regime as villains. It's par for the course. But things get really weird as Jaheira shows up. Now I was quite certain we accidentally led her to her demise back in Moonrise. Now the dude behind her is wearing the same headwear that some of the Baal stooges had on, so maybe Oren's not the only shapeshifter around here. Or maybe Jaheira did survive and she's so mad at us that she switched sides. I could kind of see that happening. Sadly, we're not going to have the chance to get any answers as Minsk and Jaheira bounce out of the area. We aid the bank workers in dealing with the lackeys who stayed behind, and no doubt Jaheira is using these half-wits as meat shields to buy time for her escape. This one's a pretty easy fight. Afterwards, the manager explains the bank deliberately eased their security to let the Stone Lord in. It was a trap the entire time. So I guess it makes sense that we were able to get in without much trouble. We've got bigger problems though, as the dynamic duo made off with all the bank's money. Like every citizen in the city just had their life savings ransacked. Of course, we're going to be tasked with getting it back. Not that money is gonna matter too much if the Elder Brain turns the entire population into thralls. But, we want to stop Minsk anyway, so we might as well do it, we might as well recover the money. We get a whiff of their trail and it leads us back into the sewers. And that would make sense if the Baal cultists are indeed involved. As we trek after the thieves, we run into an old friend. Well, actually, she's not very old at all, but you get my point. Arabella is indeed still alive. She's honing her magical skills like the origin story in a superhero film, or maybe a villain origin story. She is surrounded by corpses. We ask her what the deal is, and she informs us she was attacked by bandits and she murked all of them with ease. So it seems the days of this little one needing our protection are well and truly in the past. But I don't know, this just made me a bit uneasy. I kind of feel like we might be staring at the antagonist of Baldur's Gate 4 without even knowing it. Though I think Larian have said they're done with Wizards of the Coast, so who knows what Baldur's Gate 4 is going to look like. We leave Arabella to a magic thing, and we go after Mintz and Jaheira, catching up with them pretty soon. As we approach them, I think they're bullying a child, but it turns out it's just a halfling that they're talking to. She mentions going to the guild hall, so presumably something bad is about to go down with Nine Fingers and her crew. Lae'zel has a 50% chance to hit the halfling. She launches 5 attacks and misses all but 1. That's Baldur's Gate, baby. It just doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? Anyway, we bring all the fires of Avernus down on these losers, and we win this fight pretty easily. Now apparently, if you knock Minsk out here, rather than ending him, you can actually talk to him after the fight is over. Now I can't remember if I knew this while fighting this mob, or if I only learned about it later. But either way, when I did find out, it annoyed the heck out of me. Remember when I tried knocking Shadowheart out back in Act 2, specifically for the purpose of saving her life, and the game just treated her as dead anyway? But here, we actually miss out on content if we don't KO this guy. I'm expected to use a mechanic the game has already taught me is totally pointless. It's the inconsistency of it that annoys me. Either plan around characters being knocked out, or just don't have that be an option. None of this changing the rules as we go. Yeah, you and your extra content, Minsk. You suck, buddy. And it turns out it was indeed a fake Jaheira. This one was really named Goz. So yeah, just another Baal follower. Jaheira is still on ice and it doesn't look like she's coming back. Apparently these guys didn't get that memo though. If they had, maybe they would have picked a better disguise than a dead person. Now we race to the guild hall and sure enough it's under attack. But the thing is, after defeating a literal devil in Raphael, these regular bandits are pretty much a joke. We provide them a thorough stomping, and with that, Nine Fingers assures us we can rely on the guild's aid when it comes time to fight the Absolute. We return the stolen gold to the bank, and in return we're given a key to one of the vaults and a license to loot it. Inside is some armor that doesn't really seem like it would be useful to any of our characters. I think maybe Asterion would have been able to make good use of this. Whatever, we still did the right thing. Surely that's reward enough. And now there's only one last side quest I want to cover before we head out for the final showdown. And I really like this one for a couple of reasons, which I'll get into in a bit. But first, here's the basic premise.
The troll! The troll!
Yeah, these people are being bullied by a doll. The object keeps teleporting around the house, so we have to locate it while it constantly giggles menacingly at us. The narrator suggests the right spell could render the doll harmless, but I'm not really sure what spell that would be. So I just blast it with an ice shard from Drifter, and that actually obliterates it completely. So I guess we did have the right spell. I'm guessing probably any spell would work. Then the dinosaur man just openly tells us, for no reason, that he was the one controlling the doll the whole time, and he's actually working for Auntie Ethel. Yeah, it turns out she's still alive. But the thing is, why did this guy just admit his plan like that? Like, dude just admitted to being the villain completely unprompted. There was no reason to give us this information and reveal himself. This is giving me Attack on Titan vibes. Man, that show fell off as it went on. Anyway, Dino Man's gonna have to join the rest of his kin as nothing more than a fossil. That being said, it turns out he's not actually a dinosaur at all. He's a rat man dressed like a pirate. And he's summoning crabs to help him. What is going on here? I don't think we're ever getting answers to the questions I have about this guy. But anyway, it turns out this group of misfits we've encountered have all been the victim of hags like Ethel in the past. In response, they formed a kind of self-help group. And this is why I love this quest. It's such a cool idea. Like, we probably don't give enough thought to just how traumatizing living in one of these fantasy worlds would be. You have undead abominations roaming the countryside, bandits and killers around every corner, apocalyptic scenarios occurring on a regular basis. You'd think these people would be a nervous wreck, yet as soon as the combat ends, they just go straight back to doing what they were previously. It's like they've reached the point where these things don't even bother them. And I think it's cool that it's actually being acknowledged that, yeah, a lot of these people probably would be traumatized by this stuff and they would need some kind of support network to deal with it. It's a really neat idea. The other reason I like this quest is because we get to finish Ethel off once and for all. The most disturbing thing, though, isn't that she's still alive. It turns out that she's pregnant. Yeah, Ethel, this monstrosity, is pregnant. And I know what you're thinking, but trust me, the answer is yes. There is a dude out there somewhere who is thirsty enough to do it. Nah, I'm just joking. This isn't a traditional form of pregnancy.
In time, I'll vomit her up and have myself a fresh young hag to train.
Extreme prejudice, ladies and gents. Nothing leaves this cesspit alive. Now, from our recovering hag victims, we've learned how to put Ethel down for good, and it involves destroying the nearby glowing mushrooms. The problem is, the hag is up to her usual tricks with multiple clones running around. And she can do this. Man, we just lost a lot of summons in that one blast. Goodness me. This fight is not going the way I want, so I do reload this one, and the second time around we just stomp her into dust. The benefit of knowing what's about to happen, I guess. The power of save scumming. Once we take down the real Ethel, she has the same response as me when I saw the Snow White trailer. Despite that, we do still have to destroy the mushrooms to keep her down for good. Now, of course, they're not able to fight back, so doing that is extremely easy. And just like that, the woman whose name I forget and who we accidentally got killed all the way back in the Wildlands, she has been avenged. Well, kind of. We're still alive, and we were a pretty big factor in her demise. But whatever, rest easy, fair maiden, the hag is slain. But more seriously, rest up, my weary travellers, and army of flying ice servants. For tomorrow the fate of the world shall be decided, and it is your actions that will shape the events of all things yet to come. The hardest decision of all is who to trust, and I need to make the decision now. If we decide to free Orpheus, we definitely want Lae'zel in our party. She's our best bet at not having him immediately going for our jugulars once he's released. If, however, we want to side with the Emperor and keep Orpheus in his cage, we definitely don't want Lae'zel in our party. I don't think she would react too well to keeping the saviour of her entire species in chains. So I set out without Lae'zel. Sure, the Emperor might be a bit dodgy, but he's been one of the only people to stand by my side without doubt or question the entire game, so we're throwing our lot in with him for better or worse. Besides, I figure we can free Orpheus after the Elder Brain is defeated. At that point, Baldurin will have no use for him, so we should be able to let him go. At least that's the plan I'm working with. We set out on this pathetic little dinghy into the void of darkness beyond. We've worked hard for this. We've suffered, we've bled, we've killed. Our efforts will not be in vain. We've gathered the nether stones, we stand ready. Today, we defeat the Elder Brain once and for what the What? 99? We need a roll of 99 to beat this thing. Oh man, it's over. We're cooked. I just spent like 100 hours preparing for this fight only to get stomped in a couple of seconds, seemingly without this thing even breaking a sweat. And it gets even worse. Turns out the brain has been 4D chessing us the entire game. It wanted the dead Three Stooges to dominate it. It was the one who told them of the astral prism in the first place. It was the one who wanted the Emperor to retrieve the artifact, knowing he would acquire sentience when he did so. It wanted him to deliver me to the dead Three's chosen, knowing we would slaughter at least one of them, since one of the three falling is all that was required for the brain to break free of its bonds. This thing is essentially light Yagami, perfectly predicting the actions of every piece on the board the entire time. All along, we thought we were drawing closer to killing the beast. We were actually doing exactly what it wanted. All this free will we thought we had, it was nothing more than an illusion. We've been just another one of the Elder Brain's thralls this entire time. And the implications here are wild. The Brain's entire plan would have gone up in smoke if Thorm, Gortash and Orin could have just gotten along. This eldritch villain was willing to risk an eternity of slavery. That's how sure it was that these three would be unable to coexist. That is an insane gambit. The Emperor appears and sucks all of us into the astral prism just before the brain overwhelms us. Our enemy then ascends to the skies above Baldur's Gate, summoning Nautiloid after Nautiloid as it does so. The streets begin to fill with infected, transforming into mind flayers. The Elder Brain's army has arrived at the gate, and we were completely powerless to stand against it. The Emperor explains the Crown of Karsus has caused the Elder Brain to evolve into an even more powerful creature, a Nether Brain, and in this form it is too powerful to be controlled by the stones. And it seems that was this thing's goal all along. The brain wanted the crown, and no doubt the nether stones to go with it. Everything has just lined up perfectly for the Nether Brain. However, as bad as things are, and they are really bad, there is still hope. As long as we hold the stones, we're not completely out of the game. We do have a chance. Now things take a turn to the dark side here real fast. Baldurin believes the reason we were so useless against the brain is because we don't have an illithid form. So he's going to join us on the battlefield and use his illithid powers. Now that sounds fine, but there is a couple of catches. First, he wants us to hand over the stones to him. And yeah, I gotta admit, this does seem suspicious. Like, is this whole thing just a ploy to secure the stones for himself? It's a definite possibility, but at the same time, he has been encouraging me to become a Lithid like him the entire game. I just refused to do so. So it may not be a 4D chess move to get the stones away from us, it could be he's telling the truth. Now, seeing as we don't have the hammer with us, I don't have much of a choice anyway. We either do what the Emperor wants, or we face certain doom at the hands of the Netherbrain. So we have to give him the stones. The second catch, that's the real dark part though. He doesn't think the stones are enough on their own. He also needs Orpheus's power as the second part of the equation. And he's gonna get that power by sucking it out of him. Like literally sucking Orpheus's brains out of his head. So that whole we can free him later after we beat the Elder Brain, yeah, that idea just went out the window. Lae'zel is gonna be pissed. Nonetheless, with the Emperor in tow, we return to Baldur's Gate. Almost immediately, Voss and his goons attack us, giving us no choice but to put them down. And this honestly makes me feel better about my decision to side with the Emperor. Like, I get it, we betrayed Voss. He has a right to be mad at us, he has a right to want our blood. I understand that completely. But surely he could wait until after we beat the brain before he tries to assassinate us. Like, even if he wins here, what does he think is gonna happen? The whole city, including him, is gonna get enslaved by the brain. This dude is willing to damn the entire world out of his need for revenge. Yeah, screw that guy. I'm glad we didn't help him. Something else that makes me feel relieved about siding with the Emperor is that Withers actually vouches for his character. We enter what looks like a tavern where our allies have gathered for the final assault. They're naturally suspicious of a mind flayer in our ranks, can't blame them for that, but Withers assures us that the Emperor has our backs and is here to help. Now, he may be a rotting corpse, but Withers is undeniably a wise figure, so if he trusts the Emperor, I guess I do too. I'm thinking maybe I did make the right choice. Then, in a pretty cool sequence, we get some dialogue from all the allies that we managed to gather throughout the game.
My steel is yours, and I'm not alone.
You helped me once. I figured it's time I paid you back. With magic.
The Moon Maiden's silver light is a shield in dark times. Today, it is mine to wield.
And I hold her sword.
Whatever strength I have to lend, I will lend it. I will make my city proud again.
I'm in the mood to crack some skulls after that in the Temple of Baal. The City Watch will be glad to oblige me.
I want my city back. And I've brought the toughest bastards from the guild to get the job done. My people have never hunted a monster this large. They are eager to join the fray.
Afterwards, the narrator wants us to give a speech to inspire our allies, and I did have a bit of a laugh here. Just how goofy we are with our big derpy owlbear eyes. Like, yeah, I'm sure this thing would be really inspiring. We even do some little dance moves as we deliver the speech. It's pretty classic, probably just not in the way it was intended to be. We then charge into the battlefield, finding civilians running from a band of Netherbrain abominations. And the fight that's gonna go down here, I think it's meant to be a real test of the player's skill. There's enemies swarming all over the place. We're gonna be thrown a seemingly endless onslaught of opponents. But honestly, I gotta say, as this battle raged on, I felt truly OP. I may not wield the strongest weapons in the game, I may not even know what the strongest weapons are. I may not adorn the most powerful armor, I may be too smooth-brained to figure out which items are worth using in combat. I may still be struggling to understand basic mechanics like spell levels even after 100 hours. And mark my words, I still have absolutely no idea how to even manage my inventory. And don't you dare ask me about how cross-classing works. But there is one thing I do have, and that's a small army of summoned creatures. And my magical friends mean I don't need to know what I'm doing. I can brute force my way through any challenge this game presents. Go forth and destroy my minions. Yeah, this was wild. Despite the huge number of opponents, it really felt like the numbers were actually on our side for the whole exchange. This fight really felt like my summoning focus had finally paid off, and I had found an approach that not only was a lot of fun to play with, but it was producing really good results. I finally felt like I actually knew what I was doing. The fight's not over yet though, we still have to reach the Netherbrain, and as we run up this area, we're getting bombarded with artillery attacks from one of the Nautiloids. Plus, the area is swarming with enemies on our level as well. Now, the units who can either fly, teleport every turn, or jump long distances, they seem to be fine. They can move pretty rapidly, so we can move up on the enemies while avoiding the artillery blasts. But some of the less mobile-abled units do struggle a bit to keep up. Nonetheless, we manage to push forward and slaughter our way through a whole bunch of Illithids. Before we ascend to the final fight, we discuss using the orb with Gale. He insists that he doesn't want to do it, he now has bigger plans, but to his credit, he does tell us that if there's no other option, the orb does remain our last resort. And that's all I ask. So how are we going to reach the Netherbrain? It's floating high up in the sky after all. Well, we start climbing up its brainstem to get to the top. Now this is both extremely cool, but also really, really disgusting. We then come in sight of the Crown of Karsus. The Emperor informs us we need to reach it to dominate the brain. So here we go. The final showdown is at hand. Everything we've worked towards comes down to this fight. Let's not mess it up. And they have a dragon. Of course they do. This is no cause for alarm though. It's not like the last time we fought a dragon it was the most disastrous encounter in the entire game or anything. We are so dead, aren't we? On a positive note, look how cool this arena is. We can see the city burning far below us, and mind flayers are just rising in the sky all over the place. It's so eerie, so menacing. This really does feel like a worthy climax. Now, the basic strat here is that we want to stick to the elevated paths. Running down onto the squishy area where the dragon is will trigger these horrifying tentacles that erupt from the brain's flesh. It's essentially going to add more enemies onto the battlefield, and there's already enough of them as is. So any enemies that are down in the squish, initially we're going to target them with ranged attacks. Going in close range is a mistake. However, we do have something up our sleeve that was absent the last time we took on a dragon. Remember all those allies who promised to help us in battle? This is the time to summon them. And it honestly did give me a bit of a laugh, like we had this epic cutscene showing how dangerous it was for us to climb up the brainstem and reach our current position, but then it's like, yeah, we can just call in all these random basic soldiers to follow us up in the blink of an eye. Maybe we have some sort of teleportation spell we can use to call them in. Let's go with that anyway. I summon Aelin first, since she's immortal and all, I figure she should be pretty helpful. We are obviously putting these people in danger, and we'd like to avoid getting them murked if we can. I figure since she doesn't have to worry about pesky things like mortality, she should be the first one we call up. And she proves quite useful indeed by taking down a full health mind flayer as soon as she arrives. We soon call in the hunters whose children we got murked, nice of them to help us out all things considered, and the city watch are then spawned right after. Now all of these NPCs we're calling in have one job: keep the enemies busy. We are not trying to beat these foes. We're trying to reach the crown with the main party characters as quickly as possible. So we're leaping, sprinting, teleporting, doing whatever we can to reach that objective in as little time as possible. Our allies don't have to win anything. They just have to keep the bad guys off our back so that we can get to the crown. Now, Aelin is particularly good, not only since she gets right back up even after a Mind Flayer downs her, but unlike the other allies, we can actually control her directly. So she does a great job at keeping the area around the crown locked down to an extent. The enemies are targeting her, allowing the rest of the party to move up on them more easily. And before long, well, look at the turn queue. It is overwhelmingly blue and green. That's exactly what we want to see. Even Scratch is here putting in the work. The Emperor reaches the crown first and begins blasting it with the Netherstones. While this is happening, our objective changes. We now need to protect him while he breaks down the entrance. But the Brain's forces aren't done just yet. Not even close, actually. Our allies and underlings are taking losses, and the turn queue starts looking much more red. As if that's not bad enough, more artillery fire from one of the Nautiloids is inbound. Of course, they won't risk harming the crown, so being near the objective is, ironically, the safest part of the arena. On the Emperor's next turn, a portal opens up and the Emperor moves inside, into, I guess, what is the consciousness of the Netherbrain. I'm not exactly sure, but we are face to face with it. We need to dominate it with the stones, but it has to be weakened first, as in reducing its 300 HP to 0. So we want to get the rest of the party through that portal to back up our hideously ugly friend as quickly as we can. I do actually try moving Aelin through the portal, but she's not able to. It seems full party members only are permitted. It's fine though, there's still plenty of targets for her and the rest of the allies out here. They've got plenty to do. Shadowheart gets off one last healing spell to aid our allies when she's atop the Netherbrain, and then she enters the portal as well. Will and Drifter have their turns right after her, so they beeline inside as well. but honestly, they're not able to do too much. Thankfully, Drifter does at least some damage, so that's nice, but the Brain has a psionic retribution attack, so our main man also gets hit. Not good. And while the Netherbrain's will or avatar or consciousness or whatever, no doubt it's a dangerous foe, but it is fighting us alone. No dragons, no artillery strikes. There is a benefit to being inside this area. We're safe from all the other dangers. Gale soon arrives and now the whole party is inside. And at this point, the game doesn't revert back to the battle going on outside. Our allies have done their job, their part of the story is over, now it's time for us to do our job. The Brain launches these glowing orbs, and I have no idea what they do, until I learn the hard way they actually destroy the platform that they're floating above, and our Mind Flayer friend goes plummeting to the hellscape below. I hope that didn't just cost us the entire game. I mean, he's the one with the stones, we need him. Mind Flayers can fly, right? Maybe he'll be back. Now, I still haven't quite figured out how to tell which platforms are gonna be targeted. In retrospect, it's pretty easy, they glow red, but at the time I didn't realise that. I guess I was a little bit under the pump, a little bit stressed. So this leads to Shadowheart and Gale taking a tumble as well, and neither of them can fly, so I don't know what's going to happen to them. I really haven't done this well. I mean, to be fair, in a way, this entire mission is just a giant rescue operation for the whole city, so no wonder it's going badly. Alright, all our hopes depend on Will and Drifter. You can do it, hopefully. Drifter uses an ice blast to bring the beast down to 1 HP. Now we just need Will to land this 80% attack and it's over. Of course he does it, he's our boy, no fake out here. The Brain is weakened and it tries surrendering. That is not going to happen, you gargantuan freak show. Our fallen comrades return. I guess the Emperor grabbed Gale and Shadowheart on his way back up. That's my headcanon anyway. Balduran is ready to use the stones. And this is it. Everything we have done comes down to this one moment. If the Emperor is going to betray us, this is the time he's gonna do it. At the same time, if we want to betray him, well, his attention is focused completely on the stones and the Brain. So perhaps we could strike first.
The Brain is on the cusp of its final thought, and it's taking all of the Emperor's strength to keep it there. An opportunity, perhaps?
No, I won't be tempted. It's too risky. Whatever happens, happens. The fate of the world is in your hands, Balduran. We urge him to command the Brain to destroy all its parasites and then itself. And sure enough, the Emperor comes through for us. Excruciating pain shoots through our heroes' heads as their parasites are atomized. And for the first time since the game's beginning, our thoughts are ours alone. No one else inside our head. It's over. We're finally free. No time to celebrate though, the Netherbrain is doing a death spiral back towards the Earth and we're stuck on top of it. Brace for impact, boys and girls. We didn't come this far just to lose to gravity. We thankfully land in the water and survive the fall. The Netherbrain not so much. It goes up in a spectacular light show and the Fiend is no more. Its plans of domination have well and truly failed. In the city, the Mind Flayers have lost the direction the Netherbrain was providing them. This leaves them confused and vulnerable, so the townsfolk immediately go to work slicing them up. It seems the city is finally safe. I'm not sure what happened to Ketheric's army though. They never seemed to reach the city. I think there is some dialogue in the game about them getting murked by the Steel Watchers, but I never actually found that. But oh well, whatever happened to them, they're gone. We pull ourselves out of the ocean and the Emperor thanks us for our help. Lae'zel, however, is waiting for us, and she's understandably less impressed. In my defense, I was planning to release Orpheus eventually, and I'm not the one who ate his brains, so you gotta take that up with the Emperor. Lae'zel is concerned that Vlaakith's forces are going to hunt her, so she leaves the party. I try to convince her to stay, but she's not having it. And this is one of those scenarios where we were never going to be able to please everyone. Our choice, even if I think it's the right one, has cost us a close friend. Meanwhile, Gale notes the crown fell into the ocean upon the Brain's defeat. He plans on recovering it. I again insist to Gale that he should give the crown to Mystra like she wants. It's too dangerous for him to wield. And this time though, he actually listens. Yeah, no more banging on like a supervillain in the making. Dude is finally seeing reason. I guess the need for infinite power isn't so important when the threat of transforming into an illithid thrall at any moment is no longer constantly hanging over your head. Our wizard friend proposes that for now we celebrate our victory with a round, or 3. And honestly, that sounds like a great idea to me. Baldur decides he won't stick around for drinks, given the local populace may not appreciate his presence. We say our farewells, and it seems all worked out, trusting this hideous, hideous boy. Sadly though, there's no time for drinks or celebration. Karlach's engine is finally burning up. Her time in the mortal world is over. And man, this dialogue is gut-wrenching.
My friend, my companion, I adore you. I never gave up. I did my best. I did my best. It's the one thing I can't beat, isn't it? I wanted to live in my city with my friends.
It seems not every problem has a solution, and just like Lae'zel, we've failed Karlach. We couldn't save her, and in our victory, we must bid farewell to yet another friend. Although there is someone in our party who has other ideas.
I won't allow this. Karlach, you're coming with me. Back to Avernus.
It makes sense. He has unfinished business with Mizora after all, and surely he'll be able to find his prey in Avernus. It's the best place to go looking for her. And it's actually in this moment that I realise we haven't failed Karlach at all. For as long as she still draws breath, there is always hope. So the decision is made. I don't even need to think about it. Karlach, Will, and Drifter are all returning to Avernus. There will be no celebrations tonight, for our next adventure is upon us much sooner than I expected. And he's a drifter. He goes where he's needed. That's the whole point. And right now, Karlach is the one who needs him the most. We bid farewell to Gale and Shadowheart and make our departure. In the depths of hell itself, we find our trio of misfits. Karlach's engine stabilizes, and it's clear. This is our home now. It may be full of devils wanting to rip our throats out, but nonetheless, this is our lot in life, and we will embrace it. Honestly, the only nitpick I have with this scene is that Karlach only pulls out 2 cigars. Will is kind of a bit of an afterthought. And that kind of sucks. It was his idea to come here after all. But that minor complaint aside, yeah, this is an epic way to end things. Our trio charges at the impending devil horde, ready to cut them down. All that we will know is endless bloodshed and battle. It seems a haunting fate, but the only alternative is to give up. And, well, we're not going to do that, are we? Besides, we even have a friend or 2 in Avernus. Perhaps we'll cross paths with them. It's only hell. It can't be that bad, right? And so our story ends, standing side by side our friends, refusing to accept defeat. The same thing we've been doing the entire game. and it is just such a cool ending cutscene. This is why I'm a fan of games coming to a hard stop, rather than having a post-game section. This is just so damn epic. And yeah, this game has been an absolute joy. Playing it, working on this video, it's taken me multiple years to do it all, but my goodness have I enjoyed it. And I needed to make this video as a testament to just how wonderful experiencing this game has been. It has its flaws, sure, but so do we all. And this journey I will not forget anytime soon. Ah, but that's not quite the end of the journey, is it? The game has one final little surprise to deliver. It's 6 months after the Netherbrain's defeat, and our boy Withers has gathered us together for a reunion of old friends. We arrive with Will and Karlach, all of us still in one piece, and we have the chance to speak with our old allies to see how they're going now. Even Scratch is here. He's living in Baldur's Gate, and it sounds like he has everything a good doggo could ever need. Shadowheart is pleased to see us as well. She explains she's become a bit of a drifter of her own, wandering the countryside and discovering what adventures await. For the first time in her life, she's free to forge her own path. The Sharons have been bothering her, but they're nothing she can't handle. And look, she even calls them Sharons. It's just beautiful. Lae'zel is present, but only as a projection. She's actually talking to us from a different realm, Limbo. From the narrator's description, it sounds like a fairly horrible place. But most surprising to me is that Lae'zel actually seems happy to see us, much less angry than the last time we spoke. And it turns out she's in Limbo to contact the Githzerai. They're a group of Gith who are also aligned against Vlaakith. So it seems her mission to topple the False Queen may still be achievable. And from her dialogue here, it seems our lizard girl has become perhaps a touch softer than when we knew her, or at least more self-aware. She's actually planning on using diplomacy with the Githzerai, and she attributes this new understanding of the world to us. So it's nice to see that even though we let Lae'zel down, she's continuing on her path, and she even expresses a desire to see us in person in the future. Gale is now a lecturer at a university, but more importantly than that, he did retrieve the crown. And what's more, he even returned it to Mystra. In exchange, she was able to remove the orb from his body for good. He's learned the error of his previous arrogance, and he seems to be a better man for it. He even invites us to attend the university as a guest lecturer. Will, like us, is enjoying the fresh air of the mortal realm. It's the little things you appreciate when you live in the underworld. He's been able to leave Avernus to visit his father on multiple occasions, and the two have found a mutual respect for each other. Their previous issues nothing more than a distant memory. Will also assures us that Alder is a just leader of Baldur's Gate. He doesn't give us any updates on Mizora though, which is kind of a bummer. But I guess we would already know that since we've been there with him. Karlach is also here. Her engine can last one night before we'll need to return to the Hells. But we do have some dialogue here, and Will mentioned it too, about some blueprints we've acquired. If we can break our way into Zariel's forge, we may be able to repair Karlach's engine, allow her to return to the mortal realm permanently. And even better, she thinks she may have a contact who can help her get us into the facility. We were right not to give up on our friend. Hope is alive and well in Avernus. We also have a bunch of letters from some of the side characters. I won't go through all of them, but it's a really nice way to give us closure on the fates of the NPCs we encountered during our journey. Really cool touch. I was disappointed the Emperor isn't here in person, but he has written us a note, so that's something. It seems he's trying to rebuild his influence in the city. Let's hope he uses it for good, otherwise the next time we meet, it may not be on such friendly terms. Withers provides a toast, and we spend the evening finally celebrating with our friends, what we couldn't do 6 months ago. And Withers is a little bit meta in his speech, giving some allusions to breaking the fourth wall. It's a really nice send-off to a truly amazing game. And with that, we're done for proper now. There is a little post-credit scene featuring Withers, but as far as our boy Drifter is concerned, well, he's back to the Hells, and that's where we part ways with him. I have no idea if I'll ever make a video this enormous again. I suspect I won't. This project has been a crazy amount of work, but it really has been worth it. I'm also not sure if I'll make another Baldur's Gate 3 video in the channel. However, on the Let's Play channel, I've decided I am going to play some more Baldur's Gate 3. I want to do an evil run, playing the game as a genuine believer in the Absolute. I'm curious to see what that looks like and how viable it is. And if my plan works out, the first episode of that playthrough should be going live at about the same time as this video. I'll leave a link to it in the video description, and I'll place it on the end card for this video too. Consider checking that out and subscribing to the Let's Play channel if you'd like to see more Baldur's Gate 3 content. And another thought that I had is that you can respec classes in this game. So in theory, maybe it's possible to do a solo class run in this game, same way I've done for XCOM and Phoenix Point. If that's something that you'd be interested in seeing, let me know as well. For now, all I can say is that if you watched the video this far, I cannot thank you enough. It means the world to have you join me for this journey, and I hope you enjoyed it at least a fraction as much as I did. Until next time, have a great day.